Good morning, Bougie Gang. How are you? I am looking for the feed. It does not appear that it has started yet. Um, so they might be running a little bit late for whatever reason. I'm not sure, but I'm over on Court TV and I don't see it yet. So kind of bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to put you guys a little bit on hold. So just hold on for me. And we'll get this show on the road in just a minute. I hope everyone had a good night. And give me just a minute and let's see what's going on here. Let me see if I can. Let me do this. I'm just gonna not play. I'm not gonna show the visual. Hold on. Okay, let's do this. Just for anybody who did not catch
Sheila
yesterday.
Agee is charged with principal first-degree premeditated murder. She's accused of helping her son, Keith Agee, plan the murder of his ex-girlfriend, 18-year-old Brooklyn Sims, who was also the mother of his child. Keith Agee was found guilty during his trial in 2023 and sentenced to life in prison.
His mission was to find, shoot, and kill Brooklyn Sims. He found her, he shot her, and he killed her.
Keith testified that he was so mad at Sims after he found out that he tested positive for an STD that he got in his car and drove to a Home Depot in Pensacola, Florida, where Sims was working.
I pulled my firearm from my waistband and I proceeded to shoot Brooklyn.
Before the shooting, Keith exchanged dozens of text messages with his mother. According to the affidavit, Sheila worked at the same Home Depot with Sims and gave Keith the address so he could, quote, ride over here and do it. And she called him a, quote, if he did not kill Sims. Sheila Agee's attorney says she never believed her son would actually kill Sims. This is Sheila's second trial. The first one was in 2024 and ended in a mistrial after a juror was caught with a crossword puzzle during testimony and again during deliberations. And other jurors told the judge that yelling during deliberations made them feel unsafe.
Okay, you guys, I'm not sure what's going on. Let me just like double check. It just doesn't appear that it has started yet. But let me do some more checking and they might be running a little bit late. You never know, they could have a juror running late. You know all the reasons. You guys are experienced court watchers. You guys know that just and it's raining. I don't know if it's raining in Pensacola, but what I do know is that they bought the rain up here. The rain is traveling up the East Coast, and it started yesterday, and it has not stopped. It's just raining, 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 raining. So if the same rain is happening, which is supposed to be, maybe it's supposed to be a wet week this week. I don't know, but maybe that could be some of the delays. Um, has anyone seen the son's interrogation video? Is there one out there? I'm not sure, babe. I'll do some checking while we are going through everything. All right, give me just a second. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, I'm looking and I don't see. So Court TV doesn't have it yet. Law and Crime is not up yet. I wasn't watching on a Florida station yesterday. So, but when I'm searching her name, it's not giving any of the Florida channels are not showing anything yet. Let's take a look while we're waiting. Just a second. Yesterday when she was crying was I'm looking to see if there's any interrogation video that was posted. So, oh, this was the thing to me. Let me show you guys this. This was crazy. Hold on a second. Let's look at this. It was Sheila balloon to the balloon drop. You know how they do a balloon situation for people, a balloon release. It was her going to the balloon release for me. This was crazy. Hold on. Sheila is a nut job and so is her son. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but there's something wrong with that with these two.
Family gathered Monday night to remember the victim from Friday's Home Depot shooting, a familiar face caught on camera by our crews. Sheila Agee, the mother of shooting suspect Keith Agee, was seen in attendance. Not long after this, she was arrested and charged with principal to first-degree murder.
I don't know.
They should have arrested her ass at the balloon ceremony. Okay? Can you believe that? You give the boy the address, you tell him to come on.
Family gathered Monday night to remember the victim from Friday's Home Depot shooting, a familiar face caught on camera by our crews. Sheila Agee, the mother of shooting suspect Keith Agee, was seen in attendance. Not long after this, she was arrested and charged with principal to first-degree murder.
I don't know that I'm aware of one that kind of took this particular type of a turn. They filled me in that, hey, we've got, there's someone else involved in this thing. And okay, that happens a lot. Rarely does it involve the mother. Rarely does it involve the mother that's actually at the scene and that actually gave a ride to the victim.
Sheriff Chip Simmons telling me today that both Agee and the victim, Brooklyn Sims, rode to work together on the day of the shooting. Domestic cases like this aren't uncommon, the sheriff says. What is rare, though, is the mother-son connection.
His mother was apparently at the store. His mother was also...
I didn't even think of that. Pensacola's on... So I had no idea that the Panhandle was on a different time zone. Is it because it's so close to Alabama? Is Alabama on Central Time? I had no idea. Florida time zones. Let me see this map. I've never traveled to Pensacola, so I did not know that. Oh, I see it now. Okay. Okay, there is a portion. The portion that's right up, the portion that is right under Alabama, and I guess that piece of Alabama that's on the shores. Okay. Interesting. So Pensacola, and because maybe they are on okay. So yeah. So we're early. Okay, that's good. Isn't it funny when you think you're late, but you're early? Isn't that awesome? What a blessing, right? Thank you, Bible lady. Okay, now we get to get caught up and not wonder, like, where's the feed?
Employed the victim.
Good morning, everybody. Looks like we're an hour early because I had no idea that piece of, it's not even the whole Panhandle, but it's the part of Florida that is directly under Alabama that is under the Central Time Zone.
In this case. And again, as they started to tell me what these text messages said, I was in disbelief. I cannot believe that this individual was not just, cooperating with her son, but also appeared to be arranging it, helping him out, and letting him know exactly where he needs to go.
Keith Agee said he was going to kill Sims. Agee telling his mother in a text, "I can't take it," expletive. According to Sims' family members, the two had been involved in a rocky relationship. Sheila Agee appeared to egg on her son. One text says, quote,
"If you don't come kill her, you..."
Another reads,
"I'll give you the address here,
meaning Pensacola,
and you can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of your daughter."
The apparent plan? To get Sims in Sheila Agee's car. This text reads,
"Don't shoot at my car. I don't want to die. Wait till I put her out."
Telling her son she doesn't care what he does, just quote, "Don't shoot me." The messages continue, with each telling one another to delete the text, with Sheila saying, "Hold up, let me get it erased, the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you." Deputies were still able to recover and share some of
That's the killing
Is there
part.
one message that really set things apart?
I think the one that gets me is don't shoot at my car. I'm gonna be in my car. Don't be careful. Don't shoot my car. Don't shoot me. And he says, "I won't." It's just that cold reality of what you're reading. And the intent that was involved there. I think that's really the most shocking part.
Okay.
Welcome back to Court TV Live.
Hold on. All right, let's see. I tagged a couple other things. Let's see.
Killed a woman inside a Pensacola home 4 months after the crime. Keith Agee, the man on the left, the man who killed a woman inside a Pensacola Home Depot store, convicted today and sentenced today to life behind bars. The victim was the mother of Agee's daughter.
And Tanner Stewart joins us outside the courthouse with details on the verdict.
Where is her family? That's what I would like to know.
Keith Agee appeared unfazed throughout much of this trial, though after a verdict was read, he acknowledged to Judge Coleman Robinson that he was sorry to both the victim's family as well as his own, saying he knows what he did was wrong.
Count 1, guilty of first-degree murder as charged.
Keith Agee sentenced to life in prison today for the murder of Brooklyn Sims. Closing arguments lasted just over an hour, where prosecutors argued there was overwhelming evidence against Agee, from cell phone records showing his intent to kill Sims at the Home Depot to the 911 call he made, confessing just 20 minutes after the crime.
This is about respect. That gonna learn his words. Gonna get revenge. His words. Gonna teach her a lesson. His words.
He said, was this something hot and fiery? Ladies and gentlemen, the only thing hot and fiery in this case was this defendant's premeditation as he fired those hot and fiery bullets.
Judge Coleman Robinson told Agee he forfeited his right to be a father, calling it a textbook definition of premeditated murder.
It's rare to have such a track record on what your thoughts were, what someone's thoughts were, what they intended to do, the acts they took to do it, and the culmination of it. It's rare that a premeditated murder is literally laid out right in front of a jury.
The most stunning revelation in the trial, though, connects back to Agee's motive. Agee says his reasoning for driving 2 hours to kill Sims was over a recent diagnosis of gonorrhea. Eyewitnesses testified Agee told Sims, quote, "You gave me something," before gunning her down, including 2 gunshots to the back of her head. But prosecutors laid out evidence today proving Brooklyn Sims did not transmit the disease to Keith Agee.
You got mad and blamed her for something that, in disgusting irony, wasn't even her fault. And had you taken any time to think about it, you would have found that out.
The court also heard from Agee himself, who before the verdict appeared unfazed throughout the trial.
I think about Brooklyn every night. Every night before I go to sleep, I pray. I pray for the case. I pray for Brooklyn. I have regret is the understatement, please.
Brooklyn Sims' mother addressed the judge after sentencing, saying Keith Agee has forever hurt the ones who need him the most.
I don't hate Mr. Agee, but I can't forgive him here. I'm raising his daughter. That day, Casey lost her mother, her father, and her grandmother.
Look, I'm not trying to drag this lady, was it Cornelia? Ma'am, your daughter should never have been living at this woman's house. She's too young. Your daughter should not have been. She had a 2-year-old. They've been dating for 4 years. Your daughter had been dating a boy for 4 years at the age of 18. So 2 years she had time to intervene before a child became a mother. And I know it happens. I mean, but this is 2025 and teen pregnancy is at an all-time low. It's not all-time high, it's all-time low. It's really almost a choice at this point. It used to be a oopsie daisy. It used to be lack of accessibility for birth control, lack of knowledge, all of those things. I don't really feel sorry for Miss Cornelia. I feel sorry for the family as a whole for missing the daughter, the mother, Brooklyn. But as far as a mother, ma'am, you failed. You failed the minute you allowed your daughter to pack up her stuff and go over to this lady's house, where to me, she might have just been getting used for helping pay rent, providing her with some amusement, i.e. a grandchild. The boy had moved out because they had when she got a temporary restraining order, Brooklyn, that was the time for her to move back to her mama's house. Why this woman, Miss Sheila, did not tell her it's time for you to go back to your mother's house, didn't make any sense. I feel like she manipulated things to hold on to this grandchild.
And now we wait for the start of Sheila Agee's trial for principal to first-degree murder for the very crime that has now landed her son behind bars for the remainder of his life.
Good. Nobody feels sorry for him. This is crazy. Okay. We're just getting caught up. I remember when this happened. It's really funny because it almost, I think the way it came across the news was that it was possibly like a
Been more than
mass
a year since a
shooting
murder
type
in
thing.
Pensacola.
And then the information slowly came out that it was not like a random mass shooter. It was a boyfriend girlfriend type of thing. And then I remember them saying it was the mother that set the whole thing up, and I was just like, what?
Been more than a year since a murder in a Pensacola Home Depot shook the community. Keith Agee was sentenced to life in prison in December for the murder of Brooklyn Sims in August last year. His mother, Sheila Agee, also charged with first-degree murder. The Escambia County Sheriff's Office says she encouraged her son to commit the crime.
Today, Sheila Agee's attorney filed a motion to throw out what prosecutors say is a key piece of evidence against her. Tanner Stewart joins us in the studio with more details of today's hearing. Tanner?
Bob, Sheila Agee's attorney, Christopher Raby, filed 2 motions to dismiss evidence in this case. The first was body cam video of Sheila Agee at the Home Depot after the murder, as well as video WEAR aired of a balloon release for the victim shortly after the murder. That shows Sheila Agee in attendance supporting the victim's family. The second motion centered around 60-plus pages of text messages between Sheila Agee and her son, Keith. Attorney Christopher Raby says his client, Sheila Agee, ignored her son's request to help locate Brooklyn Sims for hours before finally giving him the address to the Home Depot on Davis Highway. That's where Keith...
Oh, so is that what her lawyer's trying to bring back in? Is that she wasn't responsive, and it wasn't like she was like, oh, here you go. She made him wait for... Okay, that's still not going to help.
Keith Agee killed Sims inside the store where Sheila Agee was also working. Sims was the mother of Agee's young child. Her attorney asked the judge to throw out a portion of the pair's text conversation, saying Sheila believed her son wasn't going to drive from Citronelle, Alabama to Pensacola that day to commit murder. Rabi claimed the evidence could confuse the jury.
He says, I'll be waiting you in Citro, which is Citronelle, Alabama, where Ms. Sims resided. And then it goes into the unfortunate text that we're trying to exclude. And don't shoot into my car. Those are referring to potential future actions in Citronelle, Alabama. He later drove to Pensacola when the shooting occurred here. But because they are in Citronelle, they're not, or potentially in Citronelle, they're not relevant to prove or disprove any material fact in this case, which is why we're here, which is a shooting in Pensacola.
The state argues the text messages are the crux of their case.
The main judge, although this started in Citronelle, if you look at the next page at 11:28:02 a.m., the text message from Miss Agee, she says, hell, if you're getting off work now, I'll give you the address here and you can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey. And then the one after that, she says, we just in Pensacola. So granted, while these may be future actions, again, it goes for the state's theory of premeditation.
Judge Coleman Robinson says it's hard to misconstrue that Sheila Agee didn't incite an act of violence that day. The judge says while some of the messages may indicate Keith Agee was planning to murder Sims back home in Citronelle, it didn't end that way, and an alternate plan was clearly executed. The judge ruled the messages will be admitted at trial.
As far as confusing the jury, I don't know how they can be legitimately confused if the evidence is presented. It is not as if they're talking about an entirely separate act. They're talking about the same act. They simply moved the location from Citronelle to Pensacola, and that is clear from the context.
As we heard in court today, Judge Robinson, he says both parties are ready for trial. It will begin soon. Keith Agee could be called for a deposition. If so, he'll be transferred from state custody to a local jail in November. Sheila Agee's next court appearance is in 2 weeks. In the studio, I'm Tanner Stewart.
Okay. To me,
a bombshell revelation in that Home Depot shooting that killed an 18-year-old woman on Friday. The suspect, Keith Agee.
All right, just 1 second. We'll play that in a minute. I have two more lined up. But Granny the Great, you know what that is? It's an excuse. Clearly these people are cray. They're not certified cray, not responsible. They're cray in the sense that these are some people with some screw looses. Okay. These are some screw loose weirdos. Mom the Boss, thanks for 15 months. Swag Fit Fab, thank you so much, new member. And that 410K, thank you, hun. I think you're renewing. I appreciate it. It doesn't say that. I wish they would say that, but I know you have been here for a long time. Okay, thank you to everyone for supporting. You guys are awesome. Yes, you can take medication for a UTI, but the reason is it's cheating. In his mind, he was trying to accuse her of cheating because he stepped out the relationship. He was dealing with somebody else. He wanted to have a reason to pew pew. He wanted to pew pew. And that was his reason. It doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense. Just remember, he wanted a reason to get fired up. And that's the reason why he's on LWOP. Okay? It doesn't make sense. Even if it made sense, send her behind home. Send her behind home. Send her to Cornelia. Cornelia, I don't have anything for her because there's no way that your daughter should be over there with your granddaughter being taken care of this old scallop, probably cleaning that lady's toilet and being taken care of by this old bitty scallywag. Okay. And I know she's only 52. Miss Sheila, Miss Sheila is 52. They said on the paperwork, 1973, baby. No, ma'am. There's no reason why this young lady should have been cohabitating under the same roof with a boyfriend. That's absolutely insane.
Agee's mother is now facing charges. Sheila Agee, arrested last night in Washington County, Alabama, charged with principal to first-degree murder. The 50-year-old now in custody for extradition to Pensacola.
The Escambia Sheriff's Office announcing her arrest, releasing excerpts from text messages between Sheila and Keith Agee. Investigators say the sometimes explicit messages show the pair plotted to kill 18-year-old Brooklyn Sims. Tanner Stewart learned the suspect's mother was on the scene at the time of the shooting.
As friends and family gathered Monday night to remember the victim from Friday's Home Depot shooting, a familiar face caught on camera by our crews. Sheila Agee, the mother of shooting suspect Keith Agee, was seen in attendance. Not long after this, she was arrested and charged with principal to first-degree murder.
I don't know that I'm aware of one that.
This to me right there is like, man, but you knew he was on his way. I want to see the footage in the store after he ran out. Were they like, who was that? Oh my God, who was that? Did you see the guy? Did you see? If there's anybody who saw anything, go to the left. If you didn't see anything, go to the right. The initial Home Depot parking lot, like they said, the body cam footage, that's what I would like to see. How much acting did she do? Was she over there like she was in a Tubi movie? Oh my God, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I barely saw, I felt some wind past me and I didn't know who it was.
That kind of took this particular type of a turn. They filled me in that, hey, we've got, there's someone else involved in this thing. And okay, that happens a lot. Rarely does it involve the mother. Rarely does it involve the mother that's actually at the scene and that actually gave a ride to the victim.
Sheriff Chip Simmons telling me today that both Agee and the victim, Brooklyn Sims, rode to work together on the day of the shooting. Domestic cases like this aren't uncommon, the sheriff says. What is rare, though, is the mother-son connection.
His mother was apparently at the store. His mother was also employed, the victim in this case. And again, as they started to tell me what these text messages said, I was in disbelief. I cannot believe that this individual is not just, cooperating with her son, but also appeared to be arranging it, helping him out and letting him know exactly where he needs to go.
Keith Agee said he was going to kill Sims. Agee telling his mother in a text, "I can't take it," expletive. According to Sims' family members, the two had been involved in a rocky relationship. Sheila Agee appeared to egg on her son. One text says, quote,
"If you don't come kill her, you a-"
Another reads,
"I'll give you the address here,"
meaning Pensacola.
"and you can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of your daughter."
The apparent plan? To get Sims in Sheila Agee's car. This text reads,
"Don't shoot at my car. I don't want to die. Wait till I put her out."
Telling her son she doesn't care what he does, just quote, "Don't shoot me." The messages continue, with each telling one another to delete the text, with Sheila saying, "Hold up, let me get it erased, the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you." Deputies were still able to recover and share some of them.
Is there one message that really set things apart?
I think the one that gets me is don't shoot at my car. I'm gonna be in my car. Don't be careful. Don't shoot my car. Don't shoot me. And he says, "I won't." It's just that cold reality of what you're reading. And the intent that was involved there. I think that's really the most shocking part.
And of course, we've had team coverage on the shooting since Friday. You can see all of the stories from the shooting, identifying the victim and the text message exchange between the suspect and mother on our website, weartv.com.
Tonight, the family of the woman who was killed in that Home Depot shooting in Pensacola on Friday, Brooklyn Sims. Her family is reacting to the text messages we showed you at the top of the newscast. Andrea Ramey spoke to them earlier today and has a look at the accused shooter's troubled history.
He was, choking her. And
Brooklyn's. Why was she at those people's house, ma'am? Why was she over there?
Sims' cousin, Roxana Roberson, says the first time 20-year-old Keith Agee became physically violent with Brooklyn, she was pregnant with their now 22-month-old daughter, Casey.
The first incident was pretty aggressive, which was why she initially got.
So she was 18 when she died. The baby was 22 months. Brooklyn was 18. The child is 22 months. She was probably 15 years old dealing with domestic violence. Why was she living? Why didn't someone, and maybe she didn't want to go, but she's also a minor. All you have to do is say she's a runaway, get the sheriff, and bring her to the house. This is not a fully formed adult. It's okay, she's a runaway. I need my child. File charges against the adult in the home for harboring a missing teen and keep it pushing. The child's not even an adult. And if he's 2 years older, at a certain point, it could have been a statutory rape situation. If she was under, I don't know what the ages are in Florida for consent, but maybe consent's not an issue, but the fact that you're a runaway could have been an issue or something like that. They could have got her out the house.
At the protective order.
Roxana says Brooklyn hadn't seen Keith since Casey was 2 months old, when again, she says he erupted in anger.
He destroyed the windows and he threw a glass and destroyed the TV.
Other women described similar menacing and threatening behavior in 2 separate protection from abuse orders filed against Keith earlier.
Oh, so he's a known woman abuser.
This year, one woman wrote in her petition to the court that Keith pushed her, stomped on her, and destroyed her property. She said he was also threatening to shoot her mother. Police say Keith pulled the trigger Friday and murdered the mother of his daughter while she was working at Home Depot.
They haven't had any contact for quite a while, so that's another reason that the family was shocked that this happened.
How do you say he hadn't had contact? Little do you know, ma'am, they had just spent the weekend together. That's why he was accusing her of burning him. Meanwhile, that's not true. You're not up to date on your own niece.
Taking place.
Okay.
Roxana says what's more shocking are the text exchanges police released between Keith and his mother, Sheila, who drove Brooklyn to work and worked alongside her Friday. Brooklyn's sister tells us she FaceTimed with Brooklyn and Sheila while they were on a work break 2 hours before the shooting. She says everyone was laughing and talking about their weekend plans of taking Casey to the splash pad. Plans that text messages reveal Sheila knew weren't going to happen.
And if you look at the text message, she's telling him, make sure that you don't shoot me. And if you don't shoot her, you are a bleeping. It's like she was almost daring her son to take someone else's life. Who does that?
Andrea Ramey.
Sheila Agee. Them Agee folks. That's who does that. The Agees. Okay. Is this the one I had lined up? This is not the one I had lined up. Hold on. Do we have time? It's 8:40 in Central Time. We'll save this one. Let me put this in my save for lunch break, okay? If it even, or deliberations. We don't know how long this is going to go. Okay. Let's go over here.
Jury selection begins Monday and the retrial of...
So, yeah, okay, they're going to talk about the first one that went to mistrial.
Sheila Agee, the woman accused of helping her son murder 18-year-old Brooklyn Sims in a Pensacola Home Depot store in 2023. The first trial for Agee ended in a mistrial after multiple incidents of misconduct with the jury. Tanner Stewart joins us live downtown with more on this upcoming trial. Tanner?
Bob, good evening. I spoke today with a few legal experts who say that jury selection this time around will likely be much more tedious given what we saw in November. Retired Judge Gary Burgash spoke today on the importance of being an honorable juror. Prosecutors say they have the evidence to prove Sheila Agee took part in the murder of Brooklyn Sims. Sheila's son, Keith Agee, was convicted in 2023 and sentenced to life in prison. But his mother's case took an unexpected turn last November when a juror was found doing a crossword puzzle multiple times during the trial. I spoke to that juror shortly after the mistrial.
Well, I didn't know that was a bad thing. I did not.
Ma'am, it takes concentration to do crossword puzzles. And if you're concentrating, you can't be concentrating on the facts of the case and concentrating on a 10-letter word for, I don't know, a 10-letter word that fits in, 10, in 7 down. Okay. And really grasp what's going on.
I do that when I concentrate. I have something and I'm listening.
Ma'am, the demonstration of this is absolutely fugazi. Listen to her. I'm not going to interrupt. Yeah, she's like, when she's concentrating, she can concentrate on 2 things at the same time. I didn't. And look, girl, she has on her purple suit with her blouse.
I didn't know that was a bad thing.
I didn't know that was a bad
I did not do it.
thing.
I do that when I concentrate. I have something and I'm listening. I'm listening. You couldn't see the bench or the witness stand very well because it was dark. But I could hear it. I was listening and that's just the way I do. I just do that. And I had no idea. And then when they told me that I wasn't supposed to do it, I stopped. And then today, when we went in the jury room, I had another crossword puzzle.
After the first trial was derailed, prosecutors are gearing up for a retrial set to begin next week.
Have to retry it. It is frustrating, and it just really is. It's disappointing and it's unfortunate.
Retired Escambia County Judge Gary Burgash weighed in on the mishaps from the first trial, saying the whole issue costs not only taxpayer dollars, but significant time as well.
If there's a mistrial because of juror misconduct or behavior, we've just wasted tons of time for our jurors. And guess what? If people don't come to jury duty, we lose our way of life. But I've never seen somebody work a crossword puzzle or do something like that.
The new judge will likely spend more time explaining the gravity of jury duty. Legal experts say attorneys on both sides will likely ask more pointed questions during selection, hoping to weed out anyone not fully committed.
If you can't serve, you need to let us know, and you need to pay attention. You need to pay attention. These are very serious matters. Somebody has been killed. Somebody's alleged to have done it. We know there's probable cause they did it. They've been arrested.
While exact costs of a retrial are hard to pin down, legal experts say each mistrial burns significant taxpayer resources and forces grieving families to relive painful events.
You've got victims involved, you've got defendants involved, and everyone has a right to a fair trial. We're going to lose our way of life if we lose the jury system in our criminal cases, and maybe even in our civil cases as well.
Neither the state attorney's office or Sheila Agee's attorney had any comment on this case. This trial is set to gear up starting next week. Reporting live tonight, downtown Pensacola, I'm Tanner Stewart.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Want to let you know the jury is coming in. It appears we have a verdict in the Lawrence Doherty trial. Let's listen in.
I was like, Lawrence Doherty? We're not over watching Lawrence Doherty. Oh, that was my bad. Okay. I must have clicked on the wrong thing. I'm like, Lawrence Doherty? No. Okay, let me take this out the queue. Those. They should be starting soon. Okay, here we go. Is this day 2? Girl, we finished right on time. Look at us. Look at you. Look at us. Okay. Court's starting now. We were early before, but we're on time now. Let me set my little stuff up. Okay, guys, we're live in Pensacola where the time is on Central, okay? And we were early, but we got to get caught up, so that's a good thing. What did we miss? Not much. I guess the judge came in. I don't think they've even called anything to order. She's probably like, "Look, I hope Mr. Ackerman got a good night of sleep. I hope he reviewed his notes." So if you're not caught up, yesterday, the the prosecution rested.
3379B.
Okay, she's the me.
State's present, defendant is present with counsel. And just for the court reporter, I'll ask the counsel state your names again, starting with the state.
Bridget Myers-Jensen for the state.
Alvin Myers for the state.
David Ackerman for the defense.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any matters we need to address before we bring the jury up this morning?
Judge, Mr. Myers and I had an opportunity to look at the text messages that Mr. Ackerman wants to use. We let him know last night we have no objection. Our only issue was the copy that he provided us, the text didn't translate, like it had pound signs for some of the letters. So we then sent him like the bubble text messages, like we moved into evidence. They are going to use those. We have no objection. Right now, our legal assistant is getting them in a format so that Mr. Ackerman can publish them like we did ours. So that's going to take for a minute.
Okay.
And my office is on the way back. I came over without the paper copy of them to enter into evidence.
Okay, and so do you anticipate you'll call back Investigator Martinez to move those in?
Are you going to call back?
I rested.
State rested. I'm going to call him, Judge, and just ask him if he recalls testimony yesterday, et cetera. These are the same. And although they came previous, and publish them. State has no objection.
Okay, so he's your witness to get the exhibit in. That's what I was asking. Okay, and do you have a proposed time of when he needs to be here? Have y'all talked to him?
We have. Here at 9.
Okay, great. Anything else from the state?
From the state, Judge, I handed the court a copy of jury instructions we started working on yesterday. The only addition I saw that we needed to add was on count 1 and the lessers, is to include the language "or her accomplice." I think that's in line with what the principal instruction and what her charge is.
Mr. Ackerman, any objection to the language being added?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And we'll go through them one more time, certainly before we have Miranda get some copies for us, for the jurors. Okay, Mr. Ackerman, anything from the defense that we need to discuss this morning? Anything else?
I don't believe so, Judge. The state is rested. We're going to call the officer, call Keith Agee, Jack Schaefer, Thelma Rivers, and the defendant.
Okay, so you do intend to call 5 witnesses?
Y'all,
You intend to call 5 witnesses?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all, Keith is getting up to testify. Sheila gonna testify. What? Y'all. Okay. That's what I was trying to queue up, was his testimony. I guess we're gonna see what Keith is giving. I had looked him up yesterday in the Florida Department of Corrections, and they said he was not in custody by virtue of a court order. And that was the clue, like, ooh, Keith might be on the road. He might be going to see mama at the courthouse. Okay. All right, guys, let's get into it. It's going to be a interesting day. Okay. Get your coffee, get your breakfast. All right, let's get back into it. Hold on a second. Y'all.
And it sounded like you intend to call Miss Agee last.
Yes.
Okay. Then what I will probably do is just wait until right before she testifies to go through the inquiry with her and make sure it's a freely knowing and voluntary decision to testify at that time.
Your Honor, I brought it up yesterday evening. Two of the witnesses, the defendant's mother and her other son, we took their depositions. We'll have some objections based on the deposition, since mostly going to be along the lines of hearsay, what the defendant told them or what Keith told them, obviously is hearsay. Also as to any opinions as to what her intent could be or what the meaning of the messages were. I don't think they're in a position to testify to that. So just so the court's aware.
Okay.
Judge, to the contrary, we believe that their testimony is extremely relevant material to the essence of what this case is all about. But I'll let you rule on an individual basis. I'm sure that's what you're thinking.
Yes, sir. I mean, it sounds like they believe maybe some of the testimony would be speculative, and, you know, certainly they can make the objections they feel are appropriate, and I'll rule on them. And so I'll just ask that if there is something, Mr. Myers, you believe is objectionable, if you will just make a concise legal basis for your objection. If I need more information, I'll just ask counsel to approach the bench so it's not in front of the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you know the two witnesses are in the courtroom right now, Judge?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Just so you know, I'm sorry.
Okay. So that.
Well, they said that there was a sequester for witnesses yesterday. It's like, did she need to say it 2 times in a row as the defense attorney? Why would you not know to have your witnesses sit outside when she told them yesterday that they didn't need to be in the courtroom? Come on now. Sir is a mess.
Jack and Thelma are here.
Yeah, Jack Schaefer and Thelma.
Okay.
And they're prepared to go outside if, once we start.
Anything
So the mama's in there. Okay.
else from the defense?
Right now, Your Honor, what I can think of.
Were they instructed on the rule?
They were.
I mean, I certainly can bring them up and just confirm with them that they understand. And that
Yeah,
they,
you
because
wanna
I
bring them
don't
up?
recall seeing them yesterday, so I think I will go ahead and bring them up and just explain to them. If the
Come
two
up,
of you will
please.
please come up for me. Oh, right there is fine. Yeah. Just, okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you will state your name for me, sir. Okay, you spell your last name?
SCHAFFER.
Okay, and your name, ma'am? Rivers? Okay, RIVERS. Okay, so yesterday the rule of sequestration has been invoked, and what that means is that you'll be excluded from the courtroom except during the time where you're giving your testimony. You may not discuss the case or your testimony among yourselves or with anyone else. You may, however, discuss your testimony with counsel for either party, one witness at a time. Okay. And a violation of this direction could subject you to contempt of court, or also may disqualify you from testifying as a witness in this case. Do you understand that instruction? Okay. I'm going to now ask that you step outside until you're called to testify. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mom still has blonde hair. Look at mom waving to her daughter. Mom is moving. Look at the stride in her step. You got a 52-year-old daughter. Mom's got to be 70. Okay. In her 70s. Maybe, girl. 52. Girl, is she 68? Do you imagine? Hey, Dennis, what's good? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sheila is mad. Don't be mad because Thelma's in her good cream suit.
And I instructed our court deputy to have lunch again here around noon, and we'll see where we are.
Judge, Mr. Martinez is in the courthouse and he's downstairs, so he should be up shortly.
I'm not sure who Jack Schaefer was. He's got 5 witnesses. So Thelma is the grandmama. Okay, that's Miss Sheila's mother, the lady with the blonde hair. Jack Schaefer, I'm not sure who that was. Did he say? We're gonna find out. Keith is coming. Keith is doing life without parole on the murder of Brooklyn. He was already he already had his trial. And who else did they say? I'm not sure who else is. Maybe her other son. So yeah, we're going on. We're getting ready to go.
And Mr. Ackerman, were you planning to call him first, maybe so he can get back to?
I was, Your Honor, but I think we need the paper copies of the.
And your assistant's still on his way with them?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have a witness though you're prepared to call, but until you're ready to call the investigator Martinez?
Keith Agee is downstairs.
Oh.
And
Oh.
Client's here and the other 2 witnesses.
Okay, so you're prepared to get started.
Well, I would like to call Mr. Martinez first.
Come on.
Do you have an approximate time of when you may have those messages here?
Any minute.
Okay.
Might be
That's
back
not a
in.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have the jurors here? And they're in the jury room? Okay. All right.
I mean, Mr. Ackerman, we got to work on our time management, sir. Poor Mr. Ackerman. He looks like he was up late. I know he's not still working full-time caseload. That's got to be, Girl, I do not miss work clothes at all. I do not miss sensible shoes. I do not miss my office blazer. I do not miss my array of office sweaters.
So do you need me to get that podium turned on for you?
Miss Piggy's locked in. Yes.
You just let me know.
I couldn't, when I on Monday or Sunday, I think whatever day it was, when I was deciding like what's going to happen this week, I just I wasn't up for another dismemberment case right after we already saw Maxwell Anderson. You know what I mean? I'm still sort of sad. I still have some sadness on me from Sheila Scarborough and Sade Robinson. I couldn't do it. I just could not do it. I feel bad for Brooklyn and her family, but I couldn't do it. Sheila Scarborough, I watched the press conference that Sheila and the daddy had after the verdict, and it was really nice just to see a smile on her face a little bit, because she said, I'm not going to lie, I do appreciate that we got justice, because some families don't even get this far. I still feel sad for her. That lady's grief is really transferable. Like, it transferred over, and I'm not normally consider myself to be any sort of an empath or anything like that. But it's very much felt, her grief. It's so sad. And so I didn't want to do it. I just didn't want to. It's an interesting case. I just didn't want to deal with another dismemberment case. That's just too much.
Excellent. Thank you.
We're ready on our end. If you could just test the screen, please.
It's on the lectern from display source. So is everything keyed up on the computer?
Oh, no. Where's your? Right here.
I wonder if the screen needs to be turned on. Anyway, I mean, everything says it's on.
So we have them, we took the first one and we have them ready.
Oh, you. There it is. These are not in color. I thought they are. It's just that first.
You see Mr. Ackerman still using folders? I mean, not that there's anything wrong with folders, but he's using those folders, like charting folders, the ones with the two holes on top and the two metal clips that go down and multiple sections, like they used to use those in hospitals. Oh, you know what? I think we have a little extra time. Let's see. Okay, so they're getting the text messages and everything. Let's see. All right, let's.
3.13 room.
Judge, there's no live.
There isn't. Okay.
And it has a lock on it, so.
Okay.
Security's comfortable. I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Guys, if you're just now coming in, we were about an hour early, but we got caught up. We had some conversation. The jury's just now coming in. This area of the country's on Central Time, which will explain why they went after 5 o'clock yesterday, because it wasn't 5 for them. So Keith Agee is going to testify. Sheila's going to testify. Sheila's mother's testifying. The detective is testifying. That's 4. And then there's somebody named Jack Schaefer, and I'm not sure who that was. So it's Martinez, the detective, Jack Schaefer, Thelma Rivers, Keith Agee, who is the one who actually shot and is convicted of killing Brooklyn. And then we've got Sheila, who was on trial, who was down in the corner. So if you're just coming in, you didn't really miss anything, but you can scroll back to the beginning. At lunchtime, we watched a couple of stories to get caught up and talked about the day yesterday. And but they're getting ready to get started now.
Welcome back. I'll let the record reflect the jury's been seated. State's present, defendant is present with counsel. Looks like we've changed up the seating arrangements a little bit today, except for Miss Rom, who needs to be on the end there. And so I wanted to just let you know there's no assigned seats. You can sit wherever you'd like, though there's not really any empty seats. So make sure you're seated somewhere where you are able to see and hear everything. Well, thank you all for being on time. We've been just working on a few things, so we're ready to get started this morning. Is everyone feeling okay and able to sit for the case today? Has anything happened since we adjourned last night that has affected your ability to sit on the case and give your full attention to the case? Okay. Has everybody continued to follow the rule and you have not discussed the case with anyone? Did anybody see any news coverage, whether local news, national news, Pensacola News Journal, anything like that? See anything about the case? And I'm seeing everybody nodding that they have not. Okay. All right, so everybody's ready to proceed? Okay. Mr. Ackerman, the defense would like to call your first witness.
Thank you. Defense's first witness, Lionel Martinez.
Oh, yes. While Investigator Martinez is coming in, our court deputy's going to pass out your notepads. Should have your first name on that front page. And then we'll give you some pencils as well.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Mr. Martinez, you've previously been placed under oath. You remain under oath, sir, if you want to have a seat.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And we're just giving the jurors a moment to get their notepads and pencils together. Okay, does everybody have their notepad and pencil and ready to go? Okay, Investigator Martinez, I will ask that you state your name again for the record and spell your first.
Martinez.
You may inquire.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, sir.
Thanks for coming. You'll recall yesterday you testified regarding text messages that you were in possession of between Keith and Sheila Agee from the August 11th, 2023 date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we then discussed other texts that might be available, and you testified to the effect that, you were aware they were there, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
May I approach you?
You may.
Okay. This is a compilation of text beginning very few, but I think July. Then there's a quick one. This is from 2023, and they go in where the state and I have already gone over these, and they have no objection to you reading these into the record.
Mr. Ackerman, let's just identify the exhibit. This is Defense Composite Exhibit 1.
Yeah, what I've handed you is Defense's Composite Exhibit number 1, sir. And please take your time and review it. And we're going to present them on the screen. So you'll have it on your screen. So if there's any questions you have while we're doing this, please bring it to our attention.
Your Honor, we have no objection to Mr. Ackerman's exhibit.
Okay, so at this time you move Defense
this time I
Composite
move
Exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes.
It'll be so admitted, a state has no objection, and when he's ready, you have permission to publish the exhibit.
And we would like.
You may proceed. Mr. Ackerman, for the court reporter, it looks like there's messages, one block or bubbles in green, one's in blue. Can we have Investigator Martinez identify who the message is sent from? So the record's clear?
Yes. The green is Sheila.
And the blue?
Is Keith.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You may proceed, sir.
Sheila, are you on your way? If so, I'll keep her. If not, I'm about to take her home. Keith, I'm coming up 48 now. Keith, about to be in Movico in Amen. Sheila, okay, we go into Lori's right quick. I'll meet you at the house. Marco is there. I'm getting her some fries. Keith, okay. Sheila, are you keeping her tonight? Keith, yes. Sheila, she's shit. You can come get her now so I can clean up. Keith, yeah, I'm coming. I just got out the shower. Sheila, okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing.
Yes, sir. Sir, we'll have to just get that information from the witness, okay? Jurors have not been permitted to ask questions, but I assume now that the attorneys know that's an issue that somebody will ask that question, okay, sir?
Can y'all see where it says user deleted? Message deleted, user deleted it.
Yes, sir.
So this message is from July 4th. Can y'all see that? July 4th, 2023. And it was deleted on 8/11. It's like she deleted her whole thread with her son, AKA my baby. Y'all see that?
Okay. May I ask what was my last message that I read, please?
I think we're on this one. You agree?
Okay. Sheila, July the 4th, 2013 at 12:20 p.m.
What?
Oh, 23, sorry. Okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing. Keith, Casey coming? That's July 8th, 2023 at 3:59 p.m. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 4:02 p.m. No, because she's too frisky, wearing a damn mini dress, sucking a fucking bottle. Sheila, she need a whipping. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 4:05 p.m. Don't worry, her daddy got her one, his t-shirts to give her. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 4:05. Touch my baby, we're gonna put your ass in a old home. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 4:05, LOL. Sheila. There's no response, but it's July 8th, 2023. July 8th, 2023, Sheila, I just woke up. Let me get up and I'll call and see if they home. Keith, July 8th, 2023. Okay. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:23 p.m. 2 question marks. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:25 p.m. No answer. Marco gone in my car right now. Got to wait till he gets back. July 8th, 2023 at 5:26. Keith, fuck it, then forget it. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:26 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:26 p.m. I can't make her answer the phone, but whatever. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27 p.m. But you let her hold my baby, and I barely get to see her. T.S. Cool though. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27. Make excuses and all for her. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:32 p.m. I let her hold your baby. How you figure I let her do anything? I'm not Brooklyn's mama, and I ain't made a excuse for her. Y'all are her parents. Y'all need to communicate with each other about your child. I'm not a hostage negotiator, and I can't. No, I'm not going to get her and take her home every time I have things I have to do. You can be mad or whatever, but y'all need to grow up. It's not about y'all, it's about Casey. I'm done. A lot for Casey before you decide to be daddy, and I'm done. It caused you were her daddy. You're my child, my baby, but you're her daddy. And don't know where all this disrespect from you is coming from, but regardless of what kind of mother you think I was, I'm still your mama. And I had enough of it. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:34 p.m. MF have MFs around my baby that talk about killing me, then text me, tell Casey, be safe, SB. Can only take so much. And that ain't nothing. I pose to be a mama gambling and street running and following behind a nigga ain't stuff to do. Keith, July 7th or July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. Then you send MF money to smoke, and yes, you did. I literally told you that she was at Chuckle Cheese. I saw her myself. Sheila, July.
Is Chuck E. Cheese? Chuck E. Cheese is the club for kids, though. What did he mean by that? Like, is Chuck E. Cheese supposed to be a bad place for her to be taking the kid? Like, and then the detective. I know that these text messages are challenging to read because I read some of them yesterday and they were not easy to get through. But I would think that he should be really, really familiar with these text messages. But hey, we're gonna give him some grace.
8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. There's nothing in that message. Keith response, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35. Also, there's no response there. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. I send her money for Casey. How do you think she gets diapers, food, and clothes? But I'm grown, and I'm not trying to explain to another grown person nothing about his child. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. When you respect me, you will get respect. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:36 p.m. Her mama TF.
I think what these messages are saying to me is that there were sideline conversations regarding Brooklyn's version of parenting and the underlying situation between he and his mother. So they're arguing about how Brooklyn is doing things and she's telling him you need to talk to Brooklyn about that. But it's also demonstrating his bad relationship with his mother. So they have issues too. But he wants her, he feels like she has some sort of influence over Brooklyn. And maybe because you're living at your grandmother's house, living your life, and she's living with your mother, where she should really be at her people's house.
Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:37 p.m. You ain't got to respect me. That's fine. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:37 p.m. Sorry asses, I blame you just as much as her, because you let the shite go, but say something about what you have a problem with, or if you want case.
It's bruh. Okay, it's bruh. You let the shit go on. He doesn't even, it's like you're a detective in the serious crimes unit and you're not up on, I mean, bruh, it's not buh. It's
You will do a lot to get her. So yeah, you do that.
it seems like Martinez doesn't even understand what he's reading. So I don't know. Maybe they didn't, I don't it doesn't seem like they really he's really understanding, gosh, that he's really understanding what he's reading.
Check for yourself. Sheila.
And I mean, it is also a little bit of shorthand too. You know, for lack of a better word, they're definitely kind of abbreviating. It's a little bit of you know, shorthand in a way, but you know, the way he's reading it, I don't know that he got the full gist of what she was saying.
2023, 5:39 p.m. Just don't disrespect me, and I won't disrespect you, and we good. I can't act like you don't exist, and you can do the same. No harm, no foul. And yes, I do shit for myself. And yes, when I want her, I go and get her. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. When she put that restraining order up, you picked your side.
Oh, I thought he had bruh, BRUH, but okay, if it was but, I'm not gonna split hairs. I thought it was bruh, BRUH. I didn't see the word. I heard him because yesterday he was saying buh, and it was bruh. Keith is dumb because it should be bruh. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought he was saying. I don't know, girl.
July 8th, 2023, 5:30.
That's exactly what I thought he was saying.
I'm done with it, and have a nice day.
They're just sitting here. This whole thing to me is them arguing about Brooklyn and him calling her a low down dirty mother, and him qualifying the reason, like basically saying that I'll respect you when you respect me. He doesn't feel like his mom respects him because she lets Brooklyn do anything, but Brooklyn is not her child. This is stupid. These are some dummies.
Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. But swear we just need to grow up. It was never me. It was always her. But like I said, I promise it's good night. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:40 p.m. You too. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:40 p.m. Thank you. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 6:42 p.m. Give me her number. I'ma call. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 6:43 p.m. 251-22-5622. Sheila, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. Brooklyn said, what time you getting badass tomorrow? Her phone is off. Keith, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. She told me to call her mama number. We already talked. Sheila, July 28, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 28, 2023, 6:21 p.m. She called me back and asked me to ask you what time you were coming, said you didn't tell her. Keith, July 28, 2023, 6:21 p.m., around 11. Sheila, July 28, 2023, 6:21 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 29th, 2023 at 10:58 a.m. On your way to get Casey, will you stop and get this phone? Keith, July 29th, 2023, 11:04 a.m. I'm already 15:20 from Citro. Brooklyn said she a ride back with me and we a stop grab it. Sheila, July 30th, 2023 at 3:33 p.m. Tell Brooklyn I will pick her up at 7 in the morning to be ready because we can't be late. Keith, July 30th, 2023 at 4:04 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 2:08 p.m. I tried to call Brooklyn. She ain't answered and she ain't been texting me. I think she gave me some. Can you tell her call me? Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 2:09 p.m. I just want to talk. I ain't mad. She just been dodging me since I dropped her off, and I want to know, is that the reason why? Sheila, August 3rd, 2023, 2:41 p.m. Okay, baby. She's in the car, and I'm closing out the store. I'll call you before I go to the car. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 2:41 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:37 p.m. Send me $11 on Cash App, RQ. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:40 p.m. Send me your Cash App. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:40 p.m. $FFG_CEO. Keith, August 3rd at 3:40 p.m. NVM, I got it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:41 p.m. Okay, I'm about to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:41. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:01 p.m. You know what? It ain't even worth it if she do me like that. After I've been nice to her, it's cool. I'm not gonna hold no grudge. I just don't want to deal with her no more. I'll just text her mama when I go pick Casey up. That's just messed up though. Sheila, 8/3/2023, 4:14 p.m. She's trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:17 p.m. It ain't even worth it. Ain't this point, I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about some like I just expect better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 p.m. Thank you. At 4:18 p.m. Ain't even worth it. Ain't no point. I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about something like that. I just expected better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 p.m. Like I said, that shot just hurt me, but I'll get over it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:19 p.m. She said she hasn't got any calls from you, and I didn't even tell her to call you. I swear, when I walked out, she said, call Keith for me. I said, he's been trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:20 p.m. And there's an image attached. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:20 p.m. She hung it up. I thought she was still at work. It was 6:30 in the waving. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:21 p.m. evening. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:22 p.m. I was waiting on her to call me Monday. She said she would then, never did, so I waited because I wanted to ask her because I was burning a little. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 p.m. Another attachment. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 p.m. That was the only thing she texted. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:55 p.m. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they said I got symptoms from gonorrhea and LK or IK. I only mess with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:55 p.m. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they say I got symptoms for gonorrhea and IK. I only messed with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 p.m. Okay. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 p.m. When your test comes back, I ain't saying nothing. I'm going to let you tell her when you find out. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:58 p.m. IDK. If I can honestly even speak to her, if it come back that I got some, I'm on a better path right now, trying to handle situations better, but I wouldn't even know how to handle that one. August 3rd, 2023, 5:37 p.m. Sheila. You on a good path with a good job and a good future, a beautiful daughter, and the best Mimi in the world. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 p.m. I forgot I got some stuff to handle this weekend. I'll pick her up next Friday, or you can. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 6:46 p.m. Somebody owe me $150 for having to leave work, and best believe I'ma get me by any means. RN, you can pass the word along or whatever. TS, don't make no sense. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:47 p.m. I done played nice with that bitch to still talk shag to me and then say she mad at me, even though I'm mad. I still kept my cool and I didn't go there with her, but she still wanted to keep up, so that's all I'm saying. Sheila, August 4, 2023, 6:48 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:51 p.m. Make sure you tell her, because I'm tired of you getting on my AHS. Then treat her like she your child and don't do nothing wrong. You can at least do that. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:55 p.m. I do still get done wrong when it's poised to be okay, but when I do wrong, it's all hell. August 4, 2023, 6:55 p.m. Sheila. I'm going to tell her, but I get on your ass because you're muy calm and I love you and I don't want nothing to happen to you. I don't have to care about what she does. You will always be no baby, no matter what. Keith, August 4, 2023, 6:56 p.m. You don't treat me like it. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 p.m. Hell, you cut me off cuss me out and say, fuck my feelings. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 p.m. You care about other people. If I care for SB and they get done wrong, best believe the person that done went wrong getting fucked up or getting nothing from at all. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:58 p.m. I'm saying, Mama, it seemed like you put EVB before me at this point, and then you play cool with me as long as I don't say nothing or do some, but SB, that do some to me, that shy ain't fair. August 4th, 2023, 7 p.m. Keith, you don't say nothing to her, then give her money, hell, and a ride to work. I really wish to switch roles if possible, because she reap all the benefits with no repercussions. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:14 p.m. Yes, I do. But you want to try to buck me and me grown. You will never be grown to me as long as you live. You was really the only child I had that I kept with me. No matter what I done, you was by my side. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:17 p.m. Then why you ain't with me now? I stuck with you through it all. It was poised to be us against the world, and you changed that. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. You do more for Brooklyn or won your BFS than me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. Keith, I like Brooklyn, but I love you. I can think about something you like Val as a person, but you love Kaya. If Val goes off and gets drunk and ducks, then meet, you know it's wrong, but you can still laugh and talk with Val because you like her, but don't love her. Let Kai do it and see what you do. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:20 p.m. You a damn lie. I give you anything, MF thing you ask me for and always have. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:21 p.m. That I could. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can you say you love me if YK, she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day when Bo Hale was playing with you at Popo house. I was fitting kill. I was literally backing the car up out the window to shoot him. Only thing save him was you, because you TOL me not to. If I can go so hard to that extent, we can't. You at least not FW with FW the MFS. I don't, out of respect. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:23 p.m. I don't know. She gave you nothing. You told me yesterday you was at the doctor getting tested, and I hadn't talked to you since then. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. Mama, I ain't never in my life on Casey, my soul, and the good Lord above had none. It scared TS out of me when I saw yellow stuff coming out me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. And as far as give her a ride, I have to. That's my job. She's not the only person I give a ride to. I pick up 5 people every week. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. What did DR say? Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. I had to literally call Emmanuel because I couldn't talk to NBLs that don't make no sense. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:25 p.m. They hoping it come back a UTI, but it's looking like gonorrhea. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:25 p.m. 2 images. Keith, August 4th, 2023 p.m. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. They prescribed me antibiotics and gave me a shot in the butt and said, if it is that, then it will handle it. And we tell you to come back if it's something else. Sheila, August 4th, 2023 at 7:28 p.m. I'm not trying to take up for her baby, but symptoms of gonorrhea don't show up that fast, baby. It's got to be a UTI unless it's bullhead clap and your dick will swell up really big. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They said three things. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They tested for. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:29 p.m. Give me 1 min. My boss just called. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I hope it come back a UTI. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I really do, because I ain't never had none, and I ain't trying to start none. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:31 p.m. LOL, I think it is a UTI, but we will see. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:32 p.m. I'm praying it is. Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 2:59 a.m. It's a UTI, baby, an attachment. Keith, August 5th, 2023 at 5:52 a.m. Okay, I'm thinking that because it's only been 2 days and it ain't nothing going on. You can tell Brooklyn I'm sorry like I tried to tell you and her. I didn't want to believe it was her. I just know I ain't messed with nobody. I felt she still didn't have to act that way with me. If I kept my cool with her and asked her, can she keep it to a calm level? Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 6:31 p.m. a.m. You aren't right. You are right. That's only fair. Keith, August 6th, 2023, 6:47 p.m. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her up. If they're going to do a lap, then I try to get her and drop her off. Keith, August 6, 2023, 7:16 p.m. I had to blow they phone up just to get into contact, and they see me calling, they just decline it. Sheila, August 6, 2023 at 9:10 p.m. I'll talk to Brooklyn about that. That's bullshit. Keith, August the 6th, 2023 at 9:13 p.m. Please, because I had to get Kai to call and they still wouldn't answer. Then wanted to look mad when I dropped her off. I'm cool that she mad, but we still need to do better for Casey. Sheila, August the 6th, 2023 at 9:15 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 6:07 p.m. Y. WYD. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. Heading to the house. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8 p.m. Text Brooklyn and tell her unblock me. I want to talk to her. I want to just ask her, can we put that past us, and apologize or some, because I don't want to mess up trying to see Casey more and stuff. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:01 p.m. I realize it's stupid compared to how it was going, spending time with Casey, and I ain't trying to mess it up. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:04 p.m. Okay, I'll try to call her. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:04 p.m. Okay. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. I called, she didn't answer, so I texted her and told her to call me. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 9th, 7:52 a.m. She ain't never text you back? Question mark. Sheila, August the 9th, 2023 at 8:08 a.m. No, I'll text her again in a minute. Keith, August the 9th, 2023, 8:08 a.m. Okay. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:36 a.m. It's an image. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:37 a.m. She gave me gonorrhea.
You're done with your questions for Investigator Martinez? Okay. Nothing. Okay, is he free to go now? Would you like him to remain available?
We may need to have rebuttal. so
Okay,
you
just remain available by phone. And
Yes.
again, don't discuss your testimony.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. I wanted to make sure the jurors remember, yesterday I instructed that anything that's submitted as an exhibit, you will get to take back with you. So the only, it's, when it's published, that's not the only time you'll see the exhibit. I just want to make sure you remembered that. Everybody still doing okay? Ready to continue? Okay, Mr. Ackerman, call your next witness. Okay, and while they were getting him, if I could just see counsel briefly at the bench.
Y'all, Keith is stupid. I'm just going to say that. There's very different symptoms. Okay, girl, he got on his white, and so there's no confusion of who's a prisoner.
Just make sure you speak into the mic.
Okay, here's Keith Agee. There's no clinic or doctor's office that's going to send you off with a treatment for a UTI if they think you've got gonorrhea, or for gonorrhea if they think you have a UTI. Those are two very different things. I think he just was lying the whole time. I think he just was mad because Brooklyn was playing him to the left. She was moving on with her life. Maybe she wasn't even staying at Sheila's house anymore. Maybe she was in between her and her mother's house. I think he felt like he was losing control over Brooklyn. Not to mention, she had a restraining order. She was not obligated to pick up the phone. And it seems like Sheila basically put herself in that relationship to be the mediator or message taker, whatever. So that's her own fault, that she decided to get involved in her son's personal life. Okay, let's hear Keith's testimony.
Swear affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
If you'll have a seat, Mr. Agee. And if you will, just make sure you speak into the microphone. If you'll state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Keith Eric Agee, Agee.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You know, You just stated your name. We know where you are.
Yes, sir.
You've been convicted of murder.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir. You came and talked to me, Mr. Myers, Ms. Jensen. All y'all came and talked to me. I'm here for my testimony.
Because you've known your mother all your life, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance in your trial to view the context of the text between you and your mother on August the 11th.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
You've had a chance to think about things.
Of course, yes, sir.
In the context of those texts, and any time in your life, has your mother ever said anything to you, motivated you, enticed you, wanted you, manipulated you to, or anything else to take Brooklyn Sims' life?
No, sir. I fully believe with 100% that my mother loved Brooklyn and she would never want that.
Sustain.
Would your mother ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn?
Sustain.
Did you ever think for 1 minute that your mother wanted you to hurt Brooklyn?
No, sir. Not in a million years.
Is there anything your mother could have done to convince you not to do what you wanted to do when it comes down to, well, just that?
No, sir. I have my own mind, and once I have something set on my mind, I'm kind of stuck to it. So the only thing that, the way that day played out was the only way that day could have played out. She could have not stopped me. No physical words, form, any type of way she could have prevented this. She did the best of her abilities. I feel that she did as a mother, knowing me, try to deter me and stop me.
I have no further questions.
Okay. The state may have some cross-exam, sir.
Mr. Agee, we've met several times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were convicted of first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're a convicted felon now.
Yes, sir.
I prosecuted you as well as Miss Jensen, correct?
Yes, sir.
That day of the homicide, when you came to Pensacola to kill Brooklyn, you didn't know where she was until your mother told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
You can step down, sir. Mr. Ackerman, your next witness?
Pensacola, Thelma Rivers.
Okay, Thelma Rivers. And before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you'll have a seat, Ms. Rivers, just make sure you speak up into the microphone so we can hear you. And if you will state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Thelma Arizona.
Hold on a second. Thelma and her mom, Thelma and Thelma and her daughter, Sheila, look like sisters. And take that however you want to take it. Keith was not a great witness. Keith was a good witness for the prosecution, but he wasn't a good witness for what's her name, because at the end of the day, no matter what you think, Sheila's actions did not line up with the actual sentiment of she didn't mean Brooklyn any harm, because if she didn't mean any harm to Brooklyn, then you gave the one bit of information that changed everything. Text messages, everything. At the end of the day, you sent not only just the address, but you sent a screenshot. You sent a whole entire screenshot with a picture, everything. You sent him all the information he needed to go and commit the murder of his daughter's mother on the job that she works with your mother. Okay, so boom.
Rivers, Rivers.
Good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
How old are you, ma'am? What's your date of birth?
October 14th, 1946. I'll be 79 this October.
And where do you live?
Fairfield, Alabama.
How long you lived there, ma'am?
My whole life.
And the dwelling you live in now is where you lived for how long?
I've been there about 38 years.
I guess generally, what is your relationship to Sheila's children? And let's start with first child.
Wallace.
Yeah.
I'm his grandmother.
Okay. See him every day, casually?
Oh, just casually, Wallace. He lives in Mobile.
Okay. And he's 35 years old?
Be 35 in August.
Okay. And then your next child?
Jack Daniel.
Yes. And relationship to him?
He's my grandson.
Okay. Where does he live?
He lives behind me in a trailer.
Okay. Same property?
Same property.
Okay. And basically, just a brief history. Did you raise him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sheila raise him?
She was in his life, his whole life, you know.
Okay. And when was he born? How old is he?
Jack is November the 22nd, 1992. So he'll be 33, right?
Okay.
33 is birthday.
And
next
will be Keith, but
Keith.
let's get back to him in a minute. We've got another child.
Keith Eric Agee and Kaya Cheyenne Agee, a girl.
Okay. And how old is she?
She's 16.
Okay. That's Sheila's youngest.
That's her youngest.
And she lived with you.
She lived with me up until this happened, and her daddy come got her. He brought the law and come got her away from me. But she stayed with me 15 years.
Relationship with her and her mother?
It was good.
Okay. Relationship Jack and his mother?
Oh, great.
Relationship Keith and his mother?
Off and on. They loved each other, but they had their ups and downs now.
Okay. And as far as Keith, living arrangement, did he live with you?
Yes, sir, most of the time.
Wait a second. So Jack Schaefer is Sheila's son? She got a bunch of kids that look like friends. I mean, these kids don't even look alike. And it seems like Thelma was raising everybody. She had the daycare over there with all of Sheila's kids. Sheila have a kid, drop it off. Notice how he said, did she raise her kids? And she said, well, she was in his life. She was in his life. And then after this happened, the younger sister, her daddy went and got her. She bought the law in and took her from me, but I had her for 15 years. Sheila is a no good baby making, drop them off to my mama's, let her claim them on the taxes, and raise up all my children. Okay. Looking like it's a daycare over there rather than kids that actually all are related.
Okay. And where else would he be, especially in his later years?
In his earlier years?
Well, especially his earlier years, he lived with you.
Yeah, until he got about 12 or 14, he moved in with his dad and stayed there about 2 years. But Sheila and his dad were separated, and he stayed there about 2 years. And then when he come back to live with me, he was a little bit out of control. And I would have to call Jack. Jack was in the service. That's his other brother. I'd have to call him sometimes and let him chastise him, you know.
Well, would you chastise him yourself?
Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah.
What would happen? How would that?
Well,
feel?
he might would leave and stay gone 3 or 4 days. Then he'd come back and tell me he was sorry. And everything be all right till something happen again.
He tell you he's sorry a lot of time?
A lot of time.
What kind of general personality did he have?
Keith was a well-spoken, well-mannered kid, you know, but he had quick temper. And he'd get angry real easy. And when he got angry, he was hard to handle. That was him and his mom's a lot of problems. It was his anger. And he was just hard to handle when he'd get angry.
Would he threaten people?
Well, he would in a matter of ways, you know. He wasn't violent, but he's the type, if he got angry, I guess he could be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know. He just had.
Did you ever hear him threaten to kill people?
Oh, yeah, he'd say that all the time. You didn't never know when he was serious or not. Him and his little friends would talk about just put his lights out or something other, you know, I'm sorry. And I would hear him talking, but I hardly paid him any attention half the time. They was just young boys to me, you know.
He threatened to kick people's doors down, windows in, or whatever.
Well, he did all that. Not only threatened, he done that.
Sure, just make sure you speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
What was Sheila's relationship to Brooklyn?
Oh, like mother and daughter. Sheila took care of Brooklyn after she got pregnant. And then Sheila took care of Brooklyn and the baby after the baby come home. Because little Keith never did live with Brooklyn now. It wasn't like he stayed with her, he didn't. I kept the baby every weekend. Sheila would go get the baby and bring her to me, and I kept her every weekend until this happened. I had her the weekend before this happened that Friday.
Did she make a pew pew sign? Hold on.
Baby every weekend. She would go get the baby and bring her to me, and I kept her every weekend until this happened. I had her the weekend before this happened that Friday. She had just went home at last Sunday. She ain't been back since. Well, her mother come, her grandmother, Brooklyn's mother come a time or two after money, and after I gave her $1,200, and after I didn't give her no more money, she didn't come back. She promised to let me see the baby, but she didn't.
Sustain.
Slow
I'm
down.
sorry, ma'am.
Just take a deep breath. So wait until he finishes asking a question before you answer, so you're not talking over each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sheila would pick up the baby every weekend. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Be with the baby every weekend.
Yes, sir.
With you at the house.
At my house, yes, sir.
And at her house sometimes also?
Yes, sir. Her house too.
Okay. So
Yes.
basically, the schedule was just about every weekend, Sheila and you had Casey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sheila's relationship with everybody else in that family was what?
I thought it was real good, you know.
That's-
Good. You know,
Yeah.
good.
Okay. You remember any of the things that Sheila did for Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
Yes, sir. She gave Brooklyn money each week. And when if she didn't have it, I would give it to her to give to her. So I know she gave it to her. She sent Brooklyn to school. And when Brooklyn got 18, she gave Brooklyn a job. She went and picked Brooklyn up every week and carried her to work, brought her home every
Let me
weekend.
stop you for a second. My understanding is that Brooklyn basically, her last job was working under Sheila.
Yes,
with
sir.
This company that does, okay. Before that, did Brooklyn have jobs?
She had a little job out there in Citronelle because Sheila would pick her up at night and have to carry her sometimes and pick her up from a job. She didn't have no car.
Okay. And that was your daughter Sheila who was doing all that?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever hear Sheila say one negative, nasty word about Brooklyn?
No, sir.
I'm not.
Let me just have counsel approach her. Just instruct the jury to disregard her response to that last question. You may continue, Mr. Ackerman.
Did you ever see, while you were involved, how often, again, and I know the jury's heard this, how often were you and Sheila and Brooklyn together?
I wasn't really never with them. Sheila and Brooklyn was together all the time, but I wasn't with them.
Okay, so it makes, mostly it's you and Sheila and Casey.
Right, on the weekend, Brooklyn didn't come up, just a baby.
Okay. And how did you find out about Brooklyn's death?
Sheila called and told me.
Sustained, you may.
Sheila's attorney is going to just usher her right to LWOP. It's not looking good for Sheila. Sheila is coming off to me as a busybody. Okay. Sheila is Moa Indian and Keith is mixed with black. I can see that. They got something going on. But one thing they don't have going on is a lot of parental responsibility, like appropriate parental responsibility. Too much interference, too much overlap, too much childlike behavior. But then you want the kids to be adults, but then you treat the kids like kids. It's ridiculous. Too much overlapping interference, all kinds of stuff. For 79, I don't think she looks bad. I mean, she's not spruced up, but au naturel 79 is her daughter at 52 looking like her sister. That's very questionable to me because Sheila is 52. Well, yeah, she's 52. And she's giving Thelma's younger sister.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
I think we talked over Zoom the last time you and I talked. Do you remember that?
On the phone?
On the phone, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions. In that, you told me you hadn't seen Brooklyn in maybe 3 years, except for the weekend before she was killed. Is that right?
Well, it would have been 2 weekends before she was killed then.
Okay, but 3 years before that?
Probably.
And you knew Keith had a gun, did you not?
Sustained.
You raised Keith from the time he was a baby, correct?
On and off.
Yes, ma'am. And you raised all her children?
On and off.
In fact, Jack still lives on your property, correct?
Yeah, she do too, though.
Just answer his question.
Let me ask you this. Have you been watching court TV yesterday?
I don't know how to get that.
You haven't been watching the trial?
But we have your search history from Google. I'm kidding. Let me stop.
Did Brooklyn ever stay at your house besides 2 weeks before?
If she did, I don't remember.
And you said Keith had a temper. Is that what you said? Quick temper?
Quick temper, yeah.
And he would anger easy. Was that well known through the family? Oh, I'm sorry. Quick to anger?
Yeah, he was quick to anger. Mhm.
And you said he threatened people, but he wasn't violent.
He really wouldn't walk up to nobody and just threaten them. You know what I'm saying? He would just talk all the time. If you've got teenagers, you probably know what I'm talking about, how they just go on and on all the time. But you're a lot younger than me, so it don't probably approach you like it do me. Me, 79 years old, 16s, 17s, and 18s, I ain't got that much in common with, you know.
Defense counsel asked about breaking windows and kicking doors in, and you said he did all that?
Well, Miss Sims, Brooklyn's mother, he broke her window, her TV or something. He couldn't even go to Brooklyn's house. Had a restraining order to keep him from going there. He had a restraining order to keep him from going to his dad's and his stepmama's because he said he was going to kill them, so they said. And they put a restraining order in Mobile. You can check the records now for this if you want to. Citronelle Records, Mobile Courthouse. It's on record there. And he threatened them and his stepmama, which she put a restraining order on him. But I never thought he would really kill nobody. Now, I didn't think that.
Now, what about the shooting when he was 14? I'm sorry. The shooting when he was 14?
When he was a juvenile?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a juvenile. That's, he had records, ain't it?
Ma'am?
I said, ain't that a record and him a juvenile that's supposed to be brought out here?
Well, I'm just asking.
I don't see the relevance.
Ma'am, let me rule, okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Okay, Attorney Thelma. She said, I don't see the relevance. What about the shooting when he was 14? Oh, his daddy and his stepmama. Now he can't go over there. He can't go to Miss Sheila. He can't go to Miss whatever her name is, Cornelia house. He can't go to his daddy house. He threatened to kill them. Oh, you talking about when he was juvenile? What is the relevance of that? Okay. Isn't that in the records? Yes, sir.
Firearm and there was a shooting, right?
Yes.
When he was a juvenile.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect, Mr. Ackerman?
You started to say that he was threatening, he bellicose, whatever the words are, threatened people, but that he wouldn't follow through.
Right.
And that you never dreamed in a million years.
No. I never thought he would hurt a fly in my mind. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, ma'am, you can step down.
Yeah, but to have all of these restraining orders, you have to have probable cause. You can get a temporary restraining order just by going and making a police report, but to have a standing restraining order, they have to find some sort of probable cause, some sort of incident that occurred. They're not just handing out restraining orders for no reason and separating people and having to get the law involved. There are plenty of people who get temporary restraining orders and they get denied for an actual 1-year order. So the fact that he had one against his father had one against him, Miss Cornelia had one against him, Brooklyn had one. Some people will never have a restraining order in their whole entire natural life. The fact that he has restraining orders for people that he has intimate relationships with, his dad, his girlfriend's mother, people in his circle, is telling that he's got a problem. He has a problem. Most people can just leave people alone. Most people. The people that can't leave people alone may have to be talked to. Then they get a temporary restraining order. Then they may have a restraining order. This guy had several restraining orders. He's a problem.
No, ma'am.
That's why he's life in prison. If you missed Keith, if you're just now coming in, Keith testified right here.
Everybody still doing okay?
Okay.
On the jury, we'll probably do this last witness and we'll take our morning break, okay?
Is this gonna be Jack? It's gotta be Jack. If you're just coming in and weren't watching yesterday, the defense rested yesterday at the end of court, and this is the prosecution's case right now. We saw the detective, we saw Keith, we saw Granny, Miss Thelma. Jack is supposed to be coming, Keith's older brother, and then it's gonna be Miss Sheila. Sheila is taking the stand, okay? I think this is Sheila's eldest son.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, have a seat, Mr. Schaefer. Keep that loud voice up, and if you would state your first and last name and spell your last name for our court.
Jack Schaefer, Schaffer.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. We have your name. What's your date of birth, Jack?
November 22nd, 1992.
How old?
32.
And you married?
Yes.
How long?
Coming up on 3 years now.
Okay. Child?
Yes, sir.
How many?
1.
Residence?
1012 Fairford Road.
And where is that?
That is right behind Thelma's house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that on Thelma's property?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. Family property?
Yes, sir.
Your relationship to Thelma?
She's my grandmother.
Okay. And to Sheila?
She's my mother.
And while you were growing up, where did you live for the most part?
I lived with them.
Okay. And do you know the history of that? How that?
From the way it was explained to me, this is way back before I could remember, but when my parents separated, I lived with my grandmother after they're split. And when I got older and was asked where I wanted to live, I chose to live with my grandmother.
Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have contact with your mother during that growing up stage?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. And so you grew up, you went to, is that Citronelle?
I went to Chatham, actually. I went to Chatham High School.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is that in Citronelle where you grew?
No, sir.
Whatever area, it's close by?
Right, it is,
Okay.
yes.
Went to high school?
Yes, sir.
Got out of high school and did what?
I went to the Army.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you in the Army?
I was,
Sustained.
May we approach you?
You may.
Okay, so this is Jack. Jack is 32. Thelma's 52. So this is Thelma. If you don't know, girl, Sheila looks like Thelma's sister. Okay. But the difference is Thelma getting ready to be 80 and her daughter is 52. But she's lacking Clairol, maybe Clairol and some makeup. And no lie, Sheila is a nice looking woman. But she's definitely she's out of hair dye right now. This is Jack's brother. Okay. They got the same mama. All right. This is Miss Thelma, the grandmother of it all. She is Sheila's mother. She is Miss Sheila's mother. Portia, hush. Okay. That's Jack's mother, Jack's brother, Jack's grandmother. Okay. We got it. They got Keith's sister up at her. Keith is the one who was accused. Let me put this up while we're waiting. Keith is the one who is accused of killing his girlfriend and disrupting people's good Sunday or whatever day it was over there at the Home Depot, coming to pick up their home projects. He ran in, gunned down Brooklyn, with the help of his mother. How did his mother help? She helped by giving him an address that he was not privy to. He had no idea. And she sent him a picture, the address, everything for him to be able to arrive to the location with a loaded gun and kill this young lady in the red jacket who is the mother of his child. Keith has a life sentence, and Miss Sheila is being tried at this moment. Okay, so anyone just coming in, hopefully that helps. All right, put the sound back on, y'all. We can't hear. Oh, God. I hate when they forget to turn the sound back on. Hi, Boo. Good morning. So are they taking a deposition maybe? Hold on. Because the jury is out. Okay, here we go. The jury is out of the courtroom. So I wonder if they're trying to depose him to see what he's going to say before they introduce it in front of the jury. Okay. Okay.
An expert, so I'm going to prohibit him from giving that kind of testimony.
I am going to ask him so we avoid how he was treated as a child and how he was disciplined.
Again, how is that relevant?
The jury has to observe and make decisions based on their observations of the text that we've seen, her testimony, and the idea is this is not extraordinary. This is the way we were disciplined. I mean, I think that's perfectly admissible, Judge.
Okay. I disagree, Mr. Ackerman, in that line of questioning is not going to be permitted.
Well, then maybe we should go ahead and get that done right now too.
That's fine.
You testified earlier that you were raised by grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
And were you raised by, as far as raised by, disciplined by, spoken to, loved, etc., by your mother and your grandmother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have everyday contact with your mother to the extent that her dealing with you was on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. I saw my mother pretty well every day, if not every other day. Yeah.
Okay. And did you, during the course of your youth, do things that needed discipline?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who would do the disciplining?
It would depend. If my mom was there, she'd do it. If she wasn't, my grandma would do it.
Okay. Did mother strike you physically?
Nothing beyond a spanking.
Okay. So how did mother discipline you?
Typically, crime fits the punishment, I would say. So, or punishment fits the crime. So if it was something small, I may get a talking to. If something big, I might get a spanking. So.
Okay. But now, as far as her telling you, don't do this, whatever, how would she do that? What was the form she used?
Well, for us, it was always less formal, I guess you'd say. An example I like to always bring up, and my mom would bring it up to me as well to tell in front of friends, was one time when I said I was going to run away from home. She'd be like, "Okay, well, make sure you go out the door, stop trying to climb out of my window, you know, things like that. You know, she was real smart with her attitude and had a certain way to speak to you to make you realize what you're doing is stupid.
And did you see that in the videos that, in the text that you had a chance to observe?
Yes, sir.
That was the August 11th video?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen any of the other videos, texts of the video?
I saw what was put out by the media and whatever, and I seen what was read at the last court case in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have no further questions. State has no questions.
Okay. His testimony, I don't believe has any correlation to the text messages that have been admitted into evidence. I don't think his testimony is relevant. You know, it's not analogous, in my opinion, at all to testimony that civilian witnesses may give in a DUI case where they're testifying about observations to bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, somebody being unsteady on their feet. Those are physical observations that they testify to on occasion in DUI cases. And I don't think there's a similarity in this testimony as it is often in DUI prosecution. So again, do not find it's relevant and or admissible. So I'm not going to allow that line of questioning in front of the jury, but it's proffered for the record.
And that includes his personal discipline?
Yes, sir. I don't think that's relevant in any way. Those text messages don't address discipline at all. So,
all right. I guess we're ready for the break.
I think it'd be a good time to go ahead and give court staff and counsel a break. And then when we come back, are you going to have any further questions at all for him?
I have to look it over, Judge.
Okay. Well, before we bring the jury back, I'll probably go ahead and do an inquiry of Ms. Agee, as you indicated earlier, she intends to
Yes.
testify. So I'll
Yeah.
do that before we bring the jury back, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
But let's go ahead and take a break for all the court staff to about 10:45.
I guess I'm good to, okay.
You said you feel like he's holding back. Yeah, because guess whose property he lives on? He lives on Thelma's property. Him and his wife and his kid. They might have, I'm not trying to be funny, but they might have they may have a plot that they're leasing. They may have a plot that she gave them. They may have built something. They may have pulled a double wide over there. They may have got a prefab, whatever. Okay. Girl, I didn't want to say that, but okay, the chat is talking. Okay. I missed that last little part. I was talking to my husband. Hold
Things
on.
like that. You know, she was real smart with her attitude and had a certain way to speak to you to make you realize what you're doing is stupid.
Okay, they're on the reservation, but she
see that
may have some personal property. They said it was family land. So maybe she's got a portion of her own property on the reservation. So
That, in the text that you had a chance to observe?
Yes, sir.
That was the August 11th video?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen any of the other videos, texts of the video?
I saw what was put out by the media and whatever, and I seen what was read at the last court case in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have no further questions. State has no questions.
Okay. His testimony, I don't believe has any correlation to the text messages that have been admitted into evidence. I don't think his testimony is relevant. You know, it's not analogous, in my opinion, at all to testimony that civilian witnesses may give in a DUI case where they're testifying about observations to bloodshot, watery eyes, slurred speech, somebody being unsteady on their feet. Those are physical observations that they testify to on occasion in DUI cases. And I don't think there's a similarity in this testimony as it is often in DUI prosecution. So again, do not find it's relevant and or admissible. So I'm not going to allow that line of questioning in front of the jury, but it's proffered for the record.
And that includes his personal physical.
Yes, sir. I don't think that's relevant in any way. Now, those text messages don't address discipline. at
I
all.
think he's trying to establish that Sheila is a good mother, but Sheila was not a present mother. She wasn't present. Thelma raised her kids. So if he's trying to make it seem, if he's trying to infer or provide some sort of information regarding Sheila being a mother, it seems like Thelma mothered the boatload of her kids. And Sheila was around because Sheila lived on the property. He said he saw her most every day, sometimes every other day. It's not like she was getting on a plane. It's not, okay, I'm going to just say Shirley Strawberry. Shirley Strawberry had a job where she traveled a lot. Her mother raised her daughter, but her mother was instrumental in raising her daughter, but it wasn't a matter of she was just running the streets. Ma'am was working. Any of you other corporate moms who may have been single and you have a caregiver, mom, a family member who helped, stood in the gap more than a daycare, that's real. There's plenty of single moms who needed more than just a daycare, right? However, whether it was 8 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night, these moms are still picking up, bringing their kid home to lay in their bed. It seems as though Sheila put off her mothering responsibilities on her mother, and she was in the midst, but she was not a full-time mommy. Her mother was so I don't know if that was his point, to try to soften Sheila, to make it seem like she was being motherly in those text messages. The bottom line is the text messages depict someone who was facilitating the murder of her granddaughter's mother. That's what it looks like. That's what it seems to be, right? I think they're still on break. Let me bring it to. So the judge at this moment is telling Mr. Ackerman that this particular testimony, we ain't got time for that. And it's not giving what you're thinking it's giving. And, she allowed him to kind of depose him a little bit and see what he was going to say, but it's not giving information that's germane to the case.
All right, I guess we're ready for the break.
I think it'd be a good time to go ahead and give court staff and counsel a break. And then when we come back, are you going to have any further questions at all for him?
I have to look it over, Judge.
Okay. Well, before we bring the jury back, I'll probably go ahead and do an inquiry of Ms. Agee, as you indicated earlier, she intends to
Yes.
testify. So I'll
Yeah.
do that before we bring the jury back, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
But let's go ahead and take a break for all court staff to about 10:45.
Okay, guys. Looks like Jack may be coming back. It just depends on Mr. Ackerman's. So we're gonna get some of our time back. Look at us, girl. We getting ready to get 10 minutes. Boom. Through the magic of, let's just speed up and get caught up. Okay. Okay, we are live at the moment. Uh-oh, look at us. Look at us, guys. Here come the clerks. Clerks are coming back. If they offered Sheila a deal, she probably should have took that. I hope she didn't get a deal and turn it down, because my God. Okay. Look at you coming in. Okay, guys, get your coffee, go freshen up your drink, get yourself together because Sheila is going to hit the stand, and baby, I don't know what it's going to give. We don't know what it's going to be giving, but if
Yes, ma'am.
it might be a mess.
You heard of Mobile? 30 minutes from Mobile. Yes, that. North. Yes, ma'am. Real small town. Where are you from? Okay. We're about 30 minutes north of Mobile, not far. Real close. Real small town. There's nothing there but a steel mill. That's it.
Oh, you have a meeting if it'll be okay.
Me as well.
We might be waiting for the deliberations to occur.
Man, I live, so I have to be at work at 6 o'clock. I leave the house at 5:45. I mean, it's that close.
Oh, they should have killed the mic.
Right.
I'm familiar with the Choctaw.
I'm home before everybody else. I sleep later than everybody else. Right. Right. I thought about doing that myself. I've definitely gone home for lunch a couple of times. Yeah, it's very convenient. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's super nice. Especially down here.
Look at the court reporter being nice and sociable with the and keeping the witness company. Are they stocked on Purell, Lysol, and all of the things? They are stocked in that courtroom.
Okay, back on the record, State of Florida versus Sheila Agee. State's present defendant is also present with counsel. We finished the proffer of Mr. Schaefer. So when the jury comes in, if you have any further questions, you'll proceed with those, and then if the state has any cross.
I'm sorry, Judge. Yeah.
So we'll finish any question you may have of this witness. State can do their cross. But while the jury's out, I'm going to go ahead and inquire with Ms. Agee about whether she wishes to testify, unless there's any objection to doing that now.
Not from the state.
All right, Ms. Agee, I don't think I placed you under oath today, and you can stay seated, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Okay, I'm just going to ask you some questions about whether or not you wish to testify. You understand that you have an absolute right to remain silent in a criminal case, and you understand that it is entirely the state's burden to prove the charge against you. You're not required to prove anything. You understand it is your decision alone whether or not you will testify, although you may consult with your attorney and take the advice of your attorney. Have you spoken to your attorney about this decision? Are you satisfied with the amount of time you've had to discuss it with him? Are you satisfied with his advice? Okay. And do you wish to continue to invoke your right to remain silent and not testify, or do you wish to waive your right to remain silent and testify today? And testify today. Okay. Has anybody forced or threatened you in any way to make this decision? I think we discussed yesterday, there's no impeachable convictions. And you understand that just as Mr. Ackerman has cross-examined the state's witnesses, the state attorney will have an opportunity to cross-examine you if you choose to testify. Okay. Do you have any questions about this decision? Okay. I do find that the defendant has freely, knowingly, and voluntarily waived her right to remain silent. She's consulted with her attorney. She has considered his advice, and she has made this decision on her own and has decided to testify in her own defense. Anything else we need to address before we bring the jury back, Ms. Jensen? Mr. Ackerman? Okay, do we have the jury back? Okay, so what I hope we can do is, once we finish with Ms. Agee's testimony, I think that's your last witness, correct? Then we can depending on if the state's going to call any rebuttal witnesses, then we can talk about the jury instructions and then.
He hasn't even put in reasonable doubt. I'm sure you guys are thinking it. I mean, he doesn't have to prove Sheila didn't do it. If he had some evidence, that'd be awesome, but he doesn't have to, right? What he's trying to give some sort of reasonable doubt, some sort of shadow of a doubt, something to put in your mind that maybe there's another way, another thought. I don't think he has done that just yet. We're going to see if Sheila puts her foot all the way in her mouth, or is she going to do anything to make it better, or is she going to just make sure she's just solidifying what we've already seen and heard?
We'll be getting close to lunch. Everybody have lunch break, and then we can go.
Oh my
closings
God.
After lunch. Okay. We can bring the jurors back.
I think Jack has a vested interest to give a positive read. That is his mother, and he probably feels bad. Thelma probably has a very quiet influence over everybody, and he's got to do what Thelma wants him to do because he stays on Thelma's property. Okay?
Sure.
And they just, they as dysfunctional as it might be, they're probably all very tight knit, and love each other in their own way despite the shortcomings and the weirdness. I don't. I'm gonna just go on a limb and say I would think so, but I haven't seen them. The family is in there. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I would imagine they would show up, but that's a good question, TDC. We don't know. Maybe Brooklyn's dad is there. I don't know. Is Keith's dad probably wouldn't be in there. Keith's dad may have been in the last trial, but we don't know. We maybe, depending on how long his trial is, it might be good to take a look at that. If it was like a couple of days like this one, that's very doable. When they said to Thelma, "Have you been watching court TV?" I don't know how to get on court TV. They're waiting for the jury to come in. Let's see if we can get our time.
Excuse me, let me
That's okay.
adjust my
Okay.
testimony is in fact so that you live behind grandma.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you be a frequent visitor at her house?
Every day.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to see your mother there with Casey?
Yes, sir. Every weekend. My grandmother,
Yep.
My mom would keep her every weekend. She'd come up to my grandmother's house, and I'd always see them together. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to see them interact?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It was like any loving grandmother, grandchild relationship,
Okay. And that's your mother. What about your grandmother?
She loved her the same.
Okay. Are you aware of things your mother did for Brooklyn as far as their relationship?
Yes, sir. From what I know, my mom and Brooklyn were very close. She helped her get jobs. She picked her up, take her to work, pick her up, take her home. She really cared about Brooklyn. They were very close, talk on the phone.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Myers may have some questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true you've never seen Brooklyn and your mom interact?
I haven't seen them interact in person maybe once or twice.
Thank you.
Okay. You can step down, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Your next witness, Mr. Ackerman.
Pensacola Sheila Agee.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Have a seat, Ms. Agee. If you would, do your best to speak loudly and clearly into the microphone and state your name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sheila Agee, Agee.
Sheila Agee, would you ever do anything to hurt, harm, or see harm come to Brooklyn Sims?
No, sir.
What was your relationship with Brooklyn Sims?
Brooklyn was my baby.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
She was, I think she was 15 when I first met her.
Son brought her home one day, something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
They started seeing each other.
Yes, sir.
Take it from there.
For the first couple of times I met Brooke, I asked Keith, about the third time I met her, I said, can she talk? Because she was real quiet. I remember when they come to the house and told me Brooke was pregnant. Then
Okay, I'm going to sustain that, and you just need to ask her a question and give her an opportunity to respond.
Okay. So you met Brooklyn. She was quiet. Did Keith bring her by the house again?
yes, he brought her by, and they and told me she was pregnant, and then they would come stay at the house on the weekends sometimes, and then they moved in with Brooklyn's mom.
Okay, keep going with the history of their relationship.
Okay, and then when Casey was born, I think that maybe he stayed there a month or so later, and then they broke up. I don't exactly know why they broke up, but when they broke up, all of a sudden she wasn't his. So, sorry to say he was being a deadbeat dad, but he claimed she wasn't his, but I knew she was.
Okay.
So, at that point, me and Keith stopped talking because he would deny Casey. And at that time, me and Brooklyn became closer. I would go to her mom's and TT's house, go to her mom's house, I just say TT, Brooklyn's sister, and pick up Casey on the weekends and talk with Aiden. And I became friends with the family.
Okay, let's slow down.
Okay.
Take a breath.
I became friends with the family.
Take a breath.
And we planned Casey's first birthday party together.
Okay, let me stop you.
Okay.
Okay, let's back up.
Okay.
Okay, they started dating. Brooklyn became pregnant. Okay. Did they remain together during the whole course of her pregnancy?
During the course of her pregnancy, yes, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So then she's pregnant, then she has the child.
Yes.
Are they still together?
for a little period. And then I don't know why they broke up.
Well, does there come a time when he thinks he's not the father?
Yes, at that point in time, it's for, I would say, probably a year or a little over a year, that he would do stuff like, if I took Casey to my mom's for my mom to watch her for an hour or so, he would do something like take her diaper bag because he claimed he bought the diaper bag. And or take, I remember he took her it's a carrier cover. That goes over the baby carrier, that the little cover seat. And it was so embarrassing that I had to go to Walmart and buy one before I took her back home.
Okay. Would you and Keith have discussions during the course of this period of time regarding his maturity and accepting responsibility for his child?
No, not really, because of the fact that he said I took Brooklyn's side and I was a piece of shit to him. And that as long as I would pick, but as long as I would pick that fucking baby over him, that he didn't have anything for me. So
okay, let me stop you. Okay. So, and I know this.
She's done. She couldn't tell him to take responsibility for his kid because she never took responsibility for her kids. How is she going to tell him to be a responsible father when she wasn't a responsible mother? And she was a weekend grandmother who was still dropping the grandchild off over to the great grandmother's house to watch the baby when she had something to do when you're waiting for the baby all weekend. It's like, come on now. Now we're learning that Brooklyn and them lived at Brooklyn's house, which yesterday I thought it was that they lived at Sheila's house. But isn't Sheila's house over there on Thelma's property on top of that? So the funny thing is, if Brooklyn's over there living at Sheila's, isn't it basically like living at Thelma's because it's all kind of family situation? Like multiple houses on, like, let's say the same 5 acres or something, or whatever it was.
So the baby comes, he basically goes, he's not thinking the baby is his. Okay. So does eventually he sort of come around a little bit, and why?
I don't know exactly why, but eventually he has a blood test, a DNA test, and it's determined. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, at that point in time, Casey was maybe 16 or 17 months old.
Okay. So during that period of time, who substituted as the father from your side of the family?
Oh, me, from my side of the family.
And would you buy diapers? Would you buy things like that?
Thelma testified earlier. Miss Rose, if you go back, that's Thelma right there. Okay. There's Keith. Keith came to testify from the Florida Department of Corrections where he's doing a life sentence. There's Granny. His grandmother. That's his grandmother in the yellow. That's his mother. This is Keith, the son of Sheila. This is Thelma, the mother of Sheila. And then there is Jack, Sheila's oldest son. That's who's testified. Now Sheila's on the stand. So hopefully that helps. Okay.
We heard testimony earlier that you put her through school. What does that mean?
I mean, to say I literally put Brooklyn through school, that's not accurate. Brooklyn decided to remain in school.
Okay. You kept her in school when she wanted to drop out? Is that?
But no, we had a discussion, and I told her that do not drop out of school between me, her mama, and Titi, that we would find a way that, that she wouldn't have to, because she really didn't want to drop out of school.
Did your, and I say, did your relationship, did your feelings towards her grow as the days and months went by?
Of course, my feelings towards her grew, my feelings towards her family grew. I mean, I was there every weekend.
Okay,
Her mom's a great person.
okay. So you and she became very close?
Yes.
We watched today, we watched the text from one from July 8th, a bunch from July 8th, July 28th, and then we went, okay. Did those texts accurately describe your relationship with Keith when taken as a whole? I mean, that typical?
You had to catch Keith on a certain day.
I'm sorry?
You'd have to catch Keith on a certain day. His mood depended on the day. If he was in a bad mood that day, it was what it was. If he got a thought in his head that day, it was what it was. If he was in a loving mood that day, it was what it was. And you had to pick and choose to figure out what day that day was.
How to react?
So you decided to, on a day that he was homicidal, you decided to match his homicidal energy. She better stop playing with these prosecutors, because the prosecutor, I think, is going to get up there and say, oh, okay, you had to match energy with Keith. So on the day that he was choosing to come and assassinate, do whatever you want to call it in Home Depot, you decided to match his energy. Is that what you were just saying? Is that what you just testified to, ma'am?
Well, let's back up a little bit. Where do you live?
I live at 4370 Fairford Road, just about a few miles from my mom.
Okay. How long you live there?
It's a property that my mom bought, and I moved there some years back, and we had to remodel, so I moved in with my mom. So altogether, 7-8 years.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. And close enough that you frequently visited Mom?
Oh, every day.
Every day, especially weekends?
Yeah, if I was at home, yes.
Okay. Talk about this right now. Your mom basically raised Keith.
Yes.
Were you an active participant in that?
Yes, I was there.
Okay.
Probably not as much as I should have been, but yes, I was there.
Okay.
All the time.
And let's go back to Jack. Jack's a Schaefer.
Yes, he had 2 different fathers.
You and Mr. Schaefer married, had Jack.
Yes.
And then what happened there?
We
just divorced.
Just young.
Okay. And where did Jack go?
He went to my mom's. He stayed with my mom.
Okay. And then there came a time when you got all things squared away in life, and you just, and were you close all that time? I mean, you're
Yes.
right there.
Yes.
Were you there to help raise Jack?
Yes, I was going to. I got an apartment, and got Jack and Wallace, and I took them there. And the weekend was fine, and then Sunday, I remember it was Sunday, he looked at me, he said, Mom, I said, what? He said, I'm ready to go home. And I was like, what you mean you're ready to go home? He was like, I'm ready to go back to Nanny's.
This was how old?
He was 5 or 6.
Okay.
And so I called my mom, I said, they want to come home.
Sustained.
Judge is not offered to the truth of the
I
matter.
made my ruling, Mr. Ackerman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I made my ruling.
Okay.
I
And-
sustained the objection.
Okay, thank you. So you decided to let him go home?
Yeah, he wanted to go back
Home
to
to Mom.
let him go back.
Okay. You continue to see him constantly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Wallace is already,
Yes.
he's really not in the picture these days.
Well,
See him holiday?
Yeah, we see him. He stays in Mobile and he comes up on holidays.
Okay. The videos we watched, I keep saying videos, excuse me, texts we watched, basically, they're from from July to August,
Yes, sir.
a couple of a month, 2 months.
Yes, sir.
We see conversations between you and Keith that go on back and forth, you know, forever, it seems. Is that typical when he's in a certain mood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your key? What are you trying to do when you talk to him? Or when you text with him in these cases?
Like I said, you have to hit a certain button with Keith. So you have to try different tactics with Keith. You have to agree with him or disagree with him, threaten him, beg him, and just kind of see what'll work.
Okay. Pete said a lot of things, negative and positive, about Brooklyn in that second set of texts we saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever know which way he was going to go?
No, because it changed by the day.
Okay. I mean, we heard him say, apologize for it to me. And this was after he came back positive.
Yes.
And then he's hating her and this, that, and the other, and saying all the things that everybody's heard, and they'll have a chance to go over that if they care to. Okay. This typical.
Yes, sir.
Back to August the 11th.
Yes, sir.
Did you take what he said literally?
No, sir.
He said he was coming.
Yes, sir.
Did you think he was coming?
No, sir. Keith has said a lot of things that he did not follow. He was the type of person that if he told you he was going to do it, typically he didn't do it. But if he would do something, he would sneak and do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. In these months before August, what was his relationship to Casey? Getting better, getting worse?
It was definitely getting better on his terms. You understand what I'm saying?
On his terms?
Yes. As long as it was on his terms. If he called there and Brooklyn didn't answer, or he couldn't get Miss Sims to answer, they were sorry low down bitches and this and that and the other. But if they answered, you know, well, Brooklyn's gonna ride with me and I'm gonna do this and we're gonna do that. But as long as it kind of played his way, it wasn't no problems. But if it didn't, there was a problem. And if I didn't jump on the bandwagon, I loved her. I didn't love him. I always put her before him, in which Brooklyn never asked me to put her before him. Brooklyn never got into our relationship.
But you were cognizant of his, I don't know if jealousy is the word, but
Yeah.
of his being put out by you always taking her side.
Yes. And I didn't always take her side because it wasn't a side because she didn't do nothing wrong.
Were you cognizant of this during your text between you and him?
I'm sorry.
Were you cognizant? Were you aware of his, whatever that word is, irritation from it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I knew. I mean, it's even in text that he's like, you always take her side.
When you dealt with him, like we're seeing and hearing on these texts, were you taking that into consideration, into account?
I mean, her taking her side, I'm going to just call in at this moment, guys. Her taking Brooklyn's side isn't necessarily favoritism towards Brooklyn. If Sheila is a true narc, if she is abusive, or her and her son have kind of a narc back and forth situation? Because I mean, a narc can birth a narc, right? So if Keith has some sort of narcissistic tendencies and injury, and both, and she knows how to get under his skin, it doesn't necessarily have to mean she loved Brooklyn so much. She just knew how to get at Keith, which he has control issues. And because she had a better relationship or more proximity, let's say it like that, with Brooklyn, she may have used that in her favor to needle her son. Hello? She's not proving how much she loved Brooklyn. She used Brooklyn to get up under her son's skin, and she fed his narc ways, because narcs need to be fed, and she was feeding his narc ways, his narcissism. And on that day, he made, he went to the next level. He leveled up in his narcissism because he fabricated this whole diagnosis. And more than likely, he was the one who was cheating and tried to put that off on Brooklyn. And whether she sees it or not, she set the whole thing up. She doesn't have to understand it. She might just need some therapy, but I'm seeing it a mile away. Oh, you think it's giving Sandra Vander Ark, the Crumb, was it not Crumb, Sandra? Oh, the one who starved her kid and the son, the weirdo son. Yes. Ferguson is his name or something, right? Is that what we're talking about? Yes. It's very much giving a very toxic psychology here. Okay. I don't think she's proving at all how much she loves Brooklyn. I think she was using Brooklyn to try to have proximity she did not have to her son. She had information, she had proximity. I don't think she really cared. I don't think she was some sort of extra fabulous mom because she was transporting Brooklyn to work. I think she wanted to make sure Casey's expenses were covered. Keith wasn't doing anything. Brooklyn was. And Brooklyn was making money to make sure that she could give money to Sheila and to Thelma, who are, we see this a lot on YouTube and these stories that come through our view is that there are some of these older dolls who are very money hungry, and will collect children over to their house and give minimal supervision for a coin. Okay. I.e., what's her name? Annette Harris. Okay. Neziah Harris's grandmother. Okay. And barely be supervising the kids.
Yes, and probably not as much as I should have. And that's why I would steer everything away from, every time he would text me something, I would try to steer it away from Brooklyn. And I'd say, well, you're doing this to Casey. You're doing this to Casey, because I kept trying to keep Brooklyn's name out of it, And then when I didn't feel that was working, that's when I kind of tried to steer it towards me.
Okay, we're gonna get there, so hold that thought. I have my notes here. Was Keith an easy child as a young kid?
Up until he was about 13, 14, it was extremely easy.
We've talked about Keith's history a little bit. You were there, were you there all the time he was growing up, except not as maybe Thelma was, but almost?
Well, he stayed with his dad, so, but.
Yeah, tell the jury a little bit about that.
When me and his dad split, he kind of figured, I had called his dad a couple of times, and asked him to talk to Keith about certain things, like maybe he was misbehaved or something. And his dad would tell me that he was going to, and then I would think that he did. But then Keith would tell me, Daddy said, you're fucking crazy. Not, that, and I was like, okay, really? And he would kind of try to play us against, me and his dad against each other. And so I guess he felt like he couldn't stay and do what he wanted to with me or my mom, so he went and stayed with his dad for a little while. I'm sorry.
So you're back in early August, you're hearing back and forth from both of them regarding her UTI, her infection, or gonorrhea. You reach a point where you tell them, look, stop it, you guys got to grow up.
Okay, when he started the gonorrhea thing, and there's more texts, I guess, that didn't get to come out, because this we got texts from 1 to 2 days. This with Keith goes back years, but whenever he texts me about the gonorrhea thing, I text Brooklyn. Brooklyn went to the doctor, and I mean they don't show that, but she did, and it come back as a vaginal bacteria. She did not have gonorrhea. Even, I'm not going to lie on my baby. She did not have that. And I text that to him, and he's like, "Oh, my mom, I'm so sorry. Tell her I'm sorry." And I was like, "Keith, you tell her you're sorry. You're the one." And he was like, "I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm gonna grow up now. I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna be a better person for Casey." And the bottom line in all aspects was Brooklyn was doing good.
I'm sorry?
Brooklyn was doing good. She was being a mama. It's the best little mom I've ever seen. And this may make me look bad since I'm convicted. Not convicted, but charged with this. But she was a good girl. She didn't bother nobody. She stayed at home. She helped her mom. She helped her sister raise Aiden, which is her nephew. And she kept Casey. And outside me, her mom, or her sister, she didn't leave that baby with nobody unless it was daycare. She had a job or something. She didn't leave that baby with nobody.
And you eventually gave her the job she had.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you do for a living.
Inventory. We were doing inventory.
Okay. And you've been in that field for how many years, on and off?
On and off since 2015, I think.
Okay. Give or take 10 years.
Yeah.
And you had risen to the.
Well, I had stopped for a while. When I worked before, it was called RGIS, which they do the same thing. It was just another company. And I had the same job Brooklyn had. I was counting. And then when I reapplied for the job, I reapplied for supervisor. And at that time, WIS had, from my understanding, bought out RGIS. And they were, and that's who we went to work for. Brooklyn had worked at a few jobs. I think she worked at McDonald's for a little while.
Did you get her that job?
No.
Did you carry her back?
I have took her to work and picked her up a couple of times. I think she got her own self that job, if I'm not mistaken. And she worked at Jack's for a little while, and I think her mother got her that job because her mother managed there. If I'm not mistaken, she was a manager or either the main manager. I'm not sure.
So an opening came up, and you.
Well, she went to work at I think it's called Subway in Citronelle. And she called me. Oh, actually, she texted me. That text also in the phone somewhere. And said that her manager was having a problem with her taking off or something. And she said, but I had done told her that I needed that time off because I didn't have a babysitter. And she said it. She told me, she said, text me and said the manager said that she should have took that into consideration when she hired on because she couldn't make schedules around children. And I text her back and told her to tell her to shove her damn schedule up her ass, that we did not need her money, that me and Miss Cornelia would, at that time, Miss Cornelia was still working. I said, me and Miss Cornelia would take care of you and Casey until we figure something else out. And then
Sustain, again, just do your best to answer the question that he asked you.
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Um,
so the bottom line is she ended up going to work with
Yes,
you.
and I told her to put in the application online because that's where we had to do it, and that's what she done.
And you supervise how many people?
20 or 25.
Okay. So on the day, well, we have the texts from when we started this morning till the 8th. And then there's nothing until the 11th, when we have the gonorrhea.
Yeah.
Okay. So was this in your mind?
I'm sorry. Is it just me or is gonorrhea such a throwback? I forgot people even still got gonorrhea. Okay. I didn't even know that was still a thing. My God. Not to mention, it's really not a thing. It's a thing in this trial, but it's really not a thing because I want to just say it for like the 5th time. Brooklyn Sims did not have an STI, STD, or anything like that. She did not have what Keith allegedly had. She did not have that at all. It was presented at the end of his trial by the prosecutors that what he accused her of, she did not have. There was a report. She went to get tested based on his accusation days prior. Her results came back negative. Okay. Just to be clear, it's a red herring. It's a distraction. It was a reason for Keith to be mad because clearly he hated Brooklyn for whatever reason, and he wanted something to fire him up to go and attack the girl, make her look bad, and make that be the reason. And it wasn't valid at all. It was just something he cooked up in his mind because he's a narc. Okay. And his mom is one too.
Okay, at that point in time, after he's apologized, as stated in the text, yeah, he's apologized for it. So at that point in time, okay, well, at first he was started on it. Then he was like, after she sent me the picture and I sent it to him, it's like, it's not, it's a UTI, Then he stopped on it. And then he was like, kind of hit on it a little bit again. And then I was like, Keith, here's the picture. It's not. And he's like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this anymore. And then that day is when
That was the end.
Yes, sir.
Did you put it out of your mind?
Keith also might be bipolar. It doesn't excuse anything. It just explains it just explains a little bit. And his bipolarity might be that he is very vocal, he gets super duper angry, and he's violent, which are not cute at all. And which is what happened to Brooklyn. If he was having a bipolar manic episode and he is not medicated and he doesn't know how to deal with his triggers, baby, that's why Brooklyn is gone and he's in the penitentiary. There's plenty of that in the penitentiary.
Until that day, yeah.
Was it just another one of their?
Just another one of his rants.
Why? So in someone brought up Vander Ark. What about the Crumleys? This guy sounds like he was bipolar undiagnosed. What about taking him to a doctor, getting him diagnosed, and getting him on some medication and therapy? If he has been this way his whole entire life, this is what happens.
August 11th, 10:30, give or take, the text. And before we get into the actual text, to your knowledge, was Brooklyn seeing anybody?
Not to my knowledge.
And
Not at all.
We heard it in the text. To your knowledge, he was seeing other people.
Yeah, as far as I knew, he was seeing a couple more people. So, but no, if Brooklyn was seeing someone, I didn't know it.
Did these things, did his reactions and everything else seem kind of self-serving and absurd to you?
Oh yeah, because he texted me one day and said, she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. And I'm like, who's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else? And he was like, Brooklyn. Her mama's got Casey and she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. I was like, Keith, and I had just talked with Brooklyn. Brooklyn was getting her hair done somewhere.
My question is, did it come to the point where you thought, God, this is absurd? This is
All the time.
Okay. Okay, so we have a little bit of a feel for things up to this point. You're dealing with Keith every day, every other day, every week, and dealing with his stuff, correct? Now, you testified something that I want the jury to understand. There was a period of time where you and he didn't even speak.
For months. For months.
And that was during the period of time where he was denying.
Casey.
Okay. All right, can we start with you? Okay, now what I'm going to do, we're going to read each text as it comes up.
Yes, sir.
We may get somewhat repetitive, but I want the jury to understand from your perspective
Yes, sir.
what's happening here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now remember, this is I guess it's what, 10:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing at 10:30 in the morning?
Working.
Okay. Supervising 20, 25 people?
Yes.
Busy?
Yes, sir.
All right, first text comes in. I don't see. Okay. Next text. Okay. She gave me gonorrhea. You think I'll keep going to the, okay? And then you respond, no, I don't believe you're lying. Stop it. That's what you say. I don't have no reason to think you're lying.
I'm brushing, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. I know, I don't think you're lying.
Okay. And then, yes, I'll get her tomorrow. Still, you're answering the second part of this question. I'll get her tomorrow. Him, she's still out of town with you? And then you, yes? And then him, okay?
Judge, I would object to counsel testifying.
Sustain the objection. If you want to ask her questions about the text,
Okay.
you're certainly permitted
Yeah,
to do that.
I'm just trying to move us along. So will you read his next text back?
Y'all coming back this evening?
And what did you say?
I said, yep.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. That bitch at something called the law because ain't no way she gonna do me low down.
Stop right. What is it? Okay. Yeah, you mean low down, keep going.
Then tried to flip on me and be able to ride to work with you and get a job from you. That's the only reason the bitch lied to me, but I got something for that.
Stop right there. What are you thinking at this point?
Here we go again.
When the, but I got something. Okay. What do you respond?
I said, you're gonna get in trouble, but that's up to you.
Why do you say it that way?
Cause I'm just, it's up to you. You're gonna get in trouble because it's always with him. It's up and down, always with him.
Okay. Please keep going. Did I? Yeah. Okay. Can you read the next one?
Trouble,
Next one.
prison, but hey, that's my choice, just like it is for you to continue to pick her up. I ain't saying fire her or something, but let that dirty bitch find her own ride to that motherfucker.
What's your relationship to him bringing up you are taking her side again? What goes through your mind?
I'm like, okay, so at this point, it's like he's like, I'm always taking her side. I said, so now I'm gonna try to take his side for a minute, try to get him away from the situation, try to diffuse the situation best way I can, or that I think I can.
Keep going.
If she called the law, but I ain't saying nothing, but I gave her a job for Casey. And
Now, it would seem to somebody who doesn't know you that you're saying Casey's important. That's all that's important.
no, that's what I'm trying to get to him. Casey's important. I don't want, because I know Brooklyn is not meaning anything to him, so I'm trying to get Casey out there.
Are you trying to get to him?
Yeah, through Casey.
The light
Yes,
through
through Casey.
One at a time. They can't,
I'm
you can't
sorry.
talk over each other because she's got to take everything down, okay?
Thank you, Jeff. Are you trying to get to him to see the light through Casey?
Yes,
Why
sir.
don't you keep bringing up Brooklyn? Because we've got more and more here. Why do you use Casey for the most part?
Because I'm hoping that'll calm him down.
At any time here, are you thinking this is anything other than the normal stuff you put up with?
No.
That you're not, that it's not the normal.
It is the normal, is what I'm saying.
The next thing, he says.
Fuck that, I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from sus.
You know what sus means?
I think, because he retexted again, I think it was us, but fuck that, I got Casey. This bitch don't need shit from us.
Okay, and then you said.
And I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too. I'm sorry. I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too.
Why are you letting in these other people?
I don't want him to think that I'm putting Brooklyn back in the situation. I'm adding other people, so,
Okay, and I know you're going to be repeating yourself.
it's fine.
Go ahead, he said.
Have to?
You say?
I don't own this car. I have to transport them to work. Have to. He said, but where the rest of your crew meet you? I said, I picked them up I should have been in Citronelle. Anybody that live up there, I have to pick them up there. Her and Baby Doll, I pick up in Citronelle. Precious, I pick up at my house. But I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you.
No. He's talking about coming, he's asking you when you're going to come home. Thought process at this point, I'm not telling you to come to Citronelle, it's up to you.
Because Keith threatened and rants, so.
If you said, come to Citronelle, son, you're right, you need to confront her, all that stuff. What? Strike that question. What are you trying to do with him?
At this point in time, I'm not taking anything serious. I'm really not trying to do too much with him right now.
Gotcha. Go ahead, I'm tired.
Shit ain't do nothing. Shit.
I'm tired of the top.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm tired of being treated like a bitch when I do right. Fuck that job, fuck my job, and I don't even care about jail no more. I can't take this shit daily. Just tell me before y'all come.
What do you say?
No, I'm not going to help you get in trouble.
What do you mean?
I'm just,
Just what you said?
yeah.
Okay. Then he says,
Shit ain't do nothing but cost me money. It gave me a disease. I'm finna just shoot her. I know I hate that for Casey, bro. But like I said, I can't take it. I don't give a fuck no more.
oh, okay, I'm sorry. And then you say,
Okay,
and then he says,
so protect her.
meaning,
Me taking Brooklyn side again.
and you say,
I said, I'll call you and tell you, motherfucker, if you want to go to jail. I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come kill her, you're a motherfucking bitch.
what did you mean?
He had just called himself a bitch earlier. And I'm at this point right now, I'm sick of Keith. I'm sick of Keith. And
I'm sorry.
I'm sick of Keith. Okay. At this point, I say, okay, now I'm not working to be on, you're not letting me be on, he's wanting to say that I'm on Brooklyn's side all the time. So now it's okay, let me try to take your side for a minute. I'm doing this. I'm trying to see what is going to stop him, you know, because there's no certain combination with Keith.
For 1 second, did you mean literally go kill her?
No, I wasn't even gonna call him when I got to Chanel. I wasn't.
This is my thing. If he were out of town, he didn't know where you guys were working. There's nothing that she's going to be able to explain to make it make sense of why she sent him a screenshot and said, just don't shoot me. I'm going to be the first one you see when you come through the door. Don't shoot me. Come on now. That's stupid. She's had plenty of time to try to think of her defense, but it's not going to work on this one. It just doesn't make any sense. There's no good reason for this.
Even going to
Stupid.
call him when I got to Janelle.
But really and truly, she's having an argument with him. He's mad at Brooklyn. They're having an argument. He wants to come for Brooklyn. She's pissed because he keeps getting her involved, but she keeps involving herself. She's done with him, but she doesn't stop answering. Like, why not just stop answering the phone? But she probably would be afraid to go back home because you know that Keith has even threatened his own father. He threatened to kill his own father. So that's why she's trying to make it clear, don't shoot me, because she's probably afraid of him too. Truth be told. But you're going to sit there and argue with a dummy instead of calling the police. And that he's on his way to come possibly shoot you and his baby mom. We're sitting over here at the Home Depot.
This was the state's opening statement.
Yeah.
All right? That you had in your mind for him to kill.
Yeah.
I wish Ackerman would get on the damn microphone.
I think is that the next?
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in every situation, you make sure it turned out better.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I done lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in every situation, you make sure it turned out better for her. Like it's nothing you can do for me. Then he said, yes, that's all I ask. Yeah, and you're right. I'm a whole ass bitch. I'll never speak on this type of shit again. I promise.
That's all.
Yeah, at this point, I'm thinking he's de-escalating.
Go back a little bit. This whole thing here, she gave me lost my freedom and all that stuff. It's kind of escalating.
And then then three texts let down, it's de-escalated. He's like, I'm not gonna speak on it no more. You're right. I'm a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak on any type of shit like this again.
What is that? When he says that, what do you think?
I'm thinking, okay, so he's gonna drop it. He's done with it.
He's enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so he's not gonna speak on it again.
There's no response from you.
And right, and he was like, on Casey's live, you know, saying, I'm not gonna speak on it again on Casey's live. And I was like,
One at a time.
Okay, could you read that on Casey's line?
yes,
Oh, okay, you're going a little fast.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, then there's an I
Mhm.
from him, and then you.
I said, okay, that's fine. You the one to have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn. She would be dead, so no problems for her.
Miss Agee, just slow down, okay?
Only person you're hurting is you and Casey. She will be lost her mama and her daddy, and you won't ever get to touch your daughter again. But I swear, I don't care because I'm not going to jail.
So you just told him in the other thing, if you don't kill her, this, that, and the other, what are you telling him here? What's the message you're trying to get across?
That you're going to hurt Casey. You're going to jail. Her mom, she's not going to have her mama or her daddy.
Are you crazy? Something like that? What are you trying to say?
That's what.
You say it later. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, he says,
I'm okay with that. And he said, I can't take no more. Don't nobody help me. I'm tired. I ain't got shit to live for. No way I'm going to jail.
you know, it's funny, he says that. Do you recall the text this morning where you tell him you got a good life, you got a good child, you got a good job, you got everything going for you, and you got a great meeting? What was that?
I was, he had just telling him he got all these things going for him.
Right,
You
based
know,
on his good
yeah.
line. And here you are trying to tell it to him again, and this is a couple of days later, correct?
Yes,
And he's back, my life stinks, I have nothing to live for.
right.
Is this what you deal with constantly from?
Yes. And then he said, Citro gonna shoot me because I'm sure gonna blow it down. This been a long time coming.
What does that sound like to you?
That he's gonna shoot at the police.
I lost the word. Does it sound like he wants to take his own life?
Yeah, he said he didn't have nothing to live for anymore.
Where does that come from? Do you know?
No, sir, it's just he.
Please keep going.
I said, okay, well, you ain't hurting nobody but Casey, but I'm sure you're okay with that. I said, but I'm good with it. He said, okay. I said, somebody will take care of Casey. And he said, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. And I said, that's up to you.
Again, tell the jury what's going on.
At this point, I'm thinking, okay, so I don't know if he's gonna go shoot at the police or what he's gonna do. And so I was like, okay, so now I need to try to jump on his side again because I'm back over, try to push another button to see what I connect with him.
Go ahead.
I said, oh no, he said, yeah, I know she's good. I said, don't call Nanny and tell her she would try to talk you out of it.
What was that statement?
I didn't want him calling my mama first, aggravating her. My mom is older, at that time, 77 years old. And also I was gonna call my mama myself. I checked the call logs. I called her myself. But at that time, I'm letting him think I'm on his side.
By the way, did you call your mother during all this?
Yes.
Was that a serious statement about calling her?
No, I was called her.
Were you afraid that your mother would talk him out of it?
No, I knew he wasn't even gonna call her. I'm just playing on his side right now.
All right, please keep going.
I ain't even gonna tell her why I left. I'm just say I gotta go to the dentist. And see, and at this time, I think he's lying again, because I know he didn't tell mama he's going to no dentist. Because when I talked to mama, she didn't say anything about going to the dentist. I said, well, don't even go there. She won't know you left. I said, and don't shoot my car. Don't shoot my motherfucking car. I don't want to die.
What is that?
Being sarcastic.
Were you worried that he was gonna be shooting at the car?
I wasn't worried about shooting at nobody. I wasn't worried that he was going to shoot nobody. I mean, especially not at me, or I didn't think he would shoot Brooklyn. Believe this or not, I don't know why or what flipped him, but Keith loved Brooklyn, or acted as he did, or so I thought he did.
Well, I mean, you said, I think you said you're being sarcastic. I mean, did you ever?
Was he acting like he loved Brooklyn when he was seeing many other people? And I know that they're young, but ma'am, just answer the question, because you gonna get it. You gonna be in the same place your son is.
About that, did you?
No.
When you said that, were you picturing him opening fire on the car?
No.
Were you picturing him? Well, don't shoot me. I bet drag me out of there because I don't want to get killed. Were you thinking you were going to get killed?
No.
Were you thinking you were in harm's way?
No. Definitely not.
Was the purpose of that to get him to start thinking
Yes.
about how foolish he
Yes.
Keep going.
He said, I was gonna wait till she got out. I said, okay. He said, but that's another thing. If she don't get out, mama, I'm gonna drag her out, or Kate, I'm gonna ask you to step out, because I'm gonna open the door and just shoot her.
Did you think this was serious stuff?
No. Why? No.
And then you followed it up.
I said, hell, if you're getting off work, I'll give you the address. You can ride up here and do it, so you don't have to do it in front of Casey.
Again, trying to.
At that point in time, like I said, he said he was going to Citronelle and shoot at the police and this and that and the other. I said, so let me keep him out of Citronelle. I definitely didn't want him bothering Miss Sims, Miss Cornelia, which is Brooklyn's mother. And yet I'm just.
Did you take him serious?
No, I never thought Keith would do that like that. And I don't think anybody else that knows Keith thought that he would shoot Brooklyn.
What we're trying to do here is articulate to the jury. So when you answer, I mean, the point is, we want them to know exactly what was going on and what you were thinking.
Okay. And he said, send it to me, talking about the address.
I'm sorry, how did you can I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I read that one.
Okay, next one.
I said, we just in Pensacola. And he's like, I'm on the way, send it. And I was like, hold up, let me get it. Erase the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting your stupid ass. Meaning this looks stupid. Me and you both look stupid right now.
Keep going.
He said, I already deleted mine. Trust me, I ain't gonna say shit about us even talking today. And I said, don't act like you love Casey, because you don't give a fuck about that little girl. You love you and you alone. Trying to let him know that you're doing this is stupid. I mean, you're not thinking. He said, I love all my heart. It's that bitch who don't care about her. I said, you don't love her. You willing to leave her alone because you mad at a bitch. That's not love, son. Show him that he's doing stupid. He's being stupid. He said, if she did, she wouldn't act that way about me trying to get her, knowing she acting because she fucked me over and wants everybody to be on her side like she ain't do nothing. And he said, I'm not mad at a bitch. I hate every motherfucking body.
What do you think of that?
He's losing his mind.
I'm sorry.
He's losing his mind.
I mean, it's now no longer her, it's everybody.
Yeah, now it's everybody.
Again, notwithstanding that you think he's losing his mind, is this typical of him
Yes, it is typical, but he rants. He rants.
So when you say losing his mind.
Well, that's
One at a time.
figure of speech. He's acting stupid again.
And then
He said, don't nobody help me. The only people ever seem like they will do for me or ride or take up for me is Jaden and Emmanuel and Casey.
who's Jaden and Emmanuel?
Jaden and Emmanuel is two friends of his. And he said, I'm coming through Marbico. What's the address? I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy?
Why didn't you give him the address right there?
Because I'm trying to get him to see what's going on. I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy of the world to possibly be raped, abused, neglected, and God knows what, because you didn't put on a rubber. You're going to make her suffer for something she had no control over, but you love her? Okay.
Stop right there. Again, what is that?
Trying to make him see that he's being stupid.
Are you right now trying to get him to go kill Brooklyn?
I've never tried to get him to kill Brooklyn.
Ever?
Ever. I love
Do
Brooklyn.
you think he's serious?
No.
Do you think he's coming?
No.
Keep going.
I said, I'm getting it. Give me a minute. I'm on lunch. He said, Brooklyn knew what was coming behind lying to me. She knew I was going to kill her. So if she okay with the shit, I am too. I said, regardless of who knew, Casey didn't know.
Casey being
The baby.
trying to.
Keep throwing Casey up to try to calm him down. He said, I put my faith in Jay. At least he would do something to a motherfucker that fucked with Casey. Him, Emmanuel, the only ones I believe will. I said, you put your faith in somebody about your fucking baby? He said, hell, you wasn't preaching to Brooklyn about her choices. Shit, this her fault. Every action gets a reaction. So if somebody is okay with what she's doing, then they should be with what I am.
Who's that somebody?
I don't know. Oh, that I mean, he's saying if I'm okay with everything Brooklyn does, I should be okay with what he does. He always thinks I'm taking up for Brooklyn.
Yes.
And then he repeats the same text again. And I said, it's not Casey's fault. I said, it's not Casey's fault. It's all I know. Don't really give a fuck what you and Brooklyn both know. What y'all's faults are hers for giving it to you and you for not wearing a condom. And he said, her mama should have raised her better or told her better. I don't feel guilt behind that. I feel way worse letting this BS continue. I don't blame Casey for nothing. I said, you don't blame her, but you're willing to put her at risk over it.
Again, what are you trying to do?
Trying to use Casey to defuse the situation. He said that bitch could have told the truth though. It wouldn't have been so bad if she would have owned up to it. Just being real, bro. I'm tired of her trying to fuck over me, then play like I'm overreacting or crazy. I can show a motherfucker what crazy is. And then he says, address, question mark. I said, like I said, you don't give a fuck about that baby. I'm gonna get you the address when I get back. And you are showing nobody nothing.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. And you ain't showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues. Because you're willing to give up your life and your baby daughter's life and hurt your family over a bit. But don't worry. I will make sure she knows Brooklyn gave you something that you had to take a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give a fuck about what happened to her, that she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she should have meant more to you, and then her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you, I'll remind her of that for the rest of her life.
What is this?
To let him know that to calm him, telling him if you do, I'm gonna remind Casey of everything you're doing for the rest of her life. I'm gonna tell her what you're doing.
Did you think that was pretty strong stuff?
I thought it was. I said, which she'll probably end up committing suicide, and she will be with y'all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, and I'll give you the address. You ain't even close.
So, again, if she'll end up committing suicide, you're trying to do what?
To defuse him, using Casey to defuse him.
And then you say, give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna get you the address. Is that so that he can come and kill her?
No, I'm still trying to get him to change, see what's going on.
Now, again, do you think he's gonna come?
No, never in a million years.
And you think it comes that he would ever in a million years?
Shoot Brooklyn? Inside a Home Depot? No, anywhere. I don't think, and
Go ahead.
And then in front of people, I mean, drive all the way over there. And at this point in time, I'm thinking he's at work. I'm still thinking Keith's at work.
Is that partially because of what you know of Keith and partially because of what you and your mother talked?
Yes.
I think someone, well, we'll get back. So, please keep going.
I ain't talking about her mama. I'm talking about her daddy. And you just confirmed that you don't care about her.
Again, more of the same?
Yes.
Excuse me. If she meant more to her mama, maybe this wouldn't happen, is what he said.
Yes.
And then you come back,
I'm not talking about her mama. I was talking about her daddy.
leave Brooklyn out of this.
Yeah.
It's you.
Brooklyn knows what I do. I done shot at motherfuckers in front of the police and got away, and she still lied. She must not give a fuck about Casey or her life. I do, but you ain't gonna listen no way. You ain't in my position, so it's easy to say bullshit.
I mean, he's getting very, very self, me.
It's always about self. You know, he's threatened to kill his dad and his stepmom because and at this point in time he was taken up for Brooklyn when that occurred. I will give him that because his dad didn't like Brooklyn. He thought Keith could do better, and he told Keith he thought he could do better.
Keep going.
He said, I'm pretty sure. Wait a minute. I know I ain't gonna do nothing to take Casey from me because I love her. I know that. And he said, I'm pretty sure you ain't, cause you ain't gotta do nothing right now. So again, like I said, easy to say when you don't do shit. I said, who don't do shit? Who the fuck helps take care of the baby? And he said, I'm getting on the interstate now. I said, okay. He said, take care, motherfucker, you take care of Brooklyn. And I said, did you just call me a motherfucker? He said, you don't even like to go pick up Casey. Sometimes worried about a damn nigga, sell that dream to somewhere else. I said, I can't wait to get back to that store so I can give you the address because you're going to have to shoot me today. I done told you about cussing me.
What's going on here?
I see now that nothing I really say about Casey is even helping. So now I'm gonna turn everything. Now it's me and you. It's not about Brooklyn anymore. It's not about Casey anymore. Now it's about me and you. So.
Were you angry at him for saying?
Yes. I mean, it's not nothing he hadn't said before, but it was disrespectful.
So you've heard that before.
Yes.
It makes you angry. You just spend all
Yeah.
this time.
Doing everything I could do.
One at a time. One at a time for the court order, please.
Sorry.
So this is the response.
Mhm.
Right? You have to shoot me. Is that? Yeah. Shoot me. I mean, what are you trying to say?
that if you come over here, it's gonna be me that you have to see, not, but that's, and still, I'm still not thinking he's coming over here, over there.
Reality.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All I want is the address, Mama. I'm done talking. All I want is the address, Mama. I'm done talking. I done talked enough. It's what's gonna happen, and I'm okay with that. I done already been thinking it through, and this the only way for me. I don't know why you so quick to start shit with me, bruh. Again, must be scared of Brooklyn or something. I don't know.
At any time here, does he indicate, do you indicate that your partners in this endeavor that he is dreaming about or maybe doing or whatever?
No. I promise I'm headed back to get it to you and give it to you because I done told you about cussing me. I'm tired. I know I told you you don't have to respect me, but you're not going to disrespect me.
Again, going on, they're gonna have to shoot.
Right. He said, you disrespecting me, trying to tell me if I love my child or not. That's your problem. You don't see the shit, bruh. But again, I think it's a woman thing. She gonna be on the floor, right? And I sent him the address where I was at.
This has nothing to do with us. Here we are.
He said 45 minutes away.
There was something on.
After he put a question mark on, she. And I sent him the address where I was at.
This has nothing to do with us. Here we are.
He said 45 minutes away.
There was something on.
After he put a question mark on, she gonna be on the floor, right?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And I told him, I'm waiting on you.
Waiting on him for what?
I'm waiting on him to come. If you're gonna come, you come to see me. So I'm waiting on you.
Waiting on him to come see Brooklyn and kill Brooklyn.
No, I told him you're gonna have to shoot me. I didn't say you're gonna shoot Brooklyn. I said you're gonna shoot me. He said, I'm saying I'm not gonna have to find her in the back or something. Then question mark. I said nope.
Okay, excuse me, let's go back on that again. I think you read it wrong.
I'm saying I'm gonna have to find her in the back or something. I said nope. He said okay. I said but just know I'm the first motherfucker you'll see. But I haven't even told you was coming, so you good. But you're gonna see me for cussing me.
So is this about cussing you, or is this about him being dissuaded from hurting Brooklyn?
I'm letting him know he's gonna see me, not Brooklyn. I gotta keep Brooklyn. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of his mindset.
You think he's coming?
No.
Sheila, stop it. Sheila had a long time to think about this, and she probably has been listening to the Sonia Durham defense podcast over there on. Let me stop. But yeah, no, that's not what that's saying, ma'am. That's not what that's saying.
Let it be after then. I said, no, I'm coming out. She will be in. She won't even know nothing. He said, I'm not studying you right now. So, sure, I don't exactly know what IDM means. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to show you today what it means to love your child. You will understand when you're chilling with your daughter one day.
What do you mean by that?
That I'm going to stand in the gap. When this is all over, I mean, you got to come and see me. You're not going to see Brooklyn. And then when this is all over, you're going to thank me when you calm down. You're going to thank me when you're chilling with your daughter.
Next.
He said, stay out of my way. I said, I am. He said, only warning give you. I'm not studying you. You never help me. Always hindering me is what you doing. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. If you want to show me something, you can do that after I'm done with her. I don't have no problem with that. I said, only warning you giving me, LOL, bitch, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I'm not. I ain't.
Only warning I give you, I'm not studying you. You never help, always hindering me is what you don't say. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. Does that sound like you and he are partnership?
No,
Does it sound like he thinks you want to help him hurt Brooklyn?
No, he's telling me at that point in time with Keith's mindset, that's the only warning he's gonna give me. That he wish now he's gonna shoot me if I don't get out of his way. Not to help Brooklyn. He says the only warning I'm giving you.
And then you said,
I said, only warning you're giving me, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I ain't. And he said, I don't expect you to be. And I said, come on. He said, you probably done called the police to that girl. I said, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. I said,
why would you say that?
because I don't want him to think I'm taking Brooklyn's side, because he keeps saying, I'm always take her side. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of this. This is about me and you now. Now you're threatening me. You're saying the only warning you're going to give me. Now you're going to shoot me. So this is just me and you now. I said, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going. He said, oh, no, jail or dead, one of the two. I said, yeah, that way. I said, probably best. No, it was a like, yeah. I said, probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Casey or Kanya. Okay, my daughter. He said, something wrong with you. That must be why you don't take care of Kaya. I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You're stupid. Oh, I skipped one, I'm sorry. He said, oh. I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You stupid. He said, LOL, man, get off my phone. All I need was the address. Leave me alone. Finish your day's work. And you is too. I forgot. Just me. And I don't really. I said, bet I ain't stupid as you. Come on, dummy. He said, yeah, fuck me though. Point proven. Thank you. I always knew I wasn't tripping. You fucking retarded. Yeah, you called the police. I said, if you're trying to say I called the law, I said, oh God, I ain't called nobody. Because he'd already said he was going to shoot at the police. So I didn't want him to come. If he came, which I didn't think he was, I don't want him to start shooting at no police. Then I'm figuring he's going to be dead.
Again, at this point, do you think he's coming?
No. Because I had already told him, if you come, you got to see me, not Brooklyn. I'm telling him, Brooklyn's going to be inside. I'm coming outside. I'm going to be outside. So you got to see me.
So in the back of your mind, is it not possible? You don't think he's coming, but is it possible he may?
I'm not trying to be funny, but Mr. Akron, but it's possible this roof will fall in.
You think it was that unlikely?
Yes. He said, you wouldn't be testing me still if you didn't laugh at my ass off any other time you leave me the fuck alone. I said, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath.
Why did you be so?
Okay. This is going to sound strange to probably everybody that's not from where I'm from. We're from the country. I mean, I live in the woods. We don't have no red lights. We don't have stop signs. We got one convenience store, and it's also a restaurant. I mean, we live, and we say stuff like, swear to God, I hope God to kill me. I swear on my baby's life. I swear on my mama's life. It's a slang for us, to like maybe get a point across. Not saying that, like our biggest high school.
Everybody says, I swear on a stack of Bibles. I swear, girl, just because you live in the woods, that doesn't mean anything. People say that's widely used. Okay. Girl, the people in the woods didn't invent that. Okay, hun. Think of something else.
Because I've heard some girls here say their school was like a 8A school or 9A school. Our biggest high school is a 2A school, and that's from 7th to 12th grade.
Here's the question I'm asking you is, at the same time all this is going on, are you still trying to mollify him?
Yes. And I said, I'm laughing at you because you stupid enough to give up your whole life for a bitch that don't even want you.
Obviously that is.
Yes. He said, I ain't never in my life saw a mama that don't do shit for their son but love to want to start with them. Like, you so crazy, it's funny. I said, okay, whatever. Bye. He said, I don't want her either. The fuck? I said, yeah, right. Bye.
What are you trying to do with this?
I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get over it now. Now I'm done with you. If you're coming, you're gonna see me. I'm not gonna do this anymore with you. I told if you're coming, you come to see me. I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
You think it's any point to go any further?
No.
Trying to dissuade him?
No.
When do you think he's coming?
No. No.
At this point, do you think he's coming?
No.
Keep going.
LMAOO, I ain't like you. This about respect. You so fucking sorry. You think I want her. No, you wrong. I want to see Casey. That dirty hoe don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about hoes like you care about niggas. You put them for your own child. That ain't me. I'm killing over mine. You just dicked out. You think that. I said, no, you gonna learn. She will be dead. She ain't gonna learn shit. You done, motherfucker. I thought I taught you. If you want to hurt a person, you don't hurt them because they're dead. They have no worries. You take what they love. He said, that hoe don't love shit but herself.
Does that make sense? Even with what you said, his response?
I said, no.
Does his response?
Yeah. I said, you ain't killing over yours because she don't keep that baby from you.
Again, what are you trying to tell him?
He's wanting to say that Brooklyn like withholding Casey, but she does. She didn't. She never told it, to my knowledge.
So you remind him.
Yeah, to my knowledge, she's never told him.
You had the baby every week.
Mhm.
And he could see the baby anytime he wanted through you.
I mean, not even through me. He could go get her. They never denied him getting that baby. So that last thought of her knowing she fucked and the regret in her face would be enough to satisfy me. I don't give a fuck what she sees when she dead. Yes, the fuck she do. How the fuck I'm pick her up when your sorry ass trying to gamble or hang out in Jackson and she don't pick up the phone. Now he's mad at me and Brooklyn. Nah, that ain't even gonna fly. She just died before I let that continue. I said, okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't care what you do because I'm going home today, not hell or jail. He said, good for you. I said, okay, then stop texting me. I'm working. Do whatever you want to do. It don't affect me the fucking way.
Are you telling him to go kill her?
No, I would never tell him to go kill her. Why? Brooklyn hasn't done anything. Brooklyn has never.
Objection, Judge, non-responsive. Sustained. There's not a question that's been posed.
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
That's it. I don't want to beat a dead horse. We've gone over every one of these texts. Is there anything in any of these texts that you said to encourage him, motivate him, or do anything to come harm Brooklyn?
I would never do that. I would never want Brooklyn harm.
Notwithstanding this, how it sounds, does it sound like other conversations you've had?
Yes.
Based on all of your experience with him over the years, the way you've disciplined him, the way you've tried to make sense to him, and you've told that to the jury. Listening to these words, is this normal for you to do?
It's normal. All the time we've done this. Never in a million years would I thought my child would take the life of his baby's mother. That is horrific. That is, yeah. And I know these, if the texts are not, if the texts were admitted from 6 months ago, a year ago, between me, him, Brooklyn, a year ago, you could see that Keith has always done this type of stuff, but never in a million years do you. Keith done what Keith done, and I hate that. But if I could, I would trade places with Brooklyn right now, because my child took her life. My child took her life. And she didn't deserve that. And her mother didn't deserve that. TT didn't deserve that. Aiden didn't deserve that. And Casey didn't deserve that. If I could change this, I would change it. Because Brooklyn was, nobody's perfect, but she was so fucking close. She was a sweetheart. And I would give up my life there for back.
Sustained. There's not a question. This is narrative again.
Get your composure. I have no further questions at this time.
You ready to proceed, or would you like to go ahead and take a break?
That was
Ms.
very lengthy.
Okay.
Exam, so I don't know what the court's lunch plan is, but.
I was gonna see if we have lunches here. We don't yet? Okay, I expect they'll be here any moment though, so we can go ahead and take our lunch break and let you conduct your cross-examination when we get back. So ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be in recess for lunch. I expect they'll be here any minute. So this will be a longer break. Again, you cannot discuss the case. If you want to go outside, let the deputy know, and we'll be in recess until after lunch. Go ahead and flip those notepads back over for me and leave them here in the courtroom.
Did she say they were doing 1 hour?
Anything we need to address before we take a lunch break?
Not a mistake.
Okay. So let's,
But I would like to ask you, so we take the lunch break, we come back, I don't know how long cross-examination will be, but I would like 15 minutes from the time we close to get my vote.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't know how long it's gonna be for lunch, but I would like you to come back, I don't know how long the state's gonna be, some of the questions and what they're gonna put on, but I would like to take at least a 15-minute break.
Okay. We still need to do a final review of the jury instructions as well. But I think it's best to go ahead and take our lunch break for everybody, and I'll look at them again over the lunch break based on what's been presented today. And is an hour enough time for state you want, or you want till 1:30? We can do 1:30 if that's easy. Yeah. Okay. We'll reconvene at 1:30 to begin the state's cross-examination of Ms. Agee. Once she finishes, we'll see if the state is putting on any rebuttal evidence, and then we'll again review the instructions. Mr. Ackerman, I'll ask that you look at them over the lunch break if you have anything that needs to be changed or added, okay? And then I'll give you a few minutes to get your thoughts together for closings. Okay, then we're in recess till 1:30.
Okay, you guys. So we're in recess until 1:30. So DeAndre Booker just went into court. I'm not sure if I should shut this down or we should just continue through the lunch break with DeAndre and then we'll pivot back. DeAndre is in Macomb County, Michigan. He is the one who stands accused. He's very goofy, very goofy. He is the one who is standing accused of coming for the beautiful Ashley Elkins and has not been seen since he lured her away from her home studio where she did locks and hair and all kinds of things. He booked a phony appointment on Style Seat or one of those styling apps and lured her away from her place of her domicile, her business location, and was never seen again. And based on forensics, they feel that foul play happened in his apartment, and they spent many hours and days looking for her in a dump. But he, after 6 months, the preliminary hearing is just getting started. He's standing up looking extra goofy right now. So maybe we'll watch this for the next hour during the break. And then we'll pivot back as soon as Miss Sheila's her testimony continues, and then and such, rather than just shut this down. We'll just we're just going to pivot, and then we'll figure out how to do a standalone for this particular portion of the situation. But yeah, homie is a clown, and he is getting ready to have to listen. We're going to get to hear what the state has. Okay, hold on a second. So we missed the first couple minutes, but you're not really, they are so close. They are close up in this guy's face. It's ridiculous. Guys, DeAndre Booker, here he is looking extra goofy. And Ashley Elkins. If you don't know the Ashley Elkins story, you got a lot of time to, I've got a few videos on the topic. There just has been silence for a minute. This is now his preliminary hearing, and it's been 6 months. Okay. All right, let's keep going. So it's just getting started now. What is this? They're showing some video. Hold on. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and go back. All right.
Herman, I'm gonna take this back.
Okay.
Is there something under the table?
No, the only one is on there.
Okay, they just have him standing up. I think that's the Macomb County prosecutor, this guy right here. They just have him standing up. I don't know why they don't let, I mean, I guess, whatever. All right, we're just going to advance. Okay, here we go. Let's get. We're just pivoting. We're on lunch break from Sheila Agee. Anybody coming in? Sheila Agee is on lunch break until 2:30, so we have about an hour. So in the interest of time and live proceedings, they have just started with the DeAndre Booker preliminary, hearing. So why not? We have a whole entire hour. Get your lunch, get your snack, get your coffee or drink, and let's find out what the state has regarding the evidence against DeAndre Booker and the disappearance of Ashley Elkins, disappearance and murder of Ashley Elkins.
Morning, Your Honor, or afternoon, Your Honor. Rob Lang here on behalf of defendant DeAndre Booker, who is standing on the street.
We have two files set for preliminary examination hearing today, 25-329 FY and 25-1258 FY. Are you proposing that we take testimony together on these files?
That's exactly what I was going to do, Judge. Ask that the court combine them for purposes of exam.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
Are you ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Any preliminary matters prior to calling the first witness?
Your Honor, only
It's not your imagination. It does not appear that people are using their microphones to their, you're going to have to turn your volume all the way up. And if you have headphones, that's even better. I've got mine all the way up and on. So it is what it is. We have no control over, the only control I have is all the way set up to high. So yeah. Can I send? I don't ever mention anyone's name from my inbox. If you've been watching me for any period of time, I don't think anyone has ever heard me mention so and so sent me such and such. So since you know what I'm saying, like since you put it in the chat, you know what I'm like. I don't know. If it's not something to talk about, then that's cool. Just send me whatever. I won't put two and two together that this might be a note from you. I get messages every day from many people, so I don't know. I don't. Yeah, that's fine. Everything is anonymous. I don't discuss my inbox.
The proceedings in another room, but there's an awful lot of witnesses and or family members that are potential witnesses, not only at this exam, but at trial, and I would ask that they be sequestered.
no objection to that with two exceptions, Your Honor. One, my officer in charge, Detective Lesperance, or Sergeant Lesperance, I want to give him his promotion. And secondly, the Miss Elkins, the mother of the victim, is the next of kin, so she would fall under the Crime Victims' Rights Statute as the
victim representative in this case. That statute would allow her to remain in the courtroom after her testimony. I tend to have her testify first, and then I would ask her under that statute to be exempt from the sequestration order as well. As it relates to whether the court is streaming live or not, that's the court's decision, obviously, but I've told my witnesses, my police officer witnesses specifically, that they're sequestered and that we had an issue with one of the officers who was going to be security, and we specifically arranged with the chief of police to make sure he was not in the courtroom as security because he was someone that was needed to testify later in the proceedings. Thank you. Any objection?
No objection to Mrs. Elkins after she testifies. No objection, obviously, to the officer in charge. Just other people such as Alexis Elkins and LaShawn Ross. I have no idea if these people are here present today.
Do you know Mr. Yeah, I think Alexis Elkins is here, but I hadn't intended on calling her.
I believe she is going to be a witness at trial, so I believe she should be present in listening to testimony.
I don't know that she is, but I can understand Mr. Lane's position if there's a chance that she might be, if Mr. Lane may want to have her at trial. And I understand that. We can make sure that she's sequestered. Very well. And then, Judge, just another thing preliminarily. Mr. Lang, myself, and Ms. Seward have had several discussions leading up to today. As it relates to the exhibits that are going to be used, I think we have a stipulation. As far as everything that I've shown you today, with regards to photos and videos, there's a stipulation for exam purposes only as to the authenticity and admissibility of those. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not requiring the prosecutor to do any type of, at least for purposes of exam, chain of evidence, or discussion about how they obtain, certain photographs. I have no problem with that for purposes of exam, to simply allow those to be exhibits. If there is something I do have an objection to.
And then we'll deal with that at the next proceeding as it relates to the scientific reports and things under 766.11B, but those will be coming at another proceeding, not necessarily today. So we'll handle that at the appropriate time as well. With that, call you. Thank you. This time, if you call Monica Elkins to the stand. Come forward, please. Steps here. Watch your step. Good afternoon. State your name, please.
Monica Elkins.
Spell your first and last name, please.
MONIKAELKIS.
Okay. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat. Yes, Judge, do you want me to stand, or I know we have. It's up to you. You consider standing. I don't want to be disrespectful to the court, but I know that these. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Elkins. Thank you for being here today. Judge, is the defendant going to remain standing? Mr. Booker, I was told earlier that you did not want to sit. You can sit if you wish, but if you don't want, you can stand. No response, so with that, you may question the witness. Judge, I just want to place on the record an objection to the defendant posturing in this manner in an attempt, my opinion, to intimidate intimidate witnesses that are going to be testifying against him today. That's, and the court runs its courtroom the way it sees fit, and I recognize that, but I didn't want to just place it on the record. Thank you. Ms. Elkins, who is Ashley Elkins?
She's my daughter.
How old was Ashley in January of this year?
30 years old.
When was the last time you spoke with Ashley?
January 1st.
What were the circumstances behind you speaking with her that day?
She cooked traditional, the greens, like I did, pork that we usually do every year. And she was letting me know the food was ready.
So you celebrated New Year's with her?
I actually go, I was at home, but she called me on the phone and then she had my other daughter bring me dinner.
I see. How often would you speak with Ashley?
Every day.
How far away from Ashley did you live?
2 blocks, 3 blocks, maybe.
How would you classify your relationship with her?
Very close. Love it.
During your during the months leading up to New Year's, so let's just say in 2024, were you aware of anyone that she was dating?
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. In 2024, were you aware of any individuals that Ashley was dating?
Yes.
Who was she dating at that point?
DeAndre Booker.
Did you ever meet Mr. Booker?
Yes.
And would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Yes.
Do you see him in court here today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and indicate to the court what he's wearing?
Right there, black.
When you say all black, what type of clothing?
Prison clothes.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that identification of the defendant.
There we go.
I only ask because we have a lot of different officers who are also wearing black, so I want to make sure the record is clear. Okay, ma'am? Thank you. In December or on January 1st, when you had your last contact with Ashley, what was the status of her relationship with Mr. Booker at that point, if you know?
They weren't together anymore.
How long had they been broken up?
As far as I know, they kind of broke out like in September.
So 3 or 4 months earlier?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Had Ashley moved on and started dating someone else?
Not that I know of.
Now, when you spoke with Ashley on January 1st, did you see her in person or not?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention now to January 2nd. Did you have any contact with her either by phone or text or anything like that on January 2nd?
No, not that I can remember. Just texted her.
I'm sorry?
Me texted her and reached out to her. Told her about the dream I had. That was it.
When did you start reaching out to her on January 2nd?
9:06, because I got her house at 8:40 and she was gone. And then 9:06 is when I actually reached out.
How many times would you say you texted her that day?
Oh my God, I can't count, it was a lot.
Have there been instances when you would text Ashley and she would not get back to you?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be like for a long time. So maybe her phone was dead or she was doing somebody's hair or something. She didn't call me right then.
But she would ultimately get back to you?
Oh, definitely.
At some point, do you become worried?
Yes.
Why?
Because she wasn't answering her phone. She wasn't texting back. It's not like her. It had been too long. Yeah. It's not like her. She just wouldn't do that. She never wanted me to worry.
Let me do this, ma'am. I'm going to show you. Can you see the screen from where you're sitting?
Yes.
All right, good. I'm going to show you what's been entered. People would move for, let me do it this way. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as people's proposed exhibit number 1. Can you see that from where you're at? Oh, I don't know why it's not. Hold on, I may have to share that instead. Give me 1 second, Jeff. Can you see the vehicle in the top left corner of People's Exhibit
Yes.
number 1?
Yes, I can.
What vehicle is that?
That's my daughter's vehicle,
Which daughter?
Ashley Elkins.
Okay. Exhibit 1. Timestamp 8:01 and 25 seconds. The individual is getting out of that car. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes, my daughter Ashley Elkins.
He would move for admission of People's 1, Judge?
Any objection? No objection for purposes of examination only. It will be admitted.
Judge, at this point, I think Mr. Lang and I have gone through all 63 exhibits I intend to show today. So I would move for all the admission, or would you prefer I do it this way? Robbie?
I don't know if it was 63, but.
Okay,
whatever
I'll do it this way.
Looked at today, no problem.
I'll do it this way. I just don't, I got it. I want to show you exhibit 2 now, ma'am.
Before we continue, you indicated it was 8:01:25. I assume that was AM?
On the timestamp. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
And what date?
Oh, January 2nd on the timestamp.
Thank you.
We'll get into more of that detail with a witness later, Judge. I apologize.
That's okay.
Let's look at exhibit 2 now, ma'am. You recognize the woman walking in the 7-Eleven there?
Yes, it's my daughter Ashley Elkins.
You will move for admission of People's 2.
No objection, Your Honor, for purposes of examination only.
Thank you. And I'll show you now People's 3. You see that? There you go. Can you see that car driving around there?
Yes,
Whose car is that, ma'am?
it's my daughter Ashley Elkins' car.
I'm going to jump forward just a few seconds in this to save us some time. At 07:59:42, we see an individual getting out of that car. Who is that?
That's my daughter Ashley Elkins.
People move for admission of 3.
No objection, Your Honor.
Again, is this on January 2nd of this year?
I'm sorry, yeah, it does say that in it. Yes,
I
January
didn't
2nd.
see that.
My apologies.
That's okay. And is that true of Exhibit 2 also?
There's no timestamp on that particular one, so I'll wait for the testimony to come in on that,
Thank you.
if you don't mind. Ms. Elkins, did Ashley have any children?
Yes, two sons, 11 and 7. He was 10 at the time, though, when she went missing.
Did she have custody of those children?
Yes.
Did they live with her?
Yes.
Have you had any contact with Ashley since January 1st of 2025?
No.
Have you heard anything from her?
No.
Have her children, have she reached out to her children?
No.
Has she reached out to anyone in your family?
No.
Have you seen or heard anyone having seen her or
No.
talked to her?
No.
Do you remember the last text that you received from Ashley's phone?
Was all men. That's the last thing.
When was that?
9:06, around that time, a.m.
Did you, that was in response to something that you had sent her?
Yes.
Did she discuss going to a beauty store at any point in a text message with you?
No.
Did you ever check her location through her phone?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Oh, I'm thinking around 1 or 2. I'm not sure.
And how did you do that?
Her and her sister, Alexis, they share locations.
Through an app on their phones?
Yes.
And so you're able to see from one phone the location of the other phone?
Yes.
Were you there when Alexis did that? Or did
No.
she do that at your behest?
I was at home.
You were at home.
I asked her to do it.
You asked her to do it, but you didn't actually do it.
No.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions from this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Okay. You said you didn't talk to Ashley on January 1st, correct?
I did talk to her January 1st.
You said you had no contact with her on January 1st.
I said I talked to her January 1st.
I'm sorry?
I talked to her January 1st.
So you spoke to her on the phone
Yes.
on January 1st. You
Yes.
know if that was in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
I want to say like afternoon, maybe morning. I'm not sure.
Now, Ashley had her own home separate from living with you, correct?
Yes.
You said you lived a couple blocks away.
Yes.
And when was the last time you physically saw Ashley?
Actually, FaceTime when her and my daughter were at the casino, and they FaceTime and wished me a Happy New Year's. So that was actually at 1 a.m. exactly. As soon as it went on to the next year, she called and they wished me a Happy New Year.
So that would have been December 31st?
It actually been January the 1st. It was the next day. It was at, when it switch over, you say Happy New Year. So what, 12? So what is that?
So it was
12?
after midnight?
Yes.
On January 1st?
Yeah.
And that was by text message?
No, it was on FaceTime.
And did you know where she was at that time that she FaceTimed you?
Yes.
Where was that?
She was at the casino.
At where?
Casino. I don't know which one, but she was at the casino with her sister.
And would this have been in Detroit?
Yes, downtown.
So as far as you knew, at least as of the just after midnight on January 1st, she was located at a casino in Detroit, correct?
Yes.
you said that she would usually.
Okay, guys, regarding Sheila Agee, they're at lunch until 2:30 Eastern time, 1:30 Central. So right now we are watching the coverage of DeAndre Booker's preliminary hearing, okay?
Right.
We'll be getting back to Sheila Agee in about 30 minutes.
Doing hair.
Correct. Yes.
And did she do this out of her home?
Yes.
And if she was busy, whether it was work or doing social activities, she might not get back to you until the next day. Would that
Oh,
be
no,
accurate?
no, she'll call me that day or text me.
So it would be within hours that she would always text you back.
No, not true. Sometimes she'll text me right back, sometimes 15 minutes, sometimes a half an hour. It depends on what she's, so it depends on what she's doing.
Okay.
But never not text me a whole day without talking to me.
So she would text you back regardless of whether she was working, busy, in a social engagement, she'd text you back within hours, not days, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you didn't know in the last couple months of 2024, whether or not she was dating anybody, correct?
Exactly, I did not.
And you didn't know whether or not she was dating anybody on December 31st of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Didn't know if she was dating somebody on January 1st of 2025, correct?
Correct.
So I take it that you had no knowledge of her being involved with a person by the name of Marcel Sanchez during the last week of December of 2024.
I don't know Marcel, so no.
I'm sorry?
I don't know Marcel, no.
Did your daughter drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did she smoke marijuana?
Judge, I don't object to relevance of any of that at this point.
Yeah, I think it's relevant in terms of her overall.
It may be all over the attention.
Do you happen to, part of this video that was already marked as exhibit 1 and 2 was actually going into a 7-Eleven store on the morning of January 2nd, correct?
I'm not sure, is that what day it was? I don't know. Did you say January 2nd?
You've seen that video before, correct?
I'm just saying it. So it's January 2nd?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You know what she purchased at the 7-Eleven?
No, on the video, it looked like she had coffee in her hand.
Do you know whether or not she purchased a blunt wrap at 7-Eleven that morning?
No.
Did Ashley ever, if she was out, say, at night, whether it was with, a boyfriend or her girlfriends or sisters, who would watch her kids?
Again, I'll object to that as to relevance.
Well, I think it's relevant, Your Honor, as to, time frames and whether or not she, has has a history of not coming home, or leaving.
Overrule the objection, go ahead.
I answer that?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, she co-parents with the kid's father. So on the weekends, they go with their father. If she wants to do anything during the week, which is rare because she's working, but if she does, then either I or one of her sisters keep the kids.
So on weekends, the father would have the children.
Correct.
And his name is LeJohn.
LeJohn.
And do you know a LaSawn Ross?
No.
You don't. She's not a friend of your family.
What's the name?
LaShawn.
Oh, I thought you said LaShawn. LaShawn, yes. That's her best friend.
And is she related to you or your family at all?
No.
She's a friend of Ashley and your other daughter.
Well, her and Ashley are best friends, but they all grew up together.
So I'm correct here in saying that the last time you had any communication with Ashley was in the morning of January 1st, when she sent you some kind of a picture or video of something she cooked.
Yeah. I don't know if she sent me a video, a picture. I can't remember that, but I remember talking to her about her actually sending me some food to eat that day.
Okay.
So I can't remember.
Communication you had with her, correct?
Yes.
That was sometime in the morning of January 1st.
I'm not sure. It had been afternoon. Even I don't know. I don't know because she was cooking. She was cooking in the morning, so it couldn't have been in the morning. But she was cooking that morning.
Now, I take it that at some point in time on January 2nd, you were concerned about her whereabouts because she hadn't texted you back, correct?
Yes.
And when did this concern start? Was it in the afternoon, the evening?
It really concerned me when I texted her and she said, "Oh man," to me. And then when I called her, she wouldn't answer the phone. So that's when I started getting worried from the beginning. And that was 9:06.
Again, in the afternoon?
That was in the morning, 9:06 a.m.
So you were concerned about her at 9 o'clock in the morning as to where she might be?
Of why she didn't answer her phone or text back. After saying, "Oh man," and I called her, she didn't answer the phone. And it kind of made me had like a leery kind of feeling. I didn't feel right about it.
Was this on January 2nd?
Yes, that morning at 9:06 a.m.
On January 2nd, at some point in time, did you go over to the apartment complex where Mr. Booker lived?
Yes.
And what time did you go over to that apartment complex?
I'm not sure what time.
It was still daylight when you went there, correct?
I went a couple times. So I think the first time I went, it was daylight. When I went around the bill, it was daylight the first time.
Okay. And you went over there a couple times to see if she was over at his apartment?
Yeah, later on that night, like 3 o'clock in the morning, I went a few times, yes.
And would I be correct in stating that you probably rang the bell or knocked on the door of the outside of Mr. Booker's apartment, correct?
Rang the bell, yes.
Okay. My understanding is that the building that Mr. Booker had an apartment in, there was a outside door, correct?
Yes.
And there were 2, 3, 4 apartments inside there with their own private doors, correct?
Yes,
So you had to ring a bell outside to get let into the lobby. Is that
correct, yes,
And so however many times you went there on January 2nd, and rang that bell, you got no response, correct?
correct.
And after not getting a response from her by phone or your various times that you went over to Mr. Booker's apartment, did you then call the police?
Yes,
And would I be correct in stating that you contacted the police about 8 o'clock that night on January 2nd?
around that time, I think, not sure.
And I take it somebody, a police officer, didn't come to your door, but he came to Ashley's home, correct?
Correct,
And you were present at Ashley's home when the police officer talked to you about her being missing, correct?
yes.
Did you tell that officer that you knew why Ashley may have went over to Mr. Booker's apartment that day?
No,
You don't recall telling him what you thought?
if I have something going over there, no.
Do you recall the police officer asking you that day, why would she go over there today? Do you recall him asking you that question?
No,
Do you recall you telling the police officer that night at approximately 9:17:42 that I feel like because she has some financial problems and he's like a person to help out?
I don't know. I
You
don't
don't recall
remember.
making that?
There's a lot of stuff going on, I don't know, I can't remember.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper for a second because let me see. Okay, I'm gonna whisper because I know you guys have your volume way, way up. So this is your opportunity to raise the volume for a moment because I don't want to blow anyone's ears out. I've gotten one too many feedback comments that your ears get blown out when I come back on. Okay, thank you. Go Roro, thank you. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, I lowered the volume on my mic. It is what it is. Unfortunately, we have to deal with how people manage their volume and their microphones, but I'm gonna do the best I can. Just understand, it's gonna be all right. Okay, it's gonna be all right, and it's gonna be okay. I don't want to interrupt too much, so we could try to get through Ashley's mom's testimony before Miss Stephanie, excuse me, Miss Sheila comes back to solidify her spot at the Florida Correctional Penitentiary for women. Because we got to get back to that on time. We're on lunch break right now, and the lunch break is DeAndre Booker acting a complete fool, does not want to sit down in court. There are court systems. I've watched court from around the world, and I've seen in some countries the defendant will stand up the whole time. I don't know if he's American or not, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what his rationale is, but he wants to stand up and they're not playing with him. That's what I take it from the judge. We're not playing with you today, sir. You can do a handstand if you want to. This preliminary hearing is popping today. Okay. It's been 6 months and he has not had a preliminary hearing. So I don't think they care if he sits there and is in the damn downward dog position. You know what I'm saying? He can do yoga. He can stand there. He can probably lay down if he wants to. They're having the preliminary hearing today, and that's it. That's all. So he's not going to be a distraction to anybody. Nobody cares. Okay. So yeah, let's try to make the most of our time. Because Miss Sheila will be back before we know it, and then we'll have to double back to this preliminary hearing we all been waiting for. At least I have, following this case, been waiting for this to happen for a long time so we could hear about what is the evidence that they have. So we will definitely come back to this, or I'm going to record it and then broadcast it. So whatever it is, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. So let this go back, and then you guys can adjust your volume accordingly. I put my volume all the way down on my mic, so hopefully that helped. But I'm gonna I'm gonna leave it like this until we get out of Detroit. We're in the Macomb County. I know I think they're in Roseville or something. I know that that is not Detroit. They're in Macomb County, which is not far from Detroit. So let me, all my Michigan folk, please, it's okay. I know it's not Detroit. It's Macomb County, but it's not far from Detroit. But I think they're in Roseville, something like that. So, anywho, let's get back to it, and boom. Okay. Oh, and Go Roro, thank you so much. Thank you for your supers, and thank you for your milestone. Thank you. Looks like you would have to shut it. Uh yeah, I'm trying to not interrupt too much, especially during like the serious when we're doing Nesto and stuff like that. I don't mind interrupting, but sometimes when this very emotional, serious testimony about atrocities and horrible crimes, I just try not to drop the coins during that testimony, just, for a couple different reasons, but, definitely acknowledging when I click, and I'll talk about it, whenever it's appropriate. But thank you so much thank you. I appreciate all of y'all. And hit the like button for me, please. Thank you. I guess we're going to get some of our time back in this sidebar too.
When she saw it was him at the door, things, I don't know. We had to go through that extent to make sure that she would be home to book an appointment.
Because what happened was
She got contact.
so she stopped contact, and so he went on her page and got her other.
1742.
I'm telling you, it's not
Why
like
would
her.
she go over there today? What's the,
I feel like because she has some financial problems, and he's just a person like help out, and I'm telling.
Does that refresh your recollection of your conversation with the officer?
Yes, it does.
So you did say it.
Yes, I did.
Now, you also said you could recognize Ashley's vehicle from just those videos, correct?
Correct.
And she had just kind of purchased that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Like recently, before January 2nd?
Yes.
All right. And would I be correct in stating that she didn't have a plate on the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, she didn't have a license to drive the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, when all your attempts to contact her on January 2nd, you obviously made this police report to the Warren Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That night. Did you then go over to Mr. Booker's apartment again on January 3rd?
Yes.
And did you go over there in the morning and in the afternoon?
Yes.
And did you, at some point in time, actually go into Mr. Booker's apartment?
Yes.
And is that because somebody broke out a window, opened the outside door, and pushed in his door, correct?
No.
Nobody did that.
No.
So the outside door and his door to his apartment were simply open.
I didn't do that. So the guy downstairs, one of the neighbors, let me in. The guy downstairs, he opened the door for me. I went upstairs and knocked on the door, his door open.
Knocked on what door?
On DeAndre's door, and his door open.
And so you went inside on Mr. Booker's apartment, correct, on January 3rd?
Yes.
That was in the afternoon, about 3:20, 3:30.
I don't know exactly what time it was, but yes, I went in there.
In order to save time and not have to pull up another video, if I let you know that there's this same parking lot video that shows you pulling up into that parking lot at Mr. Booker's residence at 3:22 in the afternoon, would that be accurate?
If it's on video, I don't know what time. There's a lot going on that day. So I don't know if he know what time. So I'm not sure. But if you have it, then yes.
You had some other person in the apartment open up the door,
No.
the outside door.
The guy downstairs opened up the door.
All right, and then would I be correct in stating that you and some other people went into Mr. Booker's apartment?
Correct.
January 3rd,
Correct.
That afternoon,
Yes.
correct? And it was you, and it was LaShawn Ross, correct?
I think LaShawn, yeah, I think LaShawn was with me. That time it was a few of us that went in. It was my daughter, Anaya.
And Alexis,
Let's see,
or Anaya,
Anaya.
and the father of Ashley's children.
No, he wasn't with me when I went the first time. He was not with me.
He came back later.
As far as I know, but he was not with me.
How many times did people in your family go into Mr. Booker's apartment on January 3rd?
I have no idea. I know I went in there once.
Okay. And did you take a phone from Mr. Booker's apartment?
No.
Did LaShawn Ross take a phone from Mr. Booker's apartment, to your knowledge?
I guess.
And did you give that phone over to the Warren Police Department?
Yes.
And did you tell the Warren Police Department that you had found that phone on the ground outside of Mr. Booker's apartment?
I don't know. I was not there. I'm not the one who turned it in. I was
Who
not
took the
there.
phone to the Warren Police Department?
Rashawn and my daughter.
And I would be correct in stating that you did not have Mr. Booker's permission to go into his apartment, correct?
Correct.
During the last week of December, did you know that Ashley was spending every single day with a person by the name of Marcel Sanchez?
No, I don't know who that person is.
You never met this person?
I met him after she came up missing, but I didn't know anything about him before.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Sanchez was sharing phone locations with Ashley at the time?
No, I don't know anything about that.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything further?
Yes, just very briefly. Ms. Elkins, why did the text from Ashley saying, "Oh man," at 9:06, why was that concerning to you?
Because I had a dream, and I was telling her I had a dream that her car was missing. Somebody took her car. And so it was just kind of weird that she said, "Oh man," and then when I tried to call her, she wouldn't answer. Usually she would have called me back and asked me questions about the dream, and she didn't.
Why did you end up going to the defendant's apartment? Like, how did you choose that place to go?
Because his location was in my daughter Alexis' phone.
As the location for,
Ashley, where she was on her phone at the time.
I want to show you exhibit 63, ma'am. Do you recognize that person there?
No.
Have you ever seen that person before?
No.
Is that Ashley?
No.
Is that your daughter?
No.
People would move for admission of people 63, and if I haven't yet, exhibit 3, I don't remember if I did or not.
Exhibit 3's already been entered, and for purposes of examination, I have no objection to exhibit number 63.
It will be admitted. When you went to the defendant's apartment, did you disrupt anything in the apartment?
No, we didn't touch anything.
Did you do anything in the apartment other than look?
Walk through.
Did anyone tell you to go there?
No.
Did you act on any instructions from police or anything like that?
No, I was looking for my daughter. I wasn't getting help, so I looked for her myself.
No further questions from this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just simply redirect, in terms of disrupt anything, did you look around every room in the apartment?
I looked in the bedroom. I walked in the hallway and glanced into the bathroom, and then we walked back up.
I take it that part of the reason you were there was to see if Ashley was there.
Correct.
Did you see Ashley in the apartment on the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Did you see anybody in the apartment on the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Did you let the police in Warren know that you went into the apartment on January 3rd and that nobody was there?
No.
on January 3rd, have you also pulled up, like put up posters or something about your daughter being missing?
Yes,
Set up some kind of a hotline or something?
yes.
Did you, in fact, yourself get a tip that Ashley was located at an address in Detroit on January 4th?
I'll object to that, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay. Mr. Ryan,
Well, I don't think it's.
is it offered
The
prove the
truth
truth of the matter, sir?
of that, just that she had some type of communication with somebody about the whereabouts of her daughter.
Say it again.
On January 4th, did you get some type of tip or information from a text that said that Ashley was being held at a location on Eileen Street in Detroit?
Yes,
And did you contact the police department to let them know that?
yes.
And you contacted the Warren Police Department?
Detroit,
Did you actually go to that location?
yes.
And did any police officers actually go into that location to look for Ashley?
Yes, they were on the block and around the house.
I'm sorry,
They're on the block and around the house.
did they actually go into that house?
No.
I don't know if there's a question.
Nothing further for this one, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alves. You may step down. Judge, Ms. Elkins, pursuant to that statute, will remain in the courtroom. Yes. Thank you.
People call Officer Cardozo.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
State your name, please.
Michael Carranza.
Spell your last name for the record, please.
Quuaranta.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I did.
Are you
It
going to
will
question?
be-
Okay,
yes, it will be
Ms.
me.
Seward, thank you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
And again, just like Mr. DeFranco, I am gonna stay seated. If that's okay with the court. Thank you.
Okay, guys, mic is low and talking low. We're going to pivot back to Escambia. The judge is coming back. Lunch is over, and we are back, getting ready to get back on the record over at Sheila Agee, and we will resume with the Ashley Elkins situation later. Okay. So we were leaving off with the testimony of Ashley's mother. And yeah, I mean, she did what she had a sneaking suspicion that DeAndre Booker had something to do with her daughter's disappearance, and she went over to just handle that business like anybody else with some common sense would do, just to either see if there's something she can help with, just validate whatever, and that's what she did. I don't fault her for that in the least. But yeah, we're getting ready to get back on the record over here at Sheila Agee. Sheila Agee is baby not doing a great job of defending herself, but she I feel like she's one of these people who feels like,
We'll go
just
back
give
on
me
the
a
record
chance to
then. State of Florida
explain and I
versus
got
Sheila
it.
Agee, states present, defendants present with counsel. Anything we need to address before the state conducts their cross-examination?
Your Honor, before we do cross-examination, I request that I can recall my witness to the stand, Ms. Agee. Several questions and all the emotions, and I never asked her.
Okay, these are areas that you have not previously covered.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an idea about how long that will take?
5 minutes is that.
All right. Is the jury back in the jury room? Okay, besides that, Mr. Ackerman, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, then we can go ahead and have Ms. Agee return to the witness stand and bring the jury. Ms. Agee, just remember to speak slowly and wait for Mr. Ackerman to ask this question before you start answering, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. Did y'all have a nice lunch today? Yes, it looks like the rain's back, so I'm not sure if y'all stepped outside. It looked like it was coming down pretty good. And again, everybody's continued to abide by the rule, correct? You haven't yet discussed the case. Everybody ready to proceed? Okay. I think Mr. Ackerman has a few more questions for Ms. Agee.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Ms. Agee,
Yes, sir.
you've watched the testimony here today and everything else. There was a video they showed. It was about a 30, whatever it was, minute-long video of you at the store walking back and forth, and then in particular, up front, back and forth. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you walking back and forth up front?
I didn't think Keith was coming, but to be on the safe side, I had told him to come and see me. So just in case he did come, I wanted to be the first person. When I told him I would be the first person he'd seen, I was going to be the person he contacted.
Okay.
That's why I was in front of the store.
And were you there for the time you thought he'd be arriving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you walking back and forth waiting for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit number 48.
Yes, sir.
That you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that your, I mean, take a look at that picture. What were you thinking when that picture was taken?
If that boy comes here, I'm going to beat his ass.
May I close this? May I show you?
You may.
Just real quick, this is the picture on the phone. You'll get a copy, you'll be able to look at this back. That's the expression you had.
Yeah, I was upset. I was mad.
You left, why?
I left.
You left, you were walking back and
Oh,
forth.
I stayed after the time that he said, and then I was like, he ain't coming. I never thought he was coming to begin with. But after I stayed there for a while, I said, he ain't coming, so.
Uh, During the course of this 2 hours on the 11th, the texting back and forth, you told him that, oh no, she doesn't know you're coming. Again, we know why. Hope we know why. Did you ever tell her did she know that he was texting you and what he was saying?
Yes, she knew that he was texting me. 'Cause
How?
I told her, I said, crazy's text, and she knew who I was talking about. And whenever we got in the car, I just passed her the phone. She read the text, handed it back to me and said, your child's got issues. I said, you telling me?
Okay. Did she act like she was afraid or scared or concerned?
No, I don't, Brooklyn didn't think he was, she knows how Keith was, how he blustered and done that. He's done that to her before.
Okay. State's opening. We went through all this, and then at 1:59 p.m., the detectives discovered, well, in other words, did you erase your phone? The text.
Yes, I did. Whenever this incident happened, and Keith ran out of the store, and I got outside, you can check my call log. I tried to call Keith 3 times to tell him to stop and turn his stuff in, but there was no answer. It actually went to voicemail all 3 times. And then a few minutes later, I was going to text Keith to stop and turn his stuff in. And I was so mad because I had Keith saved in my phone as my baby. And when I looked down at that text, it seemed my baby. I said, no, you killed my baby. And on the iPhone, I don't know about now, but used to on the iPhone, you just you could swipe your text away. And when I said, no, you killed my baby, and I just got mad and just swiped it. I mean, it wasn't like I erased those message of text. It's like I erased every text me and him has ever texted in our whole life. I mean, at that time, I wasn't thinking that I'd done anything wrong. I was just mad because of the situation that happened.
You just said it without me asking, but did you erase it because you thought you had done something wrong?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Jensen's going to have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Agee, you just said that.
I don't think that's true. When you swipe, I've had iPhones for over a decade now. Let me find a random. When you swipe, let me swipe. If you swipe soft, if you get kind of like, oops, swipe, you get a delete and mute. If you like swipe the hell out of it, you'll get a delete and delete report junk. Let me swipe the other way. If you swipe the other way, it'll ask you if you want to mark it as read or unread. Now, 2 or 3 years ago, it was probably still about the same. There hasn't been major changes with text like that in a long time. Considering you said delete your text and the text has got deleted, baby, you need to stop.
Think he would show, but if he did, you were there to beat his ass.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that boy did show up and you didn't beat his ass, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't see him.
Tell this jury, when you warned Brooklyn that she might
Thank
be
you, boo. I appreciate it. Rev it up.
When
Go,
I-
go, go.
when we was
Go,
on
go,
the lunch,
row.
I passed her the
Go,
phone.
row, row. Thank you.
And I let her read the text.
What text?
The text me and Keith had sent back and forth.
You and Keith have matching tattoos, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And Keith in your phone is listed as my baby.
Yeah, I just said that, yeah.
Right. And you said in the text messages that the jurors heard this morning that Keith will always be your baby, correct?
Yes, he's my child, yes.
And you also said in those text messages that you like Brooklyn, but you love Keith.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
She said she likes Brooklyn,
Mhm.
but she loves Keith.
Yes, I told Keith that I would, I mean, he's mad.
My
You-
question
Just
was.
yes or no,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, yes,
Is it yes or no
Yes,
question?
yes, yes.
Mr. Ackman, please do not interrupt.
yes.
And in those text messages, you said you would do anything for Keith because he is your child, correct?
I said anything that I could,
Anything that you could,
right.
like send an address, right?
No, not like that.
So Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about your different tactics depending on Keith's mood,
Yes, ma'am.
right? You said sometimes you have to agree with him, sometimes you have to disagree with him, whatever works to calm him down,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So what was your tactic that you were using when you sent him the address to Home Depot?
Okay, my tactic then, and as a mother, I figured if I could, at the following text, I said, you would thank me when you're chilling with your daughter one day. I figured if I could get to him and I could touch him, I could stop him. That's what my tactic was, ma'am.
So your tactic was to bring him from Alabama to Pensacola so that you could touch him first?
My tactic was to bring him to me, yes, ma'am.
How did that work?
It did it, ma'am.
What part of him saying that he was going to, or excuse me, let me back up. You mentioned during your testimony with Mr. Ackerman that you didn't take a lot of what Keith said seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part of him saying that he was going to kill Brooklyn was not serious?
To me, all of it, because he has said this before. He said it on the 11th. But if you would go back to the text that me and Keith has had months and years and other times, I understand your job. Your job is to pick out what I done wrong. But you haven't picked out the last 3 years. It's like your job is a
Ma'am,
witch hunt.
that wasn't my question. My job is to bring out the truth.
And that's what I'm giving you.
So what part of him saying that he was going to shoot Brooklyn?
I didn't
did
believe
you
any
not-
of it.
Ma'am,
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
What part of that did you not think was serious?
I didn't believe any of it.
What part of him asking where you guys were so that he could come kill Brooklyn was not serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
What part of him counting down his travel from Alabama to Pensacola did you not think was serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
Now you keep talking about these other text messages. You deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I said that.
You also mentioned that
This would have been a better answer. I know my son and he talks a good game and he doesn't follow through. He says he's going to do something and he typically never follows through. So I didn't think he was coming. He likes to talk a lot, but his actions typically don't follow through. So I just thought he was talking. I just thought he was saying whatever. At the end of the day, that would have made a little more sense to say he just doesn't follow through. He talks a lot. He might go have a drink. He might go smoke some weed or have a cigarette. And then he goes and sits down somewhere and I don't hear from him for a couple of days or he's calmed down. That's what, you know what I mean? Like she's not able to explain, but there's still no explaining because she still facilitated the murder. So she's frustrating herself and then she's accusing the prosecutor of a witch hunt. But ma'am, your son has already been convicted of murder and he committed the murder with your help. Okay.
Brooklyn was the best mama and was such a good girl.
She was.
And you sent your son to her location where he killed her.
No, ma'am. I sent my son to me. I told him you can come shoot me.
But he came to the location you sent and he killed her.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Agee,
Yes, ma'am.
your son had no idea where you and Brooklyn were that day, did he?
No, ma'am.
Your family testified how you and Brooklyn were so close, you were like mother and daughter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that your son was seeing a couple other people, but you had no idea if Brooklyn was seeing anyone
I
else.
said I didn't think Brooklyn was seeing anybody else. Yes, ma'am.
But you're so close, like mother and daughter, and you don't know that.
Well, I mean, I had never heard Brooklyn say she was dating or sleeping around with anybody else. No, ma'am, I did not.
You said at some point you started changing your tactic because Brooklyn means nothing to him. So you started using Casey, correct? To try to calm him down.
No, I didn't say Brooklyn means nothing to him. I said I was using Casey because he was mad at Brooklyn. I was using Casey to try to calm him down.
Okay, so you're trying to calm him down.
Yes, ma'am.
So then you tell him he's stupid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you tell him he's a dummy,
Yes, ma'am.
and you call him a bitch,
Yes, ma'am.
and you tell him he's got mental issues.
Yes, ma'am.
How does that tactic work? to
It has
calm-
worked in the.
I'm not dying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am.
How does that tactic work to calm him down?
It has worked in the past, ma'am.
By calling him names?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ackerman talked to you about that text message where you say, if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your testimony at that point was that you were sick of Keith, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent that.
I was sick of the way he acted, and I was being condescending, ma'am.
Okay, well, you said you were sick of Keith in your
Yes, ma'am.
testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were sick of Keith that day, Miss Agee, why didn't you shut your phone off?
Ma'am, if I had to do it all over again, I would shut my phone off. I'd throw it out the window. I would.
I didn't ask you.
You asking me why?
Ma'am,
I didn't ask you.
well, Ms. Jensen's not had a chance to get her full question out, so I'm asking that Ms. Agee just wait. That way the court reporter can get it down as well.
I didn't ask you what you would have done if you had to do it all over again. I asked you on that day, August 11th, 2023, why didn't you shut your phone off?
I don't know, ma'am.
Why didn't you block him?
I don't know, ma'am.
Why didn't you ignore him and just not respond?
I've asked myself that, ma'am.
You also testified at, there's a text message at about 11:10 a.m., about 2 hours prior to the shooting, where you told Mr. Ackerman that you felt like Keith was de-escalating. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt like it was over at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But then you continue to warn him about going to jail and giving him some consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your tactic there if he's already de-escalated?
I'm reinforcing that you're going to jail, ma'am.
You never said, don't do it, right?
I told him you'd have to shoot me. I said you will have to shoot me.
So your testimony also was at that point he's de-escalated. And then a few texts later, you tell him to come to Pensacola, right?
To see me, yes.
Well, you actually said, come to Pensacola and do it so he doesn't shoot Brooklyn in front of Casey.
I don't know if that's the order it come in, but yes, ma'am, I don't think that's the order it was in.
Now, you made mention about you didn't know if he was going to shoot at the police.
Yes.
Were you talking about in Citronelle or were you talking about in Pensacola?
I'm talking about anywhere because he made a statement that he would shoot at the police.
Okay. So did you think that was a possibility?
So as I told Mr. Ackerman, it's a possibility if roofs fall in. I didn't think he was coming.
Well, you knew that Keith has shot at people before when he was a juvenile.
Yeah, but I didn't think Keith never shot at the police, as far as I know. But he made that statement in a text, and I didn't.
Ms. Agee, you said that Keith loved Brooklyn, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
He put 20 plus holes in her body. And it's your testimony to this jury that he loved Brooklyn?
Yes, ma'am. I said I think Keith loved Brooklyn.
It's yes or no?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Now, you also mentioned how you suggested that he come to Pensacola to get out of Citronelle. You said you were trying to get him out of Citronelle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking you.
I'm answering you.
Okay. What made sense for you to get him out of Citronelle and send him to Pensacola?
To come to me.
It made sense to you to have him drive from another state to come to you.
At that time, ma'am, yes, I thought I was doing the right thing. I'm not, can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying that I made the totally right decision. I'm probably an idiot, but I was doing what I thought was right.
You acknowledge that you deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
And you said actually in your testimony with Mr. Ackerman that you were worried about looking stupid. You said in your text messages when you asked Keith to delete them that you were worried about looking stupid.
Yes.
But now you just testified that you deleted them because you didn't want to be associated with Keith.
When I told Keith to delete them, that was way in the beginning of the hour and a half before we stopped texting. Yes, ma'am, I did. That was an hour and a half before we stopped texting, I'm sorry.
You testified with Mr. Ackerman that you were just trying to diffuse the situation,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At what point on August 11th, 2023, did you actually diffuse the situation?
As I stated, I was trying.
Not one of your tactics worked, did
Yes,
they?
ma'am. No, ma'am, they did not.
Now, you said never in a million years did you think that Keith would come shoot Brooklyn
No, ma'am.
in the middle of Home Depot with people everywhere.
No, ma'am.
He sure did it, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And he did it at the location that you provided him.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that Keith has threatened his dad and his stepmom, right?
Yeah.
And you said, but that was okay because he was taking up for Brooklyn.
No, I never said it was okay. I did not say it was okay.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yes,
My
ma'am, you
apologies.
did.
And you said in your testimony that once he cussed you, it was now between you and him and no longer between him and Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So him talking about shooting Brooklyn didn't offend you. But when he cussed you, that's what set you off?
No, ma'am. I said that was my way to get him off of Brooklyn and onto me.
Now, when you and your attorney were going back through these text messages, it was quickly glossed over the part where you actually sent the address to Keith.
No, ma'am. I said I sent the address.
Right. And you said you sent the address where I was, meaning you. You said I sent the address where I was.
Yeah, if you say so, yes, ma'am. I just thought I said I sent the address, but
But that's also where Brooklyn was, correct?
yes, ma'am.
And he'd been threatening to kill her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He never threatened to kill you.
Yeah, he told me, yeah, I see it. Well, he told me I'm only giving you one warning. Yes, he did.
In the text message?
Yes, ma'am, in the text message. He said, I'm only warning you one time, mama.
To
Yes.
stay out of his way.
Yeah, and I told him I was in his way. I was gonna be in his way.
You said in one of your text messages that he was going to see you, not Brooklyn, and that he was going to thank you when he was chilling with his daughter.
Yes,
one day,
ma'am.
Right. He's not chilling with his daughter, Miss Agee, now is he?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He's not chilling with his daughter.
No.
He's chilling in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, Miss Agee, you could have saved both of them by not sending that address.
Yes, ma'am.
So on one hand, you say that you didn't believe he was coming to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
He told you he was coming.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you a countdown of his locations, correct? Correct?
Oh, he told me one time he was 45 minutes away. Yes, ma'am.
Well, he told you he was coming through Movico, wherever that is. That's in between his work in Pensacola.
Okay.
He told you he was getting on the interstate.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
He told you he was 45 minutes out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were concerned enough, Miss Agee, that you lingered around the entrance looking for him, correct?
Yes.
So there was a chance he was going to show up.
I was trying to make sure that if he did, I was there.
So there was a chance you thought he might show up.
There's a chance it's still in the fall.
And you're
Okay.
pacing around,
Keep playing
you're
with the
looking out the door,
prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
So with the chance that he may show up, you don't call the police, right?
Yes.
You don't go tell a manager,
No, ma'am.
hey, my son is on the way, has been
No.
threatening one of my employees and the mother of my granddaughter. You don't tell anybody that.
No, ma'am.
You don't take Brooklyn to another location.
How much do you want to bet that Brooklyn, being her son's baby mother, may not have supposed to have been on her roster? How much do you want to suppose that there was an anti-nepotism situation where this is someone who's lived with you? This is the mother of your. Now, maybe they didn't have a problem with that. It's possible. But the fact that she was the direct supervisor, maybe not working for the company, but under her direct supervision, this was clearly a danger to other employees because 2 other employees got hurt because of her son coming to shoot her granddaughter's mother, who actually she supervises. Hopefully the people who got hurt sued Wix or whatever the name of the company is, because that's a whole problem right there. The company that they were working for, that was a situation where you have a domestic violence situation bleeding over because you have employed your son's girlfriend and he's a hothead and you invited them to the job and 2 other employees now got hurt. Okay. On top of it, 1 employee was killed. Okay. So hopefully not only did Brooklyn's parents sue, also the 2 others, not sue Sheila because Sheila doesn't have a coin, but that company does. It's possible that Sheila lied. It's maybe even that Brooklyn lied. Brooklyn could have lied on her application. Do you know anyone who works for this company? Are you related to anybody who works for this company? Did she disclose that Sheila was the grandmother of her daughter? We don't know. If she lied on her application, it would have some bearing on a claim. But in terms of if there is an anti-nepotism clause or there's some rules about family reporting to family, this could definitely be a lawsuit for that whole little squad that was working there, that they were subjected to workplace violence. 2 people were injured, that whole thing. It's a mess. It's absolutely a mess.
And at this time, would you not agree that
Let's make sure your phones are turned off.
Suing Sheila for wrongful death won't do anything because Sheila doesn't have any money. They would really probably do better suing the company. Sheila doesn't have a coin, you could tell. And she's going to jail for a long time. It sounds like everything is in Thelma's name. Thelma's the one who's the property owner, and everybody has, and I'm not trying to be funny, probably everyone has their house, whatever their house may be, on Thelma's land.
would you not agree that
When he shot, there were 2 other people injured. How they were injured, maybe from gun. I mean, I don't know. I don't think he shot 2 other people, but 2 other people were injured who were in close proximity from her. So I don't know if it was like bullet fragments. I'm not sure how that works. And they didn't even have those people come testify. At this particular trial, they may have testified at his trial. So I'm not really sure, but that's what I understand, is that there were 2 other people who were also injured outside of Brooklyn. They mentioned that at the beginning.
Keith was highly upset about this STD?
No more than he was upset about it 3 days before or 2 days before that.
Sure, the week before. He
Yes.
was very upset about this STD
Yes.
that he thought Brooklyn gave him.
I sent Keith the results of Brooklyn's report that she didn't have an STD.
My question was,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
He was very upset for however long it was about potentially having an STD.
Yes,
And he believed that Brooklyn gave it to him.
that's what he said.
And not one time on the August 11th day do you remind him that her test came back negative.
No, ma'am.
So you knew that Brooklyn had called the police on Keith before.
No, ma'am. He told me that. That was hearsay. Do I know? Did Brooklyn tell me that? No,
Okay,
no.
so did Keith told you that Brooklyn called
Yes,
the police on him?
yes.
And at some point, she had an injunction against
I
him.
don't know.
You had him arrested before, didn't you?
Yes, yes.
And his dad had an injunction.
I don't know.
Will you
Yeah,
testify?
I said that's what they said. I said that's what they said.
Okay, well, you testified to that earlier.
I said that they said.
Okay. And you knew that Keith shot at someone before.
I knew he shot. I ain't saying that someone.
Ms. Agee,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Ackerman's first question to you during your testimony was if you would ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said no. But you sent that address where she was located.
Not to hurt Brooklyn. Not to hurt Brooklyn
You know Keith is a hothead, correct?
at times.
And you threw gasoline on his temper with those text messages. Did you not?
I did what had worked before. If you say I threw gasoline that time, I would agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
In the 2 hours that you went back and forth with text messages, 2 hours,
Yes, ma'am.
how long would it have taken you to shut your phone off?
A second.
Speaking of these text messages, so the jury has heard that 911 was called at 1:21 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And they've also heard that you deleted your text messages at 58 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you when you deleted those text messages?
I don't want to lie to you. I think I was in the parking lot, I think.
Ms. Agee, you said at the very end of your testimony earlier that it is horrific, your words,
Yes, ma'am.
horrific,
Yes, ma'am.
what your son did to your child's mother. And it is equally horrific that you helped him do it, isn't it?
No, ma'am, I didn't help him to do anything. No, ma'am, not at all.
There's not a question right now.
Was it horrific that Keith took a life?
Yes, sir.
Despicable,
Yes, sir.
horrific?
Yes, sir.
Did you think when this happened that you were pouring gasoline on it?
No, sir.
Did you have any inkling that you were encouraging him? Did you think that that's what you were doing?
No, sir.
The state's asking you, if you pour gasoline on a fire, we all know what's going to happen, correct? It's going to increase. Are you visualizing this? When this is going on,
No,
your
sir.
son is talking stupid.
Yes, sir.
A young lady that you care very much for is on the other end of it.
Yes, sir.
It's not the first time, the second time, or the third time he's done that.
No, sir.
Did you think you were pouring gasoline on a?
No, sir.
Sustained.
First question that the state asked you was, you said you liked Brooklyn, but you loved him.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by that? Why did you say that?
Because he was saying I was totally taken up for Brooklyn all the time. So what was I supposed to say? Yeah, I love Brooklyn. I mean, I love Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn now. I will love Brooklyn till I die. Am I an idiot?
Sustained.
Will Brooklyn's memory stay with you for the rest of your life?
Sustained.
Look, guys, I'm going to just say this. I turned my mic down, so hopefully it's better. This is what I'm going to say. When they look at the law and she's charged with murder as a principal, so we know who killed Brooklyn, and that was her son, Keith, right? Keith has already been convicted. But when you look at the law, and I'm sure this is what she's going to say in her closing argument, right? When you look at the law, I need for you to apply the law in this situation. Sheila provided information. She had an opportunity to turn off her phone. She had an opportunity to not engage. She had an opportunity to not send a text with the address screenshot. She could have told a manager. She could have called the police. She could have waited outside and tried to stop her son. And if you love Brooklyn so much as a mother, like most of us, any of the mothers and fathers, I'm talking to you, would have took a bullet for your kid that you love so much. So if you loved Brooklyn like a daughter, you would have took the bullet from dummy. Okay? All right? You would have took that bullet, and then they would have been aware that there's a shooter outside, and he would have never made it back to aisle 52. Okay? So there were so many different opportunities for Brooklyn to not be shot if you really were showing love of a mother. But considering she's never really been a mother, we're not expecting motherly behavior from someone who had all her kids raised by Thelma. Okay. So that's really it. I would be shocked if she is acquitted. I'll be shocked. And I'll have some reasons why I think she's acquitted if she's acquitted, but I really will be shocked if this jury returns anything other than a guilty verdict. Whether it's first degree premeditated or second degree depraved mind and heart, that type of thing, because she's on some narc shit. She's typical narc mother son narc behavior between the two of them, just kind of cycling between the two of each other. But yeah, I'm gonna close the poll down in a minute. If you haven't taken the chance to vote, are they gonna deliberate for an hour? At this point, it's already 2 in the Panhandle. So, are they going to deliberate for an hour? Are they going to deliberate 4 to 5 hours? Are they going to is it going to take a whole day? Is this going into tomorrow? I'm going to give this 5 more minutes. I'm going to shut it down. And then we're going to put up a guilty, not guilty poll. Okay? I'm giving you 5 more minutes. This is a complete damn mess. I think they have finished jury instructions. So next, after she finishes, is going to be jury instructions to the jury, giving them the law that they must apply and how they should conduct themselves in deliberations. Well, first, I guess they're going to do closing statements. Maybe, I don't know, whichever order. We can expect jury instructions and closing arguments, and that's going to be it. And they're going to deliberate. So, I guess so. That's that on that. Anyway, yeah, Sheila is a fool. Okay, and depending, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. The people of Pensacola might be like, girl, stop. Okay.
throughout every one of these texts, what was your goal?
To not let anything, to stop Keith. That was my goal, was just to stop Keith.
Did you think in reality that he was coming?
No.
Stop Keith from what? Send Keith to jail? I feel like your goal was that Keith was getting on your nerves and you were hoping maybe he would maybe injure Brooklyn a little bit, send her to the hospital and send him to jail for 10 or 15 years and get up out of your hair because you were tired of him. Or him to kill Brooklyn altogether and you could have your grandchild that you love so much and get both of them out of your hair. You could stop having to deal with this foolishness that you entertained.
I did not. When I called my mother, I'm sorry.
Sustained. Just, Ms. Agee, just wait for
Sorry.
Mr. Ackerman to ask you a question, okay?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
When you called your mother, you what? Did you say?
When I called my mother and I told her,
Objection, hearsay. Sustained.
Every time you responded to one of his texts, were you thinking I should hang up or I should stop this or anything like that?
I was thinking just to stop him, try to calm him down, just hopefully make him see what he was doing.
All the questions that the state asked you, did you ever have any intent to help him, to induce him, entice, whatever, the words that the state used?
Sustained. Mr. Ackerman, if you have a new area of inquiry based on the cross.
It doesn't matter what her intent is. According to the law, you willingly facilitated somebody who was threatening someone's life. You facilitated someone in the commission of a felony, providing them key information to have that felony occur. You gave him what he needed to make the felony happen. You are an accomplice. You are a principal in the first degree of a premeditated murder that was discussed via text messages, and your screenshot is what facilitated his ability to be able to find the subject of the premeditated murder plot in your phone.
Trying to read
These
my
questions
notes.
have been asked a number of times.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Agee, you can step down. Mr. Ackerman, any additional evidence from the defense?
Defense was.
Okay. State intend to call any rebuttal witnesses, or do you need a few minutes to talk about it? Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to ask that the jury step back into the jury room. There's a few matters I need to take up with the attorneys. Hopefully it'll be a pretty brief recess. Again, do not discuss the case and go ahead and leave your notepads here in the courtroom.
Okay, so I guess, are we going to have a verdict by 5? All right, I'm going to put up another poll. Well, forget about the time frame. We already voted. Did we vote? Hold on. Okay. They're getting ready to deliberate, guys. My bad. We can let that play. Okay, so y'all think it's going to be back within an hour. So Boom. Okay. Okay, guys. 15% of you say maybe we'll have the verdict back tomorrow in a day. 31% say it's going to take at least a few hours.
If Miss Agee, since I believe it now, all the evidence has been entered. Miss Agee, is there anything that you wanted your attorney to do that he didn't do? Is there anything that he did that you didn't want him to do? Are you satisfied with his representation in the trial? Okay. We're going to review again the jury instructions, and I'm just going to confirm that you're satisfied with the instructions here in a few minutes, okay, once we finalize them. Okay. Any other matters before we review the instructions?
Nothing specific. Nothing.
Okay. And any witnesses that are still here can be released.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
If any witnesses can be released, that may still be here. Okay, I went through them over our lunch break based on what we discussed last night, and earlier this morning, I think there was some additional language under 7.2, number 2, adding or her accomplice, as well as under 7.4, the second degree murder instruction under number 2, or her accomplice. And then in 7.7, the manslaughter instruction in number 2, and then the paragraph or sentence directly below that. You agree to that, Mr. Ackerman?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I see that the culpable negligence language is in there that was discussed last night. Are you satisfied with that, Mr. Ackerman?
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
Page 4, about the middle of the page. I think you had asked for that last night.
Yes.
Okay. I think on weighing the evidence, 3.9, based on Keith Agee's testimony, I think number 9 would be applicable and should be number 6. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, did you say number 6?
It will be number 6. So 1
Yes.
through 5 are standard. Number 9 says, has a witness been convicted of a felony? And there was that testimony.
9 goes to 6.
Yes, sir. You
Will
agree
you
to?
mention his name specifically, or just going to be?
No, just leave it as it is, right? I think we can take out, though, Mr. Myers, the misdemeanor involving dishonesty, false statement language.
I agree.
Okay. And then the others can be removed. In the accomplices and informants paragraph on the next page, page 7, I don't know if all of that language on line 3 would apply.
I think, Judge, the whole paragraph would come out. It's talking about making a bargain with the state or have reason to help the state. And that, we didn't call it a witness that fit in that category.
Mr. Ackerman, do you agree that that particular paragraph doesn't apply now that we've heard all the evidence?
I'm trying to think, Judge. You give me a moment about.
Sure.
Martinez's testimony. No objection, no.
To removing that?
Yeah. we're gonna-
Okay, we'll remove that entire paragraph, and then just below that, since Ms. Agee did testify, that should remain. And then I think 3.9A can be removed. Do you agree, Mr. Ackerman? Since Ms. Agee did testify?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the things that I saw. The other question I have, Mr. Myers, earlier, I thought that there was, I know there was a picture of it, and one of the witnesses testified that there was 1 round left in the magazine, and I just wanted to make sure that was a live round. It is not in the evidence.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, we can double check before we go back, but It went back in the last trial.
Okay.
I think we took the test fire and
Because I know that's generally a concern for our court deputies, and it's empty. Okay. As long as there's not any other live ammunition, then court deputies don't have any concerns with the gun lock with all the evidence going back? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So I think that paragraph can remain. Those were the only things that I noticed over lunch. Anything else from the state that needs to be added?
how many copies do you require?
So we'll have 14, one for the court reporter, 15. I can provide mine to the clerk, so that's 16. And then I think you already have a copy, Mr. Ackerman, correct?
Yes.
You don't need an additional
Jury
copy.
instruct- the verdict form, jury
Okay. We're talking about.
I'll bring 18, Judge.
Okay. And then, so no other corrections, additions for the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I just have one last request. I'd like to make my motion.
Can I just finish this first?
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. And then we have the verdict form that was provided yesterday. Any objection to the verdict form with the lesser includes?
No.
Okay. So Ms. Agee, you've been sitting here as we've been going through the jury instructions. You were here last night as well. Do you have any instructions that we have not discussed that you're requesting? You're satisfied with the instructions and the law that's going to go back to the juries? Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Ackerman.
Judge, I just want to make this opportunity to remove my motion for Judge Little.
Okay.
Same argument I made yesterday. Basically, the state put on a case that convicted Keith Agee of murder in the first degree. I don't think there's any question about that. There's no doubt about it. Based on the evidence they presented, and in addition to that, what we presented today, testimony, we believe that the state has failed to reach their burden, proven beyond it, that even the lower burden of finding the evidence most convincing to benefit the state, there is simply not enough evidence based on 3, 4, 5 text messages in the middle of 50 text messages. 3, 4, 5 that may indicate there is some motivation on the part of the defendant, if you took them totally out of context, for Keith to do wrong, when there is a plethora of statements made. Don't do this. You'll leave your daughter alone. She'll commit suicide. She'll have no parents. How could you think of doing this? Everything we've heard today during the trial. And again, I think it's the law, it's a plan, no motive, nothing. Simply insufficient for this case to go to the jury.
Okay.
Just not one time in those text messages does she say don't do it. In fact, she says do it. On the light most favorable to the state, let's put it on a prima facie case, the principal of first degree murder should go to the jury.
She said 50 times, don't do it. She just didn't use those words. I don't think life and the perspective of the court that the state made their burden, because she didn't say, don't do it in those words. When she said it in 50 other words, I don't think the state made it.
Okay. I've considered your arguments as well as the testimony and evidence presented during trial. And again, viewing that in light most favorable to the state, I do believe they have presented a prima facie case of principal to first degree murder, and the matter will go to the jury. Mr. Ackerman, approximately how long do you anticipate you're going to need for your closing argument?
I'm just not sure, Judge. I'm thinking, based on what we've just done in the last day, I may not have to go as far as I thought I was going to go. Everything from the video should be fairly fresh in the jury's mind. But I would say at least an hour. I mean, again, it may all come together in 20, 30 minutes, but I can't focus on giving an appropriate closing if I'm worried about a time span. I don't intend on repeating myself except to come at certain points from different angles. You know, just.
Okay, I just need to kind of know for planning purposes as well as, the state gets to divide their time, and so they want to have a general idea of how much you're going
Sure, I
to
understand the
use.
question perfectly. I just just can't give an answer and then be held to it in the sense of when you said this or that. I just don't know.
Okay, if we get to an hour, I'm gonna ask council to approach to get it, an idea of when you're wrapping up, because that's gonna be a long time for the jury, and as far as when they may need a break
Yes.
after hearing, the state's initial closing and then the defenses. Okay, so if we get to that point, where you've gotten to an hour or exceeding it, I will likely call you up to the bench to just have a further conversation about how long
Understood.
you're going to take. Okay, Ms. Jensen, I assume that will be plenty of time for the state. Okay. Anything else we need to discuss? I know you wanted a few minutes to get your thoughts together, and I think Mr. Myers is starting on the instructions. So if we come back at 2:30, that'll give you 15 minutes. Is that enough time for the state? That'd be great. Okay, then we'll reconvene at 2:30 to begin closing arguments. It's
So they were supposed to, I'm sorry if this is loud, guys. Let me check my volume. Because I lowered it down to 30% now. Let me see. My icon's not even showing lit up. Okay, here we go. Because I lowered it down to 30% now. I don't know. I'm assuming it's okay because nobody's saying I'm blowing out their ears anymore. Okay. Before lunch, they were supposed to review the jury instructions. Mocha, excellent. Thank you, boo. Check your email. My God, I'm having a brain freeze. Okay. They went over jury instructions at lunchtime. They were supposed to turn in any corrections. They're getting ready for closing. Are we going to have a verdict today? It's possible. I mean, this is a 2-day case. This is a very serious case, but they have allotted 2 days to do this case. They might have they might get back there and they already know what they're going to do, because depending on how the law, I was trying to read I was looking at the Florida statute, and I mean, the text messages depict a premeditated murder. It's two people going back and forth talking about threatening someone's life. One person threatening and one person saying, "Come on." I'm oversimplifying, but that's basically what happened. Then also, you have someone who sent key information for the person who is threatening said person's life to be able to make it happen. And if you apply the law, however, the judge gives them the law and says, because I love that instruction from prosecutors when they always say, look, all I'm just asking you is to follow the law. I could say this, I could say that. All I'm going to say is follow the law. Based on what happened and the result of what happened, based on the law and how you apply the law, Sheila Agee is guilty of premeditated murder as being a principal to premeditated murder. She facilitated the premeditated murder of Brooklyn Sims. That may not have been her intention, but that's the collateral damage of what happened. So we're going to see how this goes, but I think it's pretty much, if we are to apply the law here, that's going to be the end result. So it's not really a lot of gray area here. It seems as though it should be pretty obvious, but people may feel a different way. I don't know. I don't know that her intent is, he's trying to argue that that was not her intent, but he's not delivered any sort of reasonable doubt. as to there's just nothing there that gives you, well, she really didn't mean it. And there's how many people do we see in convicted of crimes all the time that never meant for something to happen. This happened, but they didn't mean for it to happen. They didn't mean to shoot the person. They were just trying to scare somebody. They thought, they thought this, but then that happened, or whatever the case might be. There's so many times where the intent isn't necessarily murder. Her son articulated a murder, and a murder happened. And then also you talked about a cover up of deleting text messages, and text messages were deleted. Like everything you guys said would happen happened. Okay. Anywho, this is such an interesting case. Um, I think I put the results up of the poll. You guys are saying that within an hour they should have a decision. Okay. They're taking a break right now. We're probably not going back to Detroit for DeAndre. I might just make a video and put that up a little bit later and we can meet in the chat, because I've been live with you guys all day. So we're gonna see how that goes, but there's so much going on. Okay. Guys, don't forget Ernest Williams next week has court. We might be losing Facebook soon because Facebook shuts off after a period of time. Facebook, if we lose you, come back over here to YouTube. We're getting ready to have closing arguments. As soon as we have closing arguments, girl, they could deliberate for 20 minutes for all we know. We might just have to shut it down and then start a new one, but we'll see. Might just let it go at this point. At this point, we might just let it keep going. But heads up to Facebook. Facebook, if we lose you, come on over to YouTube. Hit subscribe, set your notifications. Okay. Okay, maybe Sheila needs to go to the bathroom. I like this judge. She's very patient. She's extremely patient. Freedom is coming. Oh, thank you too for the super. I appreciate it. Everybody who sent a super today, you're awesome. Everybody who hit the thumbs up, you're awesome too. Everyone who's been here, period. Thank you so much. If you are not subscribed to this channel, why are you not? And if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet to like this live, it doesn't cost you a thing.
On the record, State of Florida versus Sheila Agee, 23 CF 3379B, states present defendants present with counsel. I did a review of the instructions that Mr. Myers brought back up, and they appear to reflect all of the changes. I just said the instructions that Mr. Myers provided appear to reflect all of the changes we discussed.
I believe so.
Okay. So you ready to bring the jury in to begin closing arguments? Okay.
Okay, I put up another poll, guys. Florida versus Sheila Agee. Guilty, first degree, premeditated. I was going to put guilty, lesser included, but guilty nonetheless, or not. Oh gosh, it's 100%. I don't know how many people voted so far, but it's 14 votes. Okay, there's 248 of you guys. Go ahead and just go ahead. It's basically a guilty, not guilty. Let's get the votes popping. What do you think is going to happen? Are we doing a guilty versus not guilty? Do you think that the state proved their case? Do you think Sheila is responsible for facilitating her son who's already been convicted? You don't There's 3% right now who
Satisfied with the
think she's not
instructions?
guilty.
Okay. Then let's bring the jury back in. Are you doing the trial?
Sheila has admitted that had she not sent that text, he would not have known where to find them. It could have bought her another day. And if he was truly a hothead, maybe another day is what he needed, not to play shoot 'em up bang bang at your job. What person who takes their job seriously would invite their hothead relative to come and diffuse a baby mama, baby daddy situation over to the job? Who does that? Sheila Agee. Okay. She thought it was a good idea. You can still be guilty and not
Go ahead and have a seat.
have had the intent. You don't necessarily have to prove the intent. Her intent could have been
I know
good.
that I kept you out a little bit
but the
longer, but
result
we were able to get all of
was
these
bad.
jury instructions prepared and ready. So we're going to go ahead and get started with closing arguments. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support Mr. Abner? Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant, Sheila Agee, did not physically pull the trigger on the gun that killed Brooklyn Sims. But this defendant's words were her weapon. Sharper than a knife, faster than a bullet. Her words, "If you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch." That is what this mother, this defendant, said to her son. Her words were her weapon that assisted and aided and encouraged and incited her son to murder the mother of his child. And her actions were her weapon. She changed the whole path of this crime. She changed the whole direction of her homicidal son's mission to kill Brooklyn Sims. He was initially talking about killing her in Alabama, which is not okay. He wanted to shoot Brooklyn when they got back from Pensacola and got to Alabama and Citronelle. And what did this defendant do? She brought him to Pensacola and said, do it there instead. Ladies and gentlemen, she guided her son like a missile to its target. He had no idea where they were on August 11th, 2023, until his mother, his principal to this crime, directed him to that Home Depot on Davis Highway. But it's not only her words, and it's not only her actions, but it's her inactions. Her inactions were also her weapon that aided in killing Brooklyn Sims. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant did nothing to save Brooklyn. She knew Keith was coming to Pensacola. He told her over and over again. She sent him the address. Come get her here. He said he was coming to kill Brooklyn over and over again, and she did nothing. He gave her a countdown. You have the text messages. He said, I'm on my way. I'm coming through Movico. I'm getting on the interstate. 45 minutes away. Stay out of my way. And she did nothing. She didn't call 911. She didn't get Brooklyn out of that store. She didn't get her out of harm's way. She didn't take her somewhere. Lock her in the back somewhere. Get her out of there. She did nothing. She didn't even put Brooklyn on notice, that Keith was threatening to come kill her. Now, she testified today and said that she did give Brooklyn information while they were at lunch. But you heard from the two young ladies that were on the aisle that day when Brooklyn got murdered. And they were asked how Brooklyn acted that day. And they said she was her normal, happy self. She wasn't concerned. She wasn't nervous. She wasn't worried, because she had no idea that she was going to lose her life that day on aisle 52 in Home Depot, because this defendant did nothing. At 11:28, this defendant, Sheila Agee, sent the text message to Keith for her to come do it in Pensacola. 26 seconds later, this defendant said, I'm on the way, send it. Keith Agee showed up less than 2 hours later and riddled Brooklyn Sims with bullet holes. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee set Brooklyn up to get murdered. She knew it was going to happen. She intended for it to happen. And it happened through her words, her actions, and her inactions. The text messages don't lie. I know that you have seen so many of them over the past couple of days, and I know you're probably tired of looking at them. But I want to put some up now that Sheila Agee has had a chance to put her self-serving spin on those text messages. At 11 o'clock, Keith says to Sheila, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. At 11:06, Sheila says, but I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you. Never dissuades him. Keith says, she ain't done none but cost me money and gave me a disease. I'm fit and just shoot her. I hate that for Casey, but like I said, I can't take it. IDGAF, no more. Sheila responds at 11:09 and says, okay. At 11:10, Sheila sends Keith a text message and says, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go to jail, I'll tell you when we get close. But if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch. Sheila sends another text message at 11:23, assuring Keith that somebody will take care of his daughter. Keith sends a text message to Sheila at 11:24 and says, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. Sheila responds at 11:24 and says, don't call Nanny and tell her she will try to talk you out of it. Sheila sends a text at 11:25, don't shoot at my MF car, I don't want to die. Sheila sends another text message, wait till I put her out. Keith sends a message at 11:26, says, because I'm open the door and just shoot her. Sheila responds and says, as long as you don't shoot me. Sheila sends another message at 11:28 and says, hell, this is where it becomes her idea on where to do it. Hell, if you get off work now, I'll give you the address here. You can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey. And then she says, we just in Pensacola. He says at 11:28, I'm OTW, send it. Sheila responds at 11:29 and says, hold up, let me get it. Erase the text because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you, stupid ass. At 11:32, Keith sends a message to Sheila and says, I'm coming through Movico, what's the address? 11:43, again, he asks her for the address. At 11:45, Sheila responds to Keith and says, which she'll probably end up committing suicide, talking about Casey. And she'll be with y'all anyway, meaning Brooklyn will be dead. Give me 10 men. I'm going to give you the address. You ain't close yet. Keith sends a message at 11:48 and says, I'm on the interstate. At 11:55, Keith says or asks, she going to be on the floor, right? Then this defendant sends the exact location for the Home Depot on Davis Highway so that Keith knows where to go. And then he says at 11:56, he's 45 minutes away. She gives him a thumbs up, waiting on you. At 12:03, he sends a message to Sheila and says, I'm saying I'm going to have to find her in the back or some. Sheila responds, swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. At 12:30, Keith says, yeah, you called the police. Sheila responds and says, okay, if you're trying to say I called the law on God, or excuse me, she says, okay, God, I ain't called nobody. She then says at 12:31, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath. Remember, Kaya is her youngest child. Swearing on Kaya's life that she did not call the law or tell Brooklyn. At 12:38, Keith says, so that last thought of her knowing she effed and the regret in her face will be enough to satisfy me. IDGAF what she see when she dead. So a lot of time was spent, obviously, during the course of the state's case talking about Keith. And that's because, as Mr. Myers explained to you.
Real quick, I hate to interrupt. One thing I want to know, when you realized all of what she said, she never meant anything, right? Do you think, like, there were 2 911 calls, I think they said came through, right? There were a couple of 911 calls, if I'm connecting to the right story. All the 911 calls started coming in at the same time. Sheila, did you ever call 911? I want to know, like, they didn't even ask that question. Sheila, did you go see Brooklyn? Like, when you figured out, when you heard the gunshots and you put 2 and 2 together, Keith ran out the store. Did you ever go look for Brooklyn? Did you run out after Keith? What did you do? I guess they didn't talk about that because that would have just been too much. Okay. Did you ever call 911? And also in the last trial, which maybe we need to watch the last one too, in case, or just I'll bubble it up and you can watch it on your own. They tried to eliminate the body cam footage. The body cam footage must have been absolutely a fool, because she must have been acting up like she didn't know anything, but she knew everything, huh? Anyway, those are just some questions I'm having right now. Sorry I interrupted, but let's keep going.
The opening statement. The state first has to prove that there was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims for us to then prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, was a principal to that homicide. You've heard the facts and the evidence, so let's take a look at the law. And the judge is going to give you a set of instructions and she's going to read it to you. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 1, Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So what is the evidence that you have? You heard from the DNA witness that Keith Agee's DNA is on the gun that was found on the side of the road near Home Depot. You heard from the firearms expert that the shell casings that were recovered in the Home Depot, as well as the projectiles that were recovered during Brooklyn's autopsy, were fired from that firearm that has Keith's DNA. You have the cell tower records that show Keith's movement, that show his movement from Alabama to Florida to Pensacola. You have the video surveillance from the Home Depot. You have the pictures of Keith when he was taken into custody, and then again when he was at the sheriff's office. And then again, you've got him at the Home Depot in a still shot to show ID. Keith Agee is the trigger man. The evidence that you have for premeditation is that this started 2 hours before the shooting actually occurred, before they, Keith and Sheila, killed Brooklyn. Keith Agee had to leave work in Alabama. He had to go get a gun. He had to drive for at least an hour and a half, if not longer. He gets to Florida. He parks in the parking spot next to his mother's truck. He goes into the store. He goes straight to aisle 52. He shot Brooklyn at least 7 times, and we say at least 7 times because 7 casings were found on that aisle. And then he left. He threw the gun out of the car. He ditched his vehicle. He waded through some water. He ended up at the movie theater on Bayou, and he was taken into custody. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the law and the evidence, that is first-degree premeditated murder. You are going to have some options of what are called lesser included offenses. And that's exactly what they are. They are lesser offenses of first-degree murder. The first lesser included offense of first-degree murder is second-degree murder. The judge will instruct you that to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Brooklyn Sims is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. And 3, that there was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, number 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from an ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. There is no intent to kill with second-degree murder. That's what separates it from first-degree murder. The next lesser offense that you will have is manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state has to prove that Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number two, that Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee, intentionally committed an act or act that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims. With manslaughter, there is no ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent like there is required with second degree. And there is no intent to kill. And again, this is why this is a lesser, and these elements are not required for manslaughter. You're also going to see in your packet of definitions that there is a definition for culpable negligence with manslaughter. And once you read that instruction, you will see that it does not apply to the facts of this case. This honorable judge is also going to instruct you that a verdict of guilty should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is also going to instruct you on rules for deliberation. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Even if you don't like the law, you must follow it. Principles. Mr. Myers went over this with you in jury instruction, or excuse me, in jury selection on Monday. If the defendant helped another person commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person did if the defendant intended the crime occur, and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Sheila Agee became a witness in this case. She testified before you, and it is up to you to decide her credibility. And one of the things that the judge is going to tell you that you should take into consideration is if the witness has some interest in how the case should be decided. Sheila Agee is on trial before you for being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. She absolutely has an interest in the outcome of this case, and you should consider that in weighing her testimony before you. Keith Agee also became a witness in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, bless his heart. He is trying to save his mom. He has nothing to lose at this point. He's been convicted. He told you that there was nothing that would have stopped him that day. But ladies and gentlemen, this defendant not telling him where Brooklyn was would have stopped him. You have heard the shocking evidence in this case, horrific, as Ms. Agee described it, and you will be instructed on the law. And if you render a verdict in accordance with the law and the evidence, there can only be one just verdict in this case, and that is Sheila Agee is guilty of being a principal to the first-degree murder of Brooklyn Sims.
Thank you. Freedom is coming. Just as a point, she did her closing in about 20 minutes, 22 minutes.
Well, let me get organized here for a minute. The state was, I hope, successful in convincing you that Keith Agee obviously committed first-degree murder. There is no doubt here. What he did, as we've all said, horrific, horrendous. He caused such harm to so many people. You'll note, it's interesting to me, when Sheila was testifying, she was talking about the harm he did to the Sims family and everything else. And again, no one's making a hero out of Sheila. She did what she did, she said what she said, and we'll get that in a minute. But if you come into this case believing she's innocent, which was such a big thing we talked about in jury selection, if you came in totally clean and you left your minds open and you weren't going to be impressed enough by the first thing you heard that you were going to judge everything by it, then there's also other people that were hurt too. She was hurt tremendously. She lost her son. She lost her new daughter. She lost her grandchild. She lost her piece of life. She's going about her business. She's got a great job. She's working. She's doing her best to get through life. She's got a son that is, you saw him, you heard about him, and you've seen the text.
Yes, Miss Rose, we saw that at the beginning. We showed that in the early part this morning, like in hour number 1, because I was an hour early and I thought we were like right on time. We went through some of the news footage and that happened, and we saw her at the balloon release, and they were definitely betrayed. Betrayed in the sense that I don't think that they understood how crazy this family was. But at the end of the day, Brooklyn was free to kind of seem like she to do what she wanted to do with this boy, unfortunately, and it cost her life. So, I mean, I think there's blame on both sides of parents, unfortunately. Definitely the Sims family are the victims. And it's unfortunate they didn't know who they were trusting Brooklyn to be around, because the AGs had definitely meant her no good. I just think the Sims maybe trusted the wrong people, unfortunately, with their daughter and granddaughter. But yeah, thank you so much also for the super. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna put this back and let this go and uninterrupted. If you have not voted yet, what your thoughts are, guilty versus not guilty. Make sure to register your vote right now. You guys are voting. Still about 100 of you could vote. Right now it's 95%. And really you're just giving your opinion, what you think how you think the vote's gonna go. So if you haven't voted yet, come on. And I put the chat on subscriber. I guess we had a couple of trolls for a few minutes. So go ahead and subscribe if you would like to comment. And that's it. That's all.
But she's living a life, and this catastrophe happens. Okay, so let's back up. The state's proven that Keith did this. They do the same thing in their closing, and they're gonna have a chance to come back, and after I've said everything, they're gonna reiterate it and exploit what I've said. So I ask you again, till the very, very end, keep your minds without a decision till you've heard it, okay? So Keith tells mom, I'm gonna do this terrible thing, and then you've heard the testimony. He said it numerous times. He's threatened to kill his father. He's threatened to kill everybody. He's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. But he never did. There was that talk about when he was a teenager and he had a thing with another teenager, etc. That's not relevant to you. It may say, well, she should have known he had a propensity and all that. That's history. Remember, every time you think about things here, every text, everything she's doing is to stop this from happening. Again, she doesn't believe he's coming. He's the kind of guy that says these things constantly, puffs up things that he blisters, and that's him. So she's dealing with work, she's dealing with this, and you've seen the text from, well, let me get there. Back up. Again, Keith did a horrible, crazy, stupid, vile, vulgar thing that affected everybody. Okay? It turns lives around. It turned her life around. So let's put it in the perspective, in the context. She's at work, taking care of these 20, 25 people. She's just been through the last week with him, with his nonsense. Is it a vaginal infection? Is it gonorrhea? This you've heard, and I'm not going to put them up. My plan was to put up every single one of those and go over them again with you, just like we did with Sheila. But you're going to have those in evidence. So every time the state puts up something like that, just please remember that they're leaving out the whole context. The context is what enables you to understand intent. And so when they argue from their perspective, well, she did this, she did that, she admits that. She didn't come here to say she didn't say those things. She's not even defending them in any other way except, I'm his mother. I try and comfort him. I try and calm him down. I try and keep him in line. That's what mothers do. They don't always do it right. Remember when we talked about, I asked you some questions in voir dire, and what I was trying to get you to respond to was, are we all perfect? Do we all respond to situations perfectly? Do we all deal with stress, nonsense, all this stuff? How do we deal with it differently? And we deal with it differently on different days. So there's mom at work, taking care of business, gets the text. Oh no, I thought this was over. Now you had a chance, and if you'll recall, the state was very content, as they are in closing, to just include that 2 hours of tapes without giving you any insight or feel for what was going on before that. So we have mom at work dealing with stuff, dealing with what she's been through the last week. Thank goodness from the 8th to the 11th, it's over. He's apologizing, he's saying this. He's all over the place. How do you deal with someone like that? How do you figure? Do you know what they're going to do? Even if they say it. So he says this, she says that. Everything she says to him, and please look at the tapes again, the text again, I keep saying that, and understand the context. She is trying to calm him down. This is all Keith. He's not calming, but you never know. The ceiling could fall down. He could come, because anybody who's rational and intelligent thinks, I don't think this is going to happen in a million years, but maybe. So the conversation goes on, and she's back and forth. I mean, for you to think in the context of those conversations, that when she said, don't shoot at the car, you might hit me, you've watched her, heard her. Is she serious? The state wants you to think that was, hey man, kill her, but don't kill me. I'm your mother. I'm the grandmother of your kid. I mean, it's insane. And that pulling her out of, he's saying, I'm gonna have to pull you out of the car. Can you imagine how stupid and crazy that sounds? Well, yeah, pull me, don't hit me. You don't want to do this up there where your child is. She's trying to just stop the nonsense. I mean, how in the world would she, where's the plan? So we have all the week before with the text back and forth, not one word about, from Sheila, Not one word that she's terrible, that this, that, and the other. He's trying to keep him level. And so all of a sudden, now there's a plan. There's no plan, there's no motive. Why in the world would she want favorite kid dead? That's how her whole life is. The grandchild now and the mother of the child. And why in the world? Oh, because she told Keith, I like her, but I love you, Keith. And I'm gonna help you do this because you're my son. You know, my brother. You from that woman who's telling him all those things about what a lovely life he has, what a child he's got.
Thank you, Miss Piggy. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me see if I got any. Okay. Freedom is coming. Thank you, Miss Rose. All of you guys, thank you so much. Thank you. We'll talk more after he finishes closing statement, so we don't drag it out too long. But I appreciate y'all so much for supporting. Thank you, and thank you for gifting a friend in the chat.
Future, and she's telling him, yeah, go kill her. I'm gonna step aside here. State says she guided him like a bullet. All that stuff to get your juices flowing. If you listen to what was said, that's the opposite of what she. We've all been sarcastic. There are different words to describe it. We don't always say exactly what we mean because we want someone to be. We're all trying to get someone to go to our side and manipulate them to stop being fools or something. Give up your life, son. Shoot somebody. Come on down here. Shoot somebody right in the middle of the day, in the middle of the store with cameras and everything else. Yeah, do that. I'll be waiting for you. If I want to watch, where's the motive? What is this? What are they trying to say? Here's what they're trying to say.
This is what I'm gonna say. If they can prosecute the Crumleys, the parents of the boy who shot up the school, I think in Michigan, was it Michigan or Wisconsin? The Crumleys. Forgive me if I don't have the state correct. If they can prosecute that mother and father, then surely Sheila can get it for what she put in those text messages. And he actually showed up and shot up a Home Depot where people are in there doing their shopping, minding their business. And for all intents and purposes at that moment, people didn't know if it was a mass shooter or this turned out to be this DV situation.
We've got these texts. And remember, that's all they had for a minute, for a moment, whatever. So if you take those texts out of context and you don't know anything about anything else, then yeah, that's a mother who thinks her son's been wronged and she's going to go after this person who wronged her. She doesn't think her son was wrong. She thinks he's ridiculous. I mean, it's difficult to make. Some of us see things from different perspectives, and that's human nature, and that's what we've been talking about in our here. To me, the case for Sheila was proven more so than the case against Sheila. Why would she want him to do this? And even if you say, well, she was just stepping aside, as the state wants to say, where does that come from? 50 times? 40 times? What are you doing, son? What are you doing? She's a good mother. She's a good person. And you're here making all of these ridiculous statements and allegations. One minute she's terrible. Next minute she's great. I want to have a relationship with Casey, so I'm going to be a good boy. I'm putting this all past me. You'll see that in the text. Please, if you still have questions after this, when you go back to that your room, study those texts. They are not from somebody who is saying, yeah, let's get together and do this. no motive. The opposite, no plan. If there was a plan, would it be by text? Wouldn't there be a phone call, I'm gonna meet you? The state saying he walks right in and goes right to the aisle. He doesn't walk in and go where he thinks he walks in the aisle, he goes right up the front of the store, and he's looking down each aisle, and he looks and he sees her. Is there some kind of, are they trying to say that they can't? That she told him there's no phone calls, there's just the text. So he finds her there on that aisle. Okay? No plan for her to get there or anything else. She finds it. As far as coming here, she looks at you when she was asked that question, me and everybody else. And the state asks Keith, you would not have known where to go unless she told you. No, I wouldn't. Not trying to fudge or hide anything. And again, Keith's not the ideal witness. Nobody wants to call a murderer to the trial of someone accused who's supposed to be a principal. You watched his demeanor. You watched him. All I can say is what he said to you, and what clear to all of us, that there was no collusion between the two. Nothing he said, this is the way, nothing he said indicates one iota that he was motivated by mother, induced by mother, etc. by mother. Everything was, don't do this. And again, the state wants to say, but you never said don't do it. He's a contrary guy. You don't confront them with that. You go around it. You say this, that, and the other to convince them not to. But this whole concept that mother wanted this to happen. Again, you take it out of context with just those 4 or 5 words, but you also take out of context from the 40 words that she didn't want this to happen. And we're going to go through reasonable doubt in a minute. But if you weigh these statements, and then you weigh in the conversation prior to this, you will see that there's absolutely no proof beyond it to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that she wanted Keith to commit this heinous act. It's not there. Very difficult when you're accused of something and you've done stupid things or said stupid things, or what is stupid to others, but to you at the time. It's very difficult to defend that. I mean, every one of us, if you take out of context what we've said or done at a certain time, did you say that? What did you mean? Well, and then you explain it. Oh, intent. That's the key word here. We all agree. I mean, state put on that wonderful case against Keith. We sat there all through it. Very few objections from me, a few things. If you remember, I asked the fellow who ran the videos at the Home Depot, and you listen to his testimony, and sure, because one would think that there's cameras all over the place, and that people who work there would know where they were. Did Sheila have any idea? Is there any way she would know where the cameras were? No. So please, if there's any thought about aisle 52 and no camera, Sheila had no knowledge of cameras. You saw the video of Keith pulling up. I think the state said something about he pulled up alongside Mother. First of all, he probably didn't know what car she was driving. We didn't hear testimony, I don't remember, but she drives different cars all the time, and she drives a company car. He doesn't know well enough, and you can see by the conversations, he doesn't talk to mom every day, doesn't see mom every day, They text a lot when they text, but he comes right off the road, pulls right into a spot. And he was not right next to her car. He was about 2 or 3 cars away. But there's no evidence that he knew where her car was or that that was her car. So he pulls in, he walks down, and you see him on the video do his thing, goes down the aisle. You saw her waiting, I'm going to guess 30 minutes plus or minus, maybe 40 minutes, walking back and forth, back and forth. She's waiting for him if he's coming. She's not sure. She ends up, after all that time, my gut feeling was right, he's not coming. This was all typical Keith. So takes a breath, goes back to work. Still probably, looking over her shoulder once in a while. Wasn't long. He gets there, walks right down the aisle. Whatever. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but look at this picture. This is a still from those videos. And I ask you to, maybe, would you take a quick look and just pass it around? Look at the expression on the face. Again, maybe it's me. I've been around a long time and looked at a lot of expressions and heard a lot of things. That's not a happy face. That's not a face of somebody who's walking up and down the aisles waiting for somebody so that that somebody can commit a heinous crime. That's the face of an angry, distraught mother waiting for her son to come, who she said, "You're going to come, you're going to see me. And you're going to have to shoot me." A mother who's controlled her son for the most part over the years. Nothing like this was even in the remotest of her mind. He's saying the same old nonsense, but now he's pushed it. I've just spent an hour and a half on the phone with this guy, trying to reason with him, trying to be the mother that I'm supposed to be, and then he's telling me I'm an MF. And, this is a great little chance for me to switch it. It's no longer going to be me. You called me an MF? You come see me now. It's not her anymore, it's me. Again, an attempt to mollify it, to change his mind, manipulate him so that he's not going to do this stupid thing. I mean, it's, to me, clear as day. This is evidence for you. You're going to bring it back along with the other evidence that I encourage you to look at. We had We had the ballistics and all of that. And, it was very thorough and very good. And the state, they're going to charge Sheila with the murder. They have to prove the murder. So, all that stuff, we just, yes. We know that. We're not here to say that. We're here to say today that everything Sheila did was not with an intent for anything harmful to happen. And that's the key to this case. Intent. The state, and unfortunately, I can't read my own writing most of the time. Mr. Martinez to stand, and I did this and I did that, and I'm the investigator on the case. Okay, that means, someone's charged with murder. You must have been pretty thorough to come up with that. And, well, no, I really wasn't. Saw the texts. That's where my focus was. Rush to judgment. And that's what we do as human beings. He saw that. Hey, let me just get the day and that's it. Well, that's maybe par for the course, unfortunately, but this is serious stuff. Sorry if I upset him. Sorry if he was, maybe, I don't know, talk less and whatever. But you knew from those texts that there was something going on before, and then he puts into evidence from the 5th or the 6th, whatever it was, that there was this thing about the gonorrhea and about an infection. And why not go back and look? But it didn't. So it's easy. If we hadn't have been able to show you that, then I don't know that you'd have that perspective. And so I guess that goes along with the whole point of jumping the gun. And you came in here, she's charged. She's charged with murder. She must have done something. And that's what I really tried to get you all to just clear it away. Open up the thought process and let it all come in at one time, hear it all, and then see if the state meets their burden of proof. State was reading to you from the instructions, and I have some. These are a little bigger for me. Murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead. Yes. The death was caused by the criminal act of, it says here, defendant. Let's say another. Yes. There was a premeditated killing of the victim by that another, Keith. Yes. Definition. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuing to a single design or purpose. We all agree that Keith appeared to have a single design or purpose. Clear from the evidence, if not clear, then certainly a reasonable doubt from the evidence that Sheila did not have a purpose, a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. Keith, not Sheila. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditation intent to kill and the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It'll be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. An issue in this case is whether Sheila did not act with, oh, I don't know that we need to read that. Talk about excusable homicide and other things that all apply. In other words, for it not to have been premeditated, they thought, the judge is going to read you this. I'm just going to leave it out for time purposes. At the end of the charge, Judge reads, if you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill, Keith, in the heat of passion based on it, you should not find the state went into second-degree murder to prove the crime of second-degree murder, which is a lesser, and they explain that to you. If you don't think, there's not enough evidence that Sheila committed first-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead, Keith. The death was caused by a criminal act of Keith, yes. There was an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Well, if Keith was on trial, a jury could listen to that and surmise that, maybe he didn't have to, whatever, and maybe do that. Again, not Sheila. An act includes series of related actions arising from performed pursuant to a single act. Purpose, imminently dangerous. I'm not going to read any more of that. The third lesser included manslaughter. And one could say this could be interesting in this case. I'm going to read you, after I'm done with manslaughter, principle. So please bear with me, okay? To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, there are two ways to do this. Well, the victim is dead, and then two, A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim. Well, Keith certainly did that. The defendant intentionally procured an act that caused the death of the victim. Keith did it, but let's stick Sheila's name in here. Sheila intentionally, remember that's the key to everything. The state, you're going to have to make a decision based on that, these facts, the context, the desire of each person. The death was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant, okay? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable. That's never applied in this case. To either first, second, this, nothing justifiable or excusable with what Keith did. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was merely negligent. Let me read this again. Okay. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. To procure means to persuade, induce, prevail upon, or cause a person to do something in, let me to see. Okay, I don't have that here, but they go on to define culpable negligence. Let me see my jury instructions a little better. As I'm looking for this, remember intent. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death. We know Keith intentionally. Did Sheila Agee intentionally commit acts to cause that death? Were her conversations with her son, her actions that day, intentional to cause the death of Brooklyn? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violence, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable, excusable homicide, as I previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable, it's not necessary. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent.
Y'all, I think he's trying to bumbling defense. He's trying to confuse the jury. He's trying to confuse them by fumbling and bumbling. And if it wasn't for that key piece of information, there's one too many times she said, "Don't shoot me. Come on. I'm going to show you where you're going to find her. She's on aisle 52." Didn't she say aisle 52? She told him where to go. Did she not put aisle 52? Y'all, is it me or did she put aisle 52 in the text messages? Okay. He doesn't have any because he's, no offense, because there are some seniors out here doing their thing. Okay, period. But he's not he's not one of them right now. I think he put, yes, aisle 52 was mentioned. Aisle 50. So not only did you drop the location to the store, you dropped her physical location in the store. Ma'am, you're done. If she had not provided that information, it's not like he said, "Mama, where are you working today?" "Oh, I'm at Pensacola." "Where's Brooklyn? She there with you?" "Oh yeah, she's over there working on aisle 52. What you doing?" "Okay, I'm gonna see you in a minute." Boom, done. He comes in, shoots up the place. No, to the opposite. "I'm gonna kill that bitch. She gave me a disease. She's burning me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm sick of her. She's a this. She's a that." "Okay, son, do what you gotta do. Just don't shoot me. Come on." "Okay, I'm gonna send you a screenshot." "Okay, you gonna come? Make sure you don't shoot me now. Okay." Come on now. There's a big difference between those two things.
To commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified,
Girl.
or excusable. Your questions that you go back and discuss, the question here, Was Sheila's act an intentional?
I'm just glad he's not calling her Sheila, because you could tell he's from up north. Sheila. Any of my northerners, you know what I'm talking about.
Act to cause this?
Sheila.
And if it was an intentional act, was it just negligence on her part, or was it gross negligence on her part? Culpable negligence is going to be defined for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care to others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a grossly careless regard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the right of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such right. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Okay. I'm sorry I'm going on so long here, and I hope I'm not boring you to death putting you to sleep. But all of these require a consciousness that what's going to happen is going to happen. When you read, you've heard them once or twice, the states showed you some of them. Again, just the ones they want you to hear, leaving out. But when you go through those texts, is there a conscious, on her part, desire for the act of murder to occur, for these acts to have occurred? Now, I've read you those definitions, but here is the final one, that if the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things
Bingo.
the other person or persons did.
Bingo.
If the state proved beyond
Bingo,
a
bingo, bingo.
reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, not just beyond a reasonable
That's
doubt.
why she's being charged with principal, Mr. Ackerman. Bingo, 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 bingo.
That the defendant intended the crime to occur.
Bingo.
And the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did, intended to, and that did, incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually.
You said it right there. Just stop. Stop right there. Stop. Okay.
Commit the crime. And the state is saying she
Bingo,
gave him
bingo,
the
bingo.
address. She told him, if you don't kill her, you're a. She said, don't shoot because you might hit me. Do it here, do it there.
How can I spin this?
Obviously, if you think that with what Sheila did that day, August 11, 23, if you think when you read those texts and the text before, and you put everything in context, then if you think that she wanted this to happen and aided and abetted it happening, then she's a principal. But
Okay,
if
thank you.
you're not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not just, well, you know, she said those things and it's terrible. And then, you know, maybe that's not enough. You must be convinced. This is our backbone of our law, beyond to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that that was her intent. The evidence you've heard is just some words, and the state aggrandizes them. She said stupid things when you come back to the end result. She wishes she'd have done it differently. Goodness only knows she wishes she'd have done it differently. But that's not a crime. That's not a crime. The next instruction
is plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and the burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe, coming in here, she's innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, everything we've heard, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. So this all comes down to the text. What did they mean? What was her intent? You've heard from her, you've heard from the state. You've heard that she did this, that, and the other, she said this, but you've also heard the rest. You've heard that after it happened, she was in shock, she's whatever. Did you erase your text? She told you what happened. She's in that state, she's this, she's that, she's trying to call him, she's trying to text him, turn yourself in. And then she saw.
She called him instead of 911. You called him to turn himself in. She wanted his ass in jail. She was tired of dealing with him.
Baby next to his name there, that's what she has him listed as, and erased. Now, she also said to him, or he said during the course of the text, this is so stupid. Erase this. Why? Because it was stupid. It was obnoxious. I don't want to be reminded of this. This sounds terrible. And God only knows it sounds terrible. That's why we're here. We're here for the very reason that somebody might erase that. Oh my God, they're not going to understand what we were doing. They're going to take it out of context. Maybe I erased it. My son did this horrible thing. I don't know. I'm not thinking straight. I can't believe it. He better turn himself in. They know who he is. He's not going to get away with this. This is crazy. But that's no indication of guilt. I don't know why it was erased. She didn't think she'd done anything wrong. But after this happens, it's beyond comprehension. You've just had your life turned upside down by your son. There's been a death. You've just lost your daughter-in-law, your son, and your grandchild. I mean, what in the world would she have had to gain? I don't know where this state's going to come up. Well, she just loved her son and, he's going to do it. So what? What? She got tired, this mother who's not perfect, but who's worked all these years with him to try and keep him in line and everything else. Yeah, it's time. I've had it. Do it. She's got a great life going for her. She's not stupid, ladies and gentlemen. And she comes from a different place than most of us do in that sense. She told you. The language, the innuendo, all that. It's not something all of us, the words and the expressions and everything else. Some of them don't talk that frankly We don't use that kind of language. That's not a crime. Woman was only trying to do the best of her ability what a mother does, what a friend does, what a decent person does. Oh, the state's going to talk about that, some more of those texts, and they're going to say, look, here it is. She just knew damn well. Like a bullet. Well, it's not like a bullet if you don't know, if you don't intend for it, if it's not a conscious effort. Let me see if I have a few things I'll talk about. Many things that when the state came up and gave their closing and when they cross-examined her. You know, I'm standing there, sitting there, watching, listening. Yeah, you can attack somebody real well when they put themselves in this position. But you heard her, you heard Sheila's responses, you watched her body language and everything else. And again, why would this person in a million years want that effect to have happened? States can say, she should have known, she should have known. Again, please don't forget the relationship. Don't forget Keith's past, his history. And it's not going to happen. He's not even going to come. But if he comes, okay, I've now changed it. It's me. He's not even going to see her. And by the way, she was told he was coming. She handed the phone back. Basically, he's acting up again. She had no reason, and you heard the testimony of the gal, that she didn't look scared or anything else, because it's Keith. Why would I be scared? Hopefully, watching those earlier texts helps you in this case, hopefully. Perspective, intent, context. State's burden beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt to convict her. You have to be convinced. Not just, yeah, well, she could have done better or anything else. You have to be convinced by that standard that when she was communicating with her son, she had the intent for him to do this. Careless, sloppy, improper, you could have done better, you could have called the police, you should have done this, you should have done that. That's not beyond into the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That shows that, hey, you know, she could have done better. She could have been smarter. And you could even go as far as to say she was negligent in that she didn't do better. But that is not a crime. Even manslaughter, gross negligence. And they define that for you. I've read it. I'm not going to go over it again. So, again, please bear in mind, you're going to hear the state I've left out. Goodness knows how many things I can't read that I wrote. State in closing said something about quoting Sheila, somebody will take care of your daughter. Being facetious, she's being sarcastic. You're going to do this? Well, that's okay. Somebody's going to take care of your daughter. Or, son, you go ahead and kill her because somebody will take care of your daughter. Again, with all the other things, it's hard for me, and I know I've spoken longer than I want to, and it's hard for me to even do this now because to me, it is so clear what the evidence shows that I'm going over and over things, difficult, so clear. If it's not so clear, it's certainly unclear, Unclear is not proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Please bear that in mind when you hear the state. When you hear the judge read you the instruction, you will have the instructions to go back with. Yes, Sheila told him where they were. Yes, Sheila said the things she said. From the evidence you've heard, can you really think that she wanted her son to do what he did? It's not there. Not there at all. All the, she said this, she said, we know that. We've heard it. You've heard why and how it happened. You do this, son. She's not going to have a mother. She's not going to have a father. Don't you forget that I'll tell her every day for the rest of her life that you chose your selfish, self-centered, me crap over her. She'll probably end up committing suicide and being raped, suicide. What more strong language can a mother use to convince her son that what he's thinking, he's talking about is just irrational? What more could she say? She's already said everything else. She said it all with the intent to keep him calm. Again, don't forget Keith's history. Don't forget that she's still thinking this is all nonsense. He's not coming. And if he comes, he's certainly not going to do this. That's bizarre, incredible.
You know what defense he could have used? Look, we had Miss Agee tested, and her cognitive level is at a level of a 6-year-old. She barely graduated from high school. She has a reading level at this, that, and the third. He should have had her tested and said, look, she lacks basic understanding and her maturity level is not up to par. And this is the reason why she thought that she could engage some reverse psychology with her son, who is not only psychotic, but also homicidal. She thought she was going to play psychiatrist and use some reverse psychology to try to convince him to not do what he wanted to do, on top of dropping him an address and a location in the store, thinking that if she gave him the information, maybe that would stop him from doing what, I mean, there's just no excuse other than if they're really trying to go for the I'm simple, I was raised in the woods, that whole thing, then he needed to have her tested and evaluated, that her IQ is very low and she's just above functioning, and they needed to stop with the, well, she's a supervisor over 20. If you're a supervisor over 20, 25 people, you're managing a crew, then you've got to have some ability to be able to manage people. And you can't manage your one son that you seem to be all up in his business. It's just crazy. Like, he needs to stop it at this point. Okay, good. It looks like they're going to let the jury have a minute. The jury might be like, look, we're not coming back tomorrow. This is the advantage right now. This guy has used up the whole entire day. And unless these people are so mentally exhausted that they really need to thug it out, they're going to make a decision tomorrow. Otherwise, if they go back and do an immediate kind of test to see what the temperature check is, they might have an immediate response and it's over. So let's see. He's getting ready to wrap it up. Yeah, wake up, jury. It's time. They basically have an hour. So they have an hour. Right now it's 4 o'clock Florida time in Florida Panhandle time.
The state proved that to you beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. They argue they have, but they have that text, those texts, and they don't have the insight into the relationship other than you've seen it, heard it, and know it. Okay. I leave you with that. I know I've left things out. When you go back, you know, if the state says some things that I could have said, should have said, then please think, are they meeting their burden? Have they met their burden? What would Ackerman say? What would any reasonable person think in the contrary? They've got their case, tried to make it with the extra knowledge we have and with everything else we have. We know that they have not proven their case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. There's not even close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a break. I know my court deputy indicated that a few of you may need a comfort break, and I plan to do that. When we come back, the state will have an opportunity to give their rebuttal closing, and then I'll go through instructions, so it may take a little while to do that. So we'll be in recess till 4:05. And again, just leave your notepads out here, okay?
Okay, what time is it now? So it's like about 10 minutes. Boom. Are we back yet? No, they're probably like, my Jesus. Oh my gravy. He took an hour. He took an hour. Ma'am took 20 minutes. Okay, my God. He's using the older for you remember the detective show Columbo? If you're a certain age, you probably were. I was a kid, but my older siblings were teenagers. My dad loved Columbo and like Kojak and all of that. But Columbo specifically, if you ever watch old like Nick at Night or whatever, I don't even know if they still have that, but Columbo was a detective and he used to play confused and he used to play confused and like that was his main thing was like confused, like, you know, or forgetful. But he would come through like ta-da, and he would put it all together. Um the jurors are trying to hit the highway. You guys want a praise break? I don't know if it's appropriate. It's a murder trial, y'all. Should I? I mean, let's wait for the verdict. Let's wait for the verdict because we don't want to get too happy right now and then there's no you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say no justice for Brooklyn. Brooklyn has had her justice. What I want to look up though real quick, I want to look up Keith's sentencing. I believe he's life without parole. I'm not lying. I don't have anything against Sheila, but I don't think Sheila might get parole because she didn't pull the trigger, but she provided the address. I just think I'm from the woods excuse, but you're a manager of 20, 25 people. I don't think that flies. Either you're from the woods or you're not. You know what I'm saying? You're responsible. You've got a responsible job. You got a promotion. You're Brooklyn's boss, whatever, all of that. Okay. But I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. It's one or the other. You can't have it both ways. Let me see. Okay, I need the Escambia County Clerk, Public Records. Let me see, Keith. Oh no, not public records request. I need to see online public records. Online public records. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do Keith. I wonder if those outfits are those the outfits that that outfit that Keith had on, the red and white, is that what you wear in the state pen? Order from district court denying appellant's motion for supplement record appeal. Did he already try to appeal his sentence? In the light of counsel's response, May 27, 2025, the court's order of May 6, court denies appellant motion to supplemental the record April 29, 2025. Court against appellant 30 days from the date of this order to serve a pro se initial brief. The appellant fails to timely serve pro se brief. This case will be presented to the court for consideration without pro se brief. Is he supposed to be pro se for his appeal? He's appealing pro se, and he never submitted it with a brief. Boy, you're not getting out. Like, why would you do that? Why didn't he get a court appointed? He doesn't have a court appointed lawyer for his y'all. Okay. Anywho, okay. Let me focus. Jury trial. His jury trial took place on December 19th and his jury trial took place on the 19th of December 19, 2023, and was sentenced on, oh, they do immediate sentencing? Let's see. December, let me see, final judgment, December 20th, jury verdict. First degree murder as charged. Okay. They gave him not guilty on aggravated battery. Okay, the judge is back. Facebook left. Okay. This was his jury form. Okay, dear. Okay. First degree. This was for Keith. First degree, and then not guilty on aggravated battery. Let's go back here though. Let me see if I can find what the actual sentence was. Are we back? Okay. Notice of appeal. The verdict. Jury judgment, jury verdict. Okay, let's see. Maybe this is it. Okay. It says, he had served 132 days. That was Keith.
This is Sheila Agee. Ready to proceed and bring the jury back into finished closings? Okay, let's bring the jury back. state's ready for your rebuttal close. You may proceed, Ms. Johnson.
Don't worry, I don't get to start all over again. This is what's called rebuttal. It's just an opportunity for the state to rebut some of the things that the defense said. Mr. Ackerman said that Sheila Agee lost her son, her granddaughter, and the mother of her granddaughter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get one thing straight. Sheila Agee is not the victim in this case. Brooklyn Sims is. Mr. Ackerman said she warned him, "Don't do this, son. Your daughter won't have a mother and a father." Ladies and gentlemen, all she's doing is warning him of the consequences. She never said, "Son, do not do this." Mr. Ackerman said the state didn't go into what was on the text messages before August 11th. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our evidence. You heard from the witness with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office. They download it. They turn it over to the state, and then we turn it over to the defense. The state is not trying to hide anything from you. We have no objection to it being admitted into evidence and being read for you. Mr. Ackerman said, "Why in the world would Sheila want this to happen?" Ladies and gentlemen, she doesn't need a reason. Her reason is Keith's reason. She's the principal. He's her baby. She didn't formulate the idea, but she furthered it for him. Sheila wants you to believe, and Mr. Ackerman argued, that she didn't believe the defendant was going to come to that store. She didn't believe he was coming. But if you look back at that timeline, at 10:44, Sheila was leaving for lunch. At 11:09 is when Keith Agee started talking about shooting Brooklyn. At 11:21, Sheila Agee was coming back in her truck. At 11:27, Brooklyn came back in the store from lunch. At 11:36, Miss Agee was walking in on the other side of the store, the lumber side, and you'll see it in the video if you watch it again. It's the lumber exit. She's coming back from lunch. 19 minutes later, she sent that address to Keith. Mr. Ackerman said that Miss Agee was walking around, lingering around the area for, I think he said, approximately 30 minutes. I may have misquoted that. But at some point, he says she's lingering around for 30 minutes or so. Look back at that footage, because that is simply not accurate. At 12:55, Miss Agee is walking toward the front entrance, and she's looking out in that area. By 1 o'clock, so she's there about 5 minutes. By 1 o'clock, she's walking down by aisle 52 and 53. And she does not come back until 1:15. That is 2 minutes before Keith Agee is parking his car in the parking lot next to her truck. At 1:15, she comes walking again from the lumber area from the other side. She comes to the front entrance. She lingers around there for a couple of minutes, and then she walks to aisle 52, aisle 53, and she's over there for over 1 minute. Within feet of where Brooklyn Sims was working. She walks past aisles 52, 53, and then at 1:17:44, Keith Agee pulls up, parks next to his mom's truck. At 1:18, he's getting out of the car. He heads toward the lumber section initially, and then he turns and starts going the other direction with his phone in his hand. He changes his direction and he goes to the front entrance. He comes in the store at 1:19 and 30 seconds. He goes directly to aisle 52 and 53. In less than 1 minute, at 1:20:13, Keith Agee is running out of that store. At 1:21, 911 was called. This defendant went straight to aisle 52 after the shooting. If that is not a meeting of the minds, I don't know what is. And then what was Sheila Agee doing 38 minutes later? Deleting all of those text messages. The state and the defense don't often agree because that's just the nature of our job. But the state and Mr. Ackerman agree on one thing. Sheila Agee has been able to control her son in the past. That was his statement to you. And if you look at page 99 on the text messages that were read into evidence this morning, it's dated August 4th of 2023, you will see where Sheila Agee was able to talk her son down. He says to Sheila Agee, and again, this is August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can you say you love me if you know she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day when Bo Hell was playing with you at Pawpaw House, I was finna kill. I literally backed the car up and out the window to shoot him. Only thing saved him was you because you told me not to. Mr. Ackerman said, Sheila Agee did not want Brooklyn hurt. She loved Brooklyn. Ladies and gentlemen, she probably did on some level, but not more than her own son. Not more than his wishes and his mission. Mr. Ackerman brought up these text messages again when Lionel Martinez testified that he didn't go back a month and look at these text messages. A lot of that information is about this STD. The state does not have to prove anyone had an STD. You're not going to see that anywhere in your jury instructions. Those text messages also show you the dysfunctional relationship between Brooklyn and Keith and Sheila, but you also have those in the text messages that the state submitted yesterday. Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about the law, and the state is going to ask you to please listen to the judge when she instructs you, especially on the law of principles. You're going to have a copy that you will take back with you, and you will apply the facts of this case to the law. Because to be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be present when the crime is committed, and she was. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove that Sheila Agee intended the killing of Brooklyn Sims to occur. And the state submits the evidence shows that. For second-degree murder or manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, intended the death of Brooklyn Sims, but the evidence shows otherwise. Mr. Ackerman said, Sheila Agee wishes that she had done things differently. Of course she does. She is sitting before all of you on a charge of homicide. But she had every chance to change and do things differently on August 11th, 2023, before Brooklyn was murdered. She had every chance to do things differently, and she didn't. She wishes she did things differently, so does Brooklyn Sims. Just because Sheila Agee took the stand and gave you her version in self-preservation mode does not mean that what she says is true. She's on trial today. She wants you to believe that she did not do anything wrong, but she did, according to the law and the evidence. Mr. Ackerman said, well, what does she have to gain? She doesn't have to gain anything. What did Keith Agee have to gain? Nothing but revenge. Sheila Agee was assisting her blood, her son, her baby, Keith Agee. I mean, it's incredulous. It is almost impossible to believe. It is shocking. But it is what it is. And that's what the evidence and the law and the testimony in this trial tell you. It was based on her words, her actions, and her inactions. Mr. Ackerman said it's the state's burden to prove this case, and that is absolutely correct. The state accepts that burden, the state respects that burden, and the state has met that burden. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee did not physically pull the trigger that killed Brooklyn Sims, but she directed the gun and the bullets and the shooter from Alabama to Pensacola. The state submits to you that based on the evidence in this case, Brooklyn Sims would not have died on August 11th, 2023 on aisle 52 at Home Depot if this defendant had not directed Keith Agee to her location. Because of her words and her actions and her inactions, Sheila Agee is guilty of being a principal to the first-degree murder of Brooklyn Sims.
Ladies and gentlemen, the court deputy is passing out copies for you of the instructions that I'm going to read. As counsel indicated, you'll be able to take these back with you, so you don't have to memorize the law. Each of you will be able to take.
All right, let me give you guys a quick update real quick
have
before the
follow up.
judge goes into this. So I was reading the end of the transcript real quick when Keith got sentenced. Number one, in Florida since 1983, there is no parole. If you get 10 years, you get 10 years. You do your 10 years, you do your time, and then maybe there's some, I don't know, supervised release or something afterwards, but it's not really like parole. So life in Florida is life. If you get life, it's LWOP. There is no parole. Parole does not exist. It's just the rest of your life, period. So that's it. That's all. So Keith is done. He got life. There's no parole. So if you're sentenced after 1983, there might be people who were sentenced before 1983 that their sentence is what their sentence is because that was the sentence that they received prior to them changing that. But since then, there's no more parole. When you're done, you're done.
As I read them to you.
You're welcome, Diva. Thank you, boo. Thank you to all of you guys. This has been another long day. Let me say this too. Last night, the phone calls from prison, I recorded a reaction unto myself and I released it to members yesterday. I did put out a couple of shorts. Some of you guys are asking where that video is. It'll release, I guess we'll release it. I'm gonna give y'all a couple hours. Maybe I'll do it like around 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. And I'll put it up as a live stream so you guys can have a chat, basically like a premiere, but I'm gonna probably just do it as a live. I'll see you guys in the chat. Okay. I'll be hosting from the chat, not live because I recorded it. I wanted to, so it's right at an hour. It's not super, you know what I mean? So, okay. Also regarding Ashley Elkins, so we saw part of it at lunchtime. There was another witness after that, probably about another 30, 45-minute witness. Then there was another witness that was coming that wanted to remain, she wanted to keep her privacy for whatever. She did not want to be identified. Maybe she's scared. I do not know. The creep. Mr. Booker was standing up very creepishly in the courtroom. I'm talking about the Ashley Elkins, DeAndre Booker preliminary hearing for the murder of Ashley Elkins. Anyway, they went ahead and cut the camera. The camera came back a few hours later and they proceeded with another couple of witnesses. So we might just like recap it. DeAndre's acting very weird, but he's got a murder case himself. But we'll talk about it tomorrow. If nothing else pops off more in, which Ashley Elkins' story deserves to be told. So we'll give some time to it, but I don't know if we're going to go through the whole entire situation. I feel like seeing her mom's testimony was good, but there probably is like some evidentiary stuff we might be interested in hearing what the police were able to collect so we could understand a little bit more about how they came to it being DeAndre. So, okay, let's finish with this, but I just wanted to tell y'all that So if you happen to hear this, if you thugged it out all day long, then you heard that update. But we'll get into at least a little bit of Ashley Elkins tomorrow just to close that out, because there's so many stories happening right now. It's really hard to cover everything. So we're just going to do the best we can. Okay. We're going to just do the best we can.
Does everybody have a copy? Okay. All right. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Sheila Agee, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of principal to first-degree premeditated murder. In this case, Sheila Agee is accused of principal to first-degree premeditated murder. Murder in the first degree includes the lesser crimes of murder in the second degree and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful. However, a killing that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find Brooklyn Sims was killed by Sheila Agee or her accomplice, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder or was murder in the second degree or manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances: when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means, with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion, upon any sudden and sufficient provocation, or when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune, resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Sheila Agee may be found guilty of first-degree premeditated murder or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which she is accused, there may be evidence that she committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime or crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree premeditated murder are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. There was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims, or the death of Brooklyn Sims was caused by the culpable negligence of Sheila Agee or her accomplice. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable homicide and excusable homicide are in Instruction 7.1, Introduction to Homicide. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, in which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Brooklyn Sims occur. For second-degree murder or manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Brooklyn Sims. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, Or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been convicted of a felony? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you applied to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence in these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment or guilty of such lesser included crime as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary form of verdict has been prepared for you, and it is as follows. So there's only one verdict form. I have it up here, and we'll send this back to you in the jury room. And it says, verdict, we the jury find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1. guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged, guilty of principal to second-degree murder, a lesser included offense, guilty of principal to manslaughter, a lesser included offense, not guilty. So you need to mark in the blank next to whatever your decision is. And then it needs to be signed and dated by the foreperson. So there's a place for the date and the month, and then the foreperson should sign and then print their name, and then bring this back into the courtroom when you've reached your verdict. And so this will go back with you with the evidence. In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the court security officer. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when you have all agreed on a verdict and bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court security officer. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court security officer. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Any objection to the instructions as read from the state?
From the state,
Defense. Okay. Couple things before you go back. I'm going to have the attorneys come up and just double check all the exhibits, and then the deputy will bring those back to you. There are some videos that I think were introduced either as DVDs or CDs. There is a blank computer laptop that you'll have access to that doesn't have the ability to get on the internet, but you can play those videos as many times as you'd like, or look at the text message or whatever evidence you would like to see. So that's available for you. And we'll make sure the verdict form again goes back. Also take your notepads with you if you took notes, as well as your jury instructions. Right, is everybody feeling okay and able to deliberate? Okay, we do have 2 alternate jurors, so I'm going to announce them and ask that they remain in the jury box so I can speak to you for a minute. Caleb Hunter and Claire McDonald. Okay, if you all will stay here with me so I can talk to you, and we will make sure all the exhibits are ready to go back. So I'll ask that everybody here in the courtroom stand in recognition of the important function that you're about to perform in beginning your deliberations. And as you retire to the jury room, please advise our court security officer when you've reached your verdict, and they will advise the court and we will reconvene. So you may now retire to the jury room to deliberate.
I wonder if the clerks are staying late. You know, clerks are sometimes, most of the times, hourly employees. So sometimes they have to let them go on time. So I don't know. They have to leave at a certain time. The judge has to let the staff go. So I guess we're going to have to see, are they going to shut it down by 5
Right, so
o'clock? Are
Mr.
they going to
Hunter and
stay
Ms.
late?
McDonald, you were selected as the alternate jurors in this case, and typically when we have cases that are going to be multiple days, we pick more than one alternate because oftentimes things happen. Jurors get sick, family members get sick, car accident, all kinds of things can come up. And if we don't have enough jurors, then we can't proceed with the trial. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for your service for the last 3 days.
Yeah, right. Deb Diva, great point. If, being bipolar doesn't mean you're going to go and kill people. You know what I mean? And if Keith had gotten services early and gotten treatment, whether it was medical treatment, holistic treatment, if he had medicine, if he had been given therapy, if he had been given just any type of intervention at all, counseling from a church. I mean, I really don't know. But if he was bipolar, and had a chemical imbalance, he probably needed to see a doctor, get medication, treatment, all of these things, and could have saved Brooklyn's life. Maybe he might not have even ever taken up with Brooklyn. He might have made different choices from a very, very, very long time. He could have had a whole different path. We just don't know, but it doesn't seem like they acknowledge that he really needed some help. Anyway, we're going to see what happens with the jury because right now in the Panhandle, it's 4:45. So they might take an immediate vote, see how that goes, and then take it from there. So we'll wait. But I guess if they, how sometimes juries might go to the back and say, you know what, we'll take this up in the morning and go home, think, have a moment, and then do, handle the business in the morning. We really just don't know. So anyway,
You've given up a
we'll
lot
see
of
how
your
that
time
goes.
and been very good citizens and being willing to participate in this important process. Although you will not go back to deliberate, I hope you do not feel like your time has been wasted again. We very well could have needed you, and I've had many cases where the alternates have been used. And I hope you're not too disappointed because I know you spent a lot of time here sitting through jury selection and 2 full days of trial. But I sincerely thank you for being here, being attentive, again, being good citizens. This will count as your jury service for the year. So if you get another summons, you don't have to come down and serve. But I hope that it has been an experience that you'd be willing to serve again and participate and serve as a juror. If you want to know the verdict, you can certainly contact my office and my assistant can let you know. But if you have anything in the jury room that you need to get, okay, our deputy will make sure. And if you have anything in the lockers as well, make sure you don't leave without that. But they'll make sure that you get checked out. But on behalf of myself, the assistant state attorneys, defense attorneys, defendant, we thank you very much for your service. Okay, so it's about 4:40. I did talk to the deputies before I read the instructions, just in case we need to get together and talk about dinner, because I think 6 p.m. is the latest that we can order it. So I thought we could get together at 5:45 if we do not have a verdict to talk about that, see if the jurors are interested in dinner, because it usually takes about an hour to get here. Does that sound okay to State and Defense?
Very reasonable.
Okay, and they have your phone numbers, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Ackerman, are you going to stay in the building? You're going to go to your office?
I'm going to stay here for a few minutes.
Okay. And you're not too far away, right? In case we have a question or anything else comes up?
10 minutes. Less than that.
Okay. A wrench in it.
I spoke to the monitors and because they close at 7 o'clock, we need to order by 5:30.
5:30.
I'm sorry. 7
Okay.
o'clock is, that's when the restaurant closes, so the monitors requested we order by 5:30.
Okay. Well, let's have a further discussion. Do you think we should provide menus to them and give them an opportunity to just go ahead and order?
Just go ahead and order them to dinner, because I've seen where they're just like, okay, well, you can take your little dinner boxes home. Thank you so much.
Right. So we'll go ahead and give them that opportunity. If they end up not eating it, we can give it to them on their way out. But I just don't want it to get to a point where we can't feed them, because obviously it's a serious case. It may take a while, as you all know. Okay, so we've changed our plan on that. So I don't think we need to reconvene unless we get a question then or a verdict.
What about the prisoner? Does the prisoner get food?
Anything else we need to address before we're in recess?
Sheila might have bag lunch downstairs.
Okay, well then, we'll be in recess again until we have a verdict.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Whew.
If the attorneys want to just double check the exhibits before you.
Sheila, you're cooked, hun. Sheila, sorry, in case you didn't know, baby, Sheila, it's not looking good. Hi, Florida T-Bird. We're in Florida today for court. We're back in Florida. And Facebook, if you're wondering what happened, we were live, and Facebook cuts off after 8 hours. We've been here all day, and I had to restart the Facebook. So if you're wondering, I think the 8-hour one is still rendering. So if this is just now catching up with the judge's instructions or the end of pretty much, let's see, 45 minutes ago would have been at the rebuttal. So if you're picking up Facebook at the closing rebuttal, there's a whole 8 hours before, and we even dipped over to Detroit for DeAndre Booker. Just wait for that. It'll post in a little bit on Facebook, or just come on over here to YouTube. Guys, I'm gonna go handle some business really quick. I'm gonna put you guys on hold while this is happening. I mean, do you guys think it's gonna be fast or slow? Well, okay, we already know the answer to that because you guys voted earlier. In an earlier poll, you guys voted like, what was it? Jeez, I wish I would have screenshot it, but I know it's in here somewhere. You guys voted earlier that you thought it would be, let me see if I can find you guys voted hours ago that it was like 61% or something, that it was going to be an hour or less. And Bougie Gang, I'm pretty sure, I mean, we're spot on all the time. Okay. It's like think tank esque around here. We pretty much are on the pulse of what's going on and typically vote how it's going. So you guys voted that you thought that it would be an hour or less. And if we are right, if the majority are correct, and that was how the vote went initially, it's possible an hour from now we should be getting a verdict. So I guess we'll see. I think they're doing a 7:00 cutoff, but that's 7:00 panhandle. That's 8:00, y'all. Oh my God. We're not going 12 hours. I'm gonna have to shut this down soon. Yeah, they don't need that long. We're gonna courtesy hold this down for a minute, but it's gonna be bordering on like, damn, that was a long live. But hey. Okay. Um no, I'm not sure what you mean. The majority vote was an hour. You think it's gonna take over 4 hours? I feel like if I were on there, I'd be like, look. I would be guilty. That's Is there also second degree? Yeah, there's second degree included, but I feel like how is she second degree and he's first degree? Even though he is the one, I see how the way I see that she got first degree is when she said, "How about just come here?" He was talking about killing her when he got back to near where they all live in Alabama, right? She said, "Come here," so it's not in front of the daughter. And then she provided the address for it to happen, and it happened. She also initiated a cover up by saying, "I'm deleting my text messages, you delete your text messages." So, just on those things alone, I feel like she participated in the planning of the murder. Period. So, I don't feel like second degree is it. I feel like she should get just as much of a first degree. He was convicted of first degree murder and she participated in it because his first mind was to wait for her to come home. And then she encouraged him to go on down to the job site and proceeded to give him the job site location and where she was working in the store. So I feel like that's first degree right there. Second degree, to me, I would have to come up with a scenario that would make it second degree for her, but I feel like she's first, and manslaughter. I don't see second degree manslaughter. I could see if someone really feels like it was a joke went bad, but I don't see that it was a joke went bad. If it was a joke went bad and it was a oopsie daisy, I don't see any kind of oopsie daisy. I see her being just as toxic as her son, and her toxicity caused Brooklyn her life. I feel like it's either a first, or if someone is entertaining, if the jurors are entertaining that it was a sick, stupid, busting your chops joke, then maybe they'll entertain that. But I don't think that that was the case. Yeah, I think it's all first degree to me. I mean, I guess second degree is depraved heart and mind and stuff like that. So maybe that could be second. I don't find that there was any type of a joke or kiki out of what she was saying. Not because I personally don't find it funny. I just don't think that she was joking. Um, it's interesting. Hopefully, they're doing their little vote right now. What time is it? Gosh, it's almost 6 o'clock East Coast. What are you drinking? Raspberry tea? They should have submitted some testing that her IQ is a 5. If they wanted to go with that, they should have found some testing and some reasons. Her inability, maybe she had a drug problem. They should have introduced some reasons why she wasn't a mother. But I don't think that that would have made her less responsible at all. I don't see it. Keith Cumming did not help. Keith Cumming did not help at all. Her mother, that didn't really help. Jack Jr., that didn't help. None of that helped. I'm from the woods. When she said she was from the woods like Nell wouldn't have done that. Okay? She said she was raised up in the woods. Girl, bye. And I think if the jury is like, she was talking out of both sides of her mouth when she was like, let's face it, Brooklyn was doing good. She was doing real good. And so I don't know, was he supposed to be jealous of her? We don't really know. In some ways she said he loved Brooklyn, then he says he didn't, then she says he didn't love. It was like, which one is it? Yeah, Sheila's cooked. I don't think her testimony helped her at all. Racial comments and jurors not getting. Definitely, they said jurors not getting along. Also, there was some lady who was sitting there doing crossword puzzles. Don't shoot me. Yes, and then they were liking comments back and forth. Okay, guys, I'm gonna. I need to go handle something really quick. Put something in the oven. Just to be honest, we've been at this all day. I need to go put something in the oven, so my family can eat. And so I'm just gonna leave this on. I wish I had something to play for you guys. Hold on. Let's see. Yes, dear. Farrah said play Housewives. It's not that type of party, baby. I can't play Housewives. Farrah loves. Who's your favorite housewife? Is it Nene? Who's your favorite? Candy? Really? Wow. Why Candy? Why is Candy your favorite? You like her song? Which song? Which ones? You just like Candy the best. Yeah. Okay. She likes Candy. Really? Would it surprise you that like Nene, Phaedra, and Portia are my favorites? Do you like Nene? Yeah. What about Portia? No Portia? What about Phaedra? You like Phaedra, don't you? But Candy, what's your favorite Candy one-liner? Candy is known for this. The lies, the lies, the lies. They were at the reunion, and she got mad because she thought everybody was lying on her, and she was like, the lies, the lies, the lies. That's Candy's famous one-liner. Girl, what did Zachariah David do? What happened? Did you smush it? Okay. Not to get off topic, but will you be following the case of Zachariah Dodd out of Arizona? Zachariah Dodd. What did Zachariah do? Let's see. Zachariah, girl, I thought you were talking about Zachariah David, Kiki Wyatt's husband, Kiki Wyatt's ex-husband. Hold on. Zachariah Dodd. Let's see what he did. Is it Zariah? Zariah. Hold on. Zariah. Zariah. Zaria. Why do I feel like I'm not getting that whole spelling? Zariah. Okay. I didn't know what I was maybe I'm just tired, y'all. Okay. I feel like I've seen some of this. Suspect could face new charges related to another girl. This is in Phoenix. Zariah Dodd murder. Suspects could face. Oh, what's going on here? Zariah.
Pregnant teen found shot to death at a Phoenix park last month. One of two suspects under arrest now for Zariah Dodd's murder is the father of her unborn baby.
And he could be facing new charges linked to another underage girl case.
Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum joins us live with what we're learning.
Don, Ellen, Avondale Police tells Fox 10 that a case against 36-year-old Jarrell Davis was submitted to the county attorney's office last Thursday, the day before Phoenix police announced his arrest in Zariah Dodge murder. MCAO tells me they have received this case. Here's what we know. Avondale PD accusing Davis of multiple charges, including sexual exploitation of a minor and sexual conduct with a minor. The victim in this case is 17-year-old Anaya Morris. We've spoken to her mother, who says she reported Davis to authorities after he requested explicit images of her daughter. Anaya's mom even filed an order of protection against Davis last summer. Fortunately, Anaya's back home with her mom. She was rescued by police back on July 15th after she was found with Davis in North Phoenix. Officers also found a gun in the car. Davis is a felon and was not supposed to have a gun. Now, he and his alleged co-conspirator, 18-year-old Jacree James Gillette, are facing 2 counts of first-degree murder in Zariah's death and the death of her unborn baby. But Davis is also accused of sexual misconduct with the minor because he's the baby's father. Prosecutors say on July 4th, Zariah told witnesses at her group home in Surprise that she was going to meet with their baby's father, and we know she was set for a forensics interview regarding the sexual conduct in the following days. Here's the connection. Anaya's mom, Adrienne Morris, says she received a text from Zariah back in May asking for help in locating Jarrell.
I said, okay, well, how do you know him? She said, I used to date him, and I'm pregnant right now with his baby. And she said, but I'm in DCS care, so I don't think I can get help. I said, sweetie, I used to work for DCS. I said, you can always get help. You have to tell somebody. I said, you have to say something. She went on to tell me that how he talked to her and would tell her that, you know, Anaya was his favorite and she could never be Anaya and all these things.
Davis's criminal history goes back to 2008 after he pled guilty to child abuse when he got a 14-year-old pregnant. He pled guilty, and that deal got him probation, avoiding jail time. I'm Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum.
What?
Mystery still surrounds the disappearance.
My God. This is a mess, Jarrell Davis. My God. It's another, some more foolishness. Wow. Okay. So he's in Maricopa County. I have to look up and see what I can find. This is another story that had me too. So Jarrell Davis, this is another this is the teenager who took out his parents. We haven't had a chance to talk about that yet. I will add Jarrell to my list. I'm gonna go to I don't even know if I've ever logged into Maricopa County before to see if they're that's not true because I tried to find Lori Vallow stuff, which I think you can see the docket. You just can't see like the filings and stuff like that. If this is a case that Phoenix is following, like Fox on Phoenix local affiliate is following it and we can keep up with it, absolutely. Sometimes some stuff is just hard to get. You request stuff and then they deny it. It's weird. I like states that you can just log in and you can kind of see what you can view documents and kind of understand what's going on. So it's kind of hard when you can't, but we can definitely keep an eye on it for sure. Are they back? No, they're not back yet. Okay. Well, they're probably trying to figure out how they want their cheeseburgers. Okay. Let's take a look at this one. This is the kid who murdered his parents and called the police, told them what happened. And did he ask the 911 operator to pray for him? What was wrong? What was wrong?
Who stands accused of killing his parents. 14-year-old Trevor Lee facing 2 counts of second-degree murder. And for the first time tonight, we're hearing his voice in the newly released 911 dispatch recording. I want to warn you, hearing the call may be disturbing.
You first.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, I'll listen to you. Well, I was going to ask if you could pray for me, ma'am. Right now, I'll definitely be praying for you, son.
Investigators say Lee was outside a church when he dialed 911 and reported himself. He stayed on the phone until deputies got to his location and took him into custody.
News4Jax reporter Eric Avenez here in studio with us with more on this new information he obtained in this case.
Mai Tai, we covered Jarvis's hearing the other day. Did you not see it? We're definitely covering Jarvis Butts. We're all over that. I've done dozens of stories on him over the past 8 months, 8, 9. How many months have it been? 8 months now. So there's a lot in the Jarvis Butts playlist. But yeah, we covered that this week. We went through the hearing. So if you missed it, it's there. But yeah, Jarvis is on the list.
Eric?
Yeah, we were
Oh
able
yeah,
to
Jarvis, and then now
acquire
this dude. There's so many of these predators. There's too many to count. Too
a
many to
lot
count.
more information than what we had yesterday when we first reported this story. Now, we now know where in the house the parents were killed and the extent of their fatal injuries. We also found out that the 14-year-old called his aunt in California before he called 911 to turn himself in. Just one day after 44-year-old David Lee and 45-year-old Brandy Smith were found shot to death inside their Silver Oak subdivision.
And he had some nice looking parents. Not that that makes a difference, but mom and dad were very, very nice looking. Looked to be a nice couple. I mean, I don't know if what was going on under the roof, but clearly their, son had some issues.
Home in Middleburg, News4Jax has learned the couple was in their bed when they were shot multiple times. Both were pronounced deceased when paramedics arrived. Investigators identified the killer as the couple's son, 14-year-old Trevor Lee. After the parents were murdered, Lee called his aunt in California. She then called Clay County 911 dispatch. What her nephew told her was redacted from the 911 recording.
They're in the house. Please, 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 please. Send help immediately. Ambulance, whatever, immediately.
The teen traveled to a nearby church parking lot and called 911. He stayed on the line until deputies arrived to take him into custody.
I'm by the road. I threw my backpack away from me. I'm stripped. I'm waiting for the police. What do you mean you're stripped? Nothing in my pocket. I emptied my pockets and everything. There's nothing in my pockets.
While most of his conversation with the dispatcher was redacted, we hear him ask the dispatcher to pray for him.
You pray?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, I'll listen to you. Well, I was going to ask if you could pray for me, ma'am. Right now, I'll definitely be praying for you, son.
These parents are dead in their bed. And
Retired JSO Director of Investigations turned News4Jax crime and safety analyst Tom Hackney says this was no doubt a heinous crime carried out by a kid, but he also says the fact that the teen called 911 to surrender himself says something.
Instant remorse. When you hear the sound of his voice and you hear kind of what he's going through, aside from the redacted part, you hear some instant remorse. And I think that's kind of bolstered by the fact that he left the scene and goes immediately to call 911 and turn himself in.
Now, the 14-year-old remains in custody at the Regional Juvenile Detention Center in Jacksonville. So far, he has not been charged as an adult.
This guy too. This was a trip.
This is breaking news.
We have breaking news right now. He has been captured. The city of Jackson, Tennessee, just now confirming that Austin Drummond, an accused mass killer, has been captured.
Fox 13 Sheila O'Connor's been following him. We've been showing you live in the last 45 minutes or so the search intensifying for this man. This is in the area where that church we showed you the surveillance video. He was seen skulking around Sunday night. Yesterday, the Union College, and another school. They were shut down while they searched. This is in the same general area, a wooded area around Country Club Lane and Express Drive. Again, the suspect, Austin Drummond, has been captured in the last several minutes. Jackson, Tennessee, making that announcement after a shelter-in-place order that lasted, 45 minutes at least for people in Jackson. Sheila O'Connor joins us live. Sheila.
And now we understand why the urgency, why this search really intensified, because Austin Drummond's now in custody. This is Express Drive and Country Club Lane. You can see these officers, these agents still blocking off this portion of a Country Club Lane. Initially, we had several deputies that actually sped away from the scene, and I was actually following them along with my photographer, Marcus Johnson. But then I noticed several of them turn back around and come back up to this area. So we did the same thing. We turned around and we came back up over to this area here. It's very much scaled back now. I didn't really get a good direction of where some of the other agents may have gone, but it looks like I just saw an ambulance up ahead turn down one of the streets up there. So I'm wondering if that is the area where they possibly caught Austin Drummond. There's a little drive a little further up ahead. And again, I saw an ambulance turn down into that driveway there. So this seems to be the center of where a lot of this activity is happening at this point. But of course, the big news is Austin Drummond now officially in custody after being on the run for nearly a week. He is accused of killing 4 people of the same family and then abandoning a 7-month-old baby girl in Dyer County. That happened 1 week ago today. He was identified as the suspect on Thursday, and then that is really when the search intensified here in Jackson. And we saw agents, law enforcement, officers kind of in all different areas of the city of Jackson. We had apartment complex sightings where we had agents at apartment complexes searching there. We had a school yesterday on lockdown as that search continued. And then, of course, the sighting from the surveillance camera of the Cornerstone Community Church, which is not far from where we actually are right now. It's about 5 minutes up the road from where I'm currently standing now. But this is the current situation right now. Again, this is presumably the area where Austin Drummond was captured just moments ago. Up ahead, you could see a big red truck. Doesn't actually look like, from my vantage point, it may not actually be an ambulance, but there's some activity up at that drive up ahead. So this is essentially where everything has now come to a rest, and we're going to kind of stay back and see if we could possibly even see maybe the car that Drummond may even be in now officially in custody. But it has to be a sigh of relief for people who live here in Jackson, especially because that shelter-in-place order was just issued not too long ago. And then shortly after that was issued, Drummond's now in custody. So hopefully people who live here in the city of Jackson can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief knowing that this accused mass murderer is now in custody.
Sheila, how far you are from that Cornerstone Church where we started out about 45 minutes ago when you started to see the agents in the woods. Are you pretty close to that?
Yeah, I'm not that far away. It's about five or so minutes up the road from where I am. It's a pretty windy road, but it's not very far from where I'm at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's where we started to see this action taking place this morning.
Yeah, and Sheila, in that area, just looking at the map, and you're there on the ground, your perspective a little different from ours. It looks like there's heavy vegetation, woods, but also residential complexes, subdivisions, if you will, in that area too. Is that pretty much what it looks like there in that area?
Yeah, pretty much. We'll give you another look of the scene here just in case anything active kind of happens. But essentially from the Cornerstone Community Church all the way to where I'm currently at right now, it's a 2-lane road. It's a very windy road. It's heavily wooded, but there's a mixture of neighborhoods in it as well. But those neighborhoods I noticed were actually gated, so you couldn't get in unless you had the actual access. So there were a few agents that I would see posted outside of those neighborhood gates. But again, from the inside, you wouldn't be able to really have access to it from the road. But it could be a different story if he's been walking through the woods. So not sure if he would have had access to those neighborhoods. He has an Austin Drummond, if he would have had access to those neighborhoods based off of being in the heavily wooded area. But it is a mixture of the dense woods here and a mixture of the neighborhoods. And then essentially as you come out towards this intersection, you kind of get away from some of the residential parts of it and you see start to see some businesses. Then you get towards the intersection where you can get towards the interstate or continue down the road into other parts of Jackson. But this area, and I'm sure where the part of the road here that's blocked off, this is Country Club Lane. It looks like as it goes further up as well, it looks like that's also probably very heavily wooded as well.
It makes me wonder how the spotting of this man happened. Was he walking into someone's neighborhood? I know we don't know that answer yet, but did someone see him out of the back door? Was he in the yard?
Right.
And did they call police? Did they zero in on him that way? Just wondering about that. I'm sure that'll all come out as they tell us how they tracked him down.
And I know that you've been driving and following the officers around all through that area. Does it appear that this is where he was caught, just beyond that stretch where the officers have blocked it off, where we saw that fire department EMT vehicle?
That's kind of my guess. I definitely get the sense that this could possibly be the area where he was captured, just because all of the agents are here, and the only people allowed to go through this blockade right now are law enforcement agents. So it could very well be further up, maybe even by right where that drive is, where we initially saw the red.
Okay, if you're not familiar with this story, basically, I'm sure they kind of told you a second ago, but I had to step away to put some dinner in the oven. Let me tell you, I am fanatic about keeping doors closed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not crazy. I am a little bit crazy about it. But as far as like the gate, we have a gate for a reason. It's locked, right? Back door, the dogs are not outside and I mean, keep the screen door locked. When I let the dogs out and I walk away, I lock it. When they're back inside, I lock up, right? And you just never know who's roaming around the neighborhood. This guy was roaming around looking for a place to hide. He was hiding in somebody's pool house. This guy was doing the most, and he was looking for opportunity. He wasn't trying to raise suspicions. He was just trying to get in where he could fit in, and where he fit in was in somebody's pool house, okay? And he went to the church. He was looking for open doors. To me, if anyone got anything, number one, obviously this was horrible, but just to see this guy on the loose and just trying to find open doors and windows that should have been a good enough reminder for a lot of people to remember, like, mind your doors and windows, because that's what these criminals do that are on the, trying to find cover. And you just never know once they enter your dwelling and you happen to be there, it could just, and if he took 4 people out that he relatively knew. So the deal is that he was at one time dating a woman who was a corrections officer at a facility where he was doing a bid. Okay. He's a convicted felon. And this woman is now pregnant. So are they together now? I'm not really sure. There's reports that they're not together anymore, obviously, because he allegedly just killed her sister and her grown daughter. I mean, not grown, but I mean, she's a young woman, starting her life out. I don't know if that was her husband or her boyfriend. So the woman that he has pregnant, her sister, her niece, that lady's daughter, her man, and the son of the woman. So and then randomly he left the baby randomly elsewhere, and that's what kicked off the investigation. Like, whose baby is this? They found found the whole entire family in the house basically slaughtered. A mess. Wait, was I broke into the couple's house after? Absolutely. And yeah, that's what they do. They just want to find cover. And whether you leave a door unlocked, window open, anything, if it's unattended, to me, it needs to be locked. If you got to go to another part of the house, don't even have it open. You just never know. some of these people are roaming around and the police are not making it an all points bulletin. They're, you know how they have the bolo, the be on the lookout. Bolo does not necessarily like, hey guys, we have a fugitive on the loose, or this and that and the third just happened, but there's a whole entire bolo going on. Um, there was something last summer. There were two women who were, girl, I don't even want to say because I don't want it to sound a certain way, but there were two women who were basically trying doors and um trying doors and windows and things like that, coming into gates, and they were coming in and walking to people's houses, going to master bedrooms, trying to find cash, jewelry, basically burglarizing. They did a bolo. Okay. And I made sure that my doors were locked. Okay. Cause yeah, I was like, I don't even know if they ever caught those women, but they, it was just, they said, be on the lookout. If you see these two, and they had ring footage. Okay. So you could see exactly what it was giving. And it was giving, make sure your back door is locked. Don't leave your front door open type of thing. That's what it was giving. Um, okay. All right, let's see. Are they back? Girl, no. You guys, I feel like they're gonna, as soon as I end this, they're gonna end up coming back. We'll give it another little bit, but y'all, this hour, the girl, we're at 9 and something hours. I hope everybody's hit the like button. Has everybody voted? 91% you guys think they're coming back in an hour. So let's wait. We're gonna see if it come back in an hour. If they don't come back in an hour, then as soon as they do, we'll be back. If you have not, we're on the honor system. If you have not, double tap on your screen. Number one, vote. We have two. And thank you for whoever just voted. I feel like we're on PBS. Thank you to whoever just voted. Someone just voted. And I think at least 10 more people can hit the double tap their screen. If you have not double tapped your like, go ahead and double tap it. And if you have not voted, Bougie Gang is doing overtime. We have a video to drop. We have the Dion Nesto call to drop. If you want the Dion Nesto call to drop real soon, if you're not a member and you have not seen that yet, membership has its privileges. They've had it since last night. If you want to see it and you have not seen that yet, I'm going to drop that soon. I just didn't want to get caught by this verdict. I want to go ahead and get that drop. Make sure you vote. Make sure you hit the like button. Dion was extra whiny yesterday. Very much giving. Nesto got to double dip on commissary money. Oh, love you very much, Keonce. I'm still on the clock, so I'm here for the long haul. Okay, Jay Breezy. Oh, okay. I had this is bad. I had two big for me, cups of coffee today. I had some Kathy size. You gonna know Kathy from Gossip Rumor Innuendo? I had Kathy size coffee cups today. If you've ever seen Kathy's coffee cups, baby, lots of ounces. Okay. Hold on. Oh, we've got it right here. Everybody's trying to get their sandwich order. Oh. What else? Let me look at my watch later list. Did you guys get a gist for what happened with Austin? Let me see. TBI officials whole press conference. That press conference is like 30 minutes. I don't know if we're gonna be that long. Let's see. Hold on.
Continue to dig deeper into Austin Drummond's past. Most of his life, adult life at least, was spent at a state prison in Lake County. And from there, he reportedly posted pictures that paint a lifestyle you might not expect.
You don't expect this. Our chief investigator, Jessica Gertler, shows you the pictures we found and presses for answers.
This video reportedly posted to Austin Drummond's Facebook page showing him playing video games while serving his sentence for an armed robbery at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Lake County, Tennessee. WREG investigators also found multiple photos posted to that same page revealing a comfortable life while he was reportedly housed in state prison. These pictures show him with multiple cell phones. And these photos, you can see a TV streaming device, a handheld video game system, and shelves stocked with food. This picture, take a look, shows him flashing a nice bottle of liquor with the caption, "Chirac, almost home, living in a..."
Girl, I'm looking up his Facebook right now. Hold on.
Up till I get there. It was posted November 2023, 10 months before he was released. We asked the Tennessee Department of Corrections if it's seen the photos, what action was taken, and how often do they conduct sweeps at that prison. All TDOC would say, when an inmate is in violation of policy, they are disciplined. A TBI background report we uncovered states Drummond was charged 4 times with contraband into a penal facility, as well as unlawful telecommunication devices in a penal facility. The Lake County District Attorney.
So he was released from the Department of Corrections. Once that happens, he had these new charges pending from where it occurred inside the prison. But once that happens and he's released, it's no different than anyone else who's on the street.
It's unclear how Drummond reportedly got the contraband into the state prison. The DA did say he was in a romantic relationship with a close relative of one of the 4 victims he's now accused of killing. That girlfriend, according to a state HR file, was at one point a corrections officer at the same prison while Drummond was incarcerated. The file makes no mention of any reported relationship, though. The only disciplinary issue listed is what led to her firing last October for not showing up to work. And we've submitted more records requests as we continue to push for answers and dig deeper. Of course, we'll let you know what we find out. Investigating for news leader Jessica Gertler, WREG News Channel 3.
Just remarkable.
Okay, here's his Facebook page, right? Hold on. This is the lady he's dating. Allegedly, she's pregnant. Okay. And the person who is deceased, the woman, is her sister's daughter, her sister's son, her niece, the daughter of her sister. Okay. Baby daddy. Okay. And the random baby that was located was the child of the niece and her boyfriend. Does that make sense? Let me show you guys. I'm sure I think I put all this on my Facebook page. So here's this guy though. So she got fired for not showing up to work. Maybe they didn't have enough to prove him, but this is the guy. Ew. I mean, they seem to be serious. Allegedly, they're not together anymore, but I mean, you think after what he did? Or alleged after what he is alleged to have done. Let me put it that way. Are there any more pictures? Let's see. Where's the pictures of him in jail with all the commissary and stuff? They said he was posting himself up in jail with commissary and things. So that was when he was in jail, in prison rather. Let's see, somebody went through and hit all of it or what? I don't know. Photos. Okay, there you go. So she was a CO at the prison that he was assigned to. They had Ciroc in prison. They showed him with like some pizzas or something in there. Hold on, let me move this. And I guess he had a phone. Look, he's got like a store. He's got a whole pantry. Look at all this, unless he was stealing while he was in there. I guess those are prison pizzas, burritos, macaroni and cheese. They said he had pizza boxes. He had a TV and a phone and shoes lined up. Look at all the shoes. Oh, you guys can't even see. My bad. Let me go back. These are all being taken. This is the guy who just got arrested for the murder of 4 people. The girl that he's dating, her whole like I don't want to say her whole family, but he took out the girl he's dating. She's pregnant. He just was captured, and he is alleged to have just killed her sister, her niece, her nephew, and her niece's baby daddy. Why, I do not know. This girl right here, I don't know if you had seen that or not. That's the guy that we were just watching, Austin Drummond. She was a correctional officer. They said she was terminated on an offense that she did not show up to work, but allegedly she's pregnant now and they're supposedly broken up. Okay. Are they back? Y'all, not yet. Let me go over here. This is where he was hiding out. He got into someone's caretaker who found suspected mass murder, Austin Drummond, hiding in pool house, speaks to Fox 13. Only Fox 13. A suspected killer's last night on the lam was spent in the lap of luxury. The pool house Austin Drummond hid in, between 6 to 800 square feet, has a big screen TV mounted to the wall, a dining room with service for 8, a sofa, love seat, chair, coffee table. Art fills the pool house. The multiple fans were set up inside. Drummond's apparent bed was made out of couch cushions on the floor of the closet inside the pool house. Okay. Let's see. This is the picture of him being apprehended. Look. Did they punch him silly or something? They look like they silly slapped him or something. Authorities identified the victim as Courtney Rose, Adriana Williams, Braden Williams, and James Matthew Wilson. Man suspected of killing 4 family members. Let's see. Man suspected of killing 4 family members in Tennessee has been captured, authorities said. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigations announced the arrest of Austin Drummond on Tuesday. Drummond, 28, only 28, has been charged with 4 counts of murder in the first degree and lesser charges in the killings of 4 relatives. A man suspected of killing 4 family members in Tennessee has been captured, authorities said. Drummond's arrest on Tuesday morning ended the manhunt that started a week ago. Drummond, 28, has been charged with 4 counts of murder in the first degree and lesser charges of killing 4 relatives. Authorities identified the victims as Courtney Rose, Adriana Williams, Braden Williams, Matthew Wilson. TBI Director David Roush told reporters during a news conference Tuesday that the suspect's girlfriend is related to the victims. Roush added that he wasn't able to speak about the possible motives for the killing, which are still under investigation. I mean, remember what happened to what's her name from American Idol? J Hud, Jennifer Hudson. This is not done by any means. This is just we are able now to move into the next phase. Roush didn't say where the suspect was being held. Leading to Tuesday's arrest, police in Jackson, Tennessee received multiple calls reporting sightings of the suspect just after 8 a.m. The officers responded to the area. Jackson Police Chief Tom Corley told reporters another sighting was reported at 8:57. The suspect was arrested at 9:05. They were there right at the right spot and reacted immediately. The police chief said the suspect was staying in a vacant building. No officers were hurt during the arrest. The suspect wasn't armed when he was taken into custody. Rouse said that a couple of guns have been recovered and that they couldn't say if they were used in the killings. Investigators were searching for more possible evidence in the case, and Roush urged people to contact authorities if they see something that might be connected to the investigation. People are urged to exercise caution with authorities. Searched for the suspect, warning that he was armed and dangerous, offering a reward of $32,500. The arrest came after Jackson police on Monday posted recent surveillance footage of him carrying what authorities said was a rifle. After he was taken into custody, authorities posted the pictures of Drummond to their social media. Okay. Girl, the courtroom looks lonely. What's the chat saying? I always wondered if I did a pop out the chat. Hold on. Oh, you can pop out the chat, but if you pop out the chat, then you have no sound. I'm not going to vote. Okay. Okay. Oh, my bad. And then I lose my bad. My computer's like, I'm tired. How long has it been? It's been right in an hour. I feel like there's no shame in their game. If they were able to vote in an hour, come on, hour. Hold on, let's see. Come on, 1 hour. Look, we're right at an hour. 103. That's an hour ago. You don't think the jurors are coming back tonight? They've been back there an hour. I don't know how long they've had the evidence, but it's been, she read the directions. And this is, you see the sheriff right here? That is, it's right at an hour right now. Okay. So it's 5:44 Panhandle time. They will be after they eat supper. Yeah, let them, they should have been ordering when they went for their last break. They should have preemptively got their lunch orders, or excuse, not lunch orders, but their dinner orders just in case, and had those for them to eat and deliberate. Because if it's almost 6 o'clock right now, I'd be like, I'm hungry, Your Honor. Well, it's been depending on when they got the order together, the food might just be getting there. Okay, Yana. Law and Crime's ready to go home. Look, are they ready to cut the feed? Okay. All right, let's see. We got 283 votes. You guys are voting. Did we get 10 more likes? I'm not sure. If there's 17 people who didn't vote, I'm going to shut the well, I'm going to leave the vote until we know that they say the jury's back. Okay, guys, let me go check my oven. Has it been 20 minutes already? What? Okay, guys, hold on. I hate to leave y'all unattended. Hold on. You guys could watch Keith do his testimony again.
So if you could raise your right hand and best you can for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you'll have a seat, Mr. Agee. And if you will, just make sure you speak into the microphone. If you'll state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Keith Eric Agee, Agee.
Mayflower.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You know, you just stated your name. We know where you are.
Yes, sir.
You've been convicted of murder.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir. You came and talked to me, Mr. Myers, Ms. Jensen. All of y'all came and talked to me. I'm here for my testimony.
Because you've known your mother all your life, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance in your trial to view the context of the text between you and your mother on August the 11th.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had a chance to think about things.
Of course, yes, sir.
In the context of those texts, and any time in your life, has your mother ever said anything to you, motivated you, enticed you, wanted you, manipulated you to, or anything else to take Brooklyn Sims' life?
No, sir. I fully believe with 100% that my mother loved Brooklyn and she would never want that.
Sustained.
Would your mother ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn?
Sustained.
Did you ever think for 1 minute that your mother wanted you to hurt Brooklyn?
No, sir. Not in a million years.
Is there anything your mother could have done to convince you not to do what you wanted to do when it comes down to, well, just that?
No, sir. I have my own mind, and once I have something set on my mind, I'm kind of stuck to it. So the only thing that the way that they played out was the only way that they could have played out. She could have not stopped me. No physical words, form, any type of way she could have prevented this. She did the best of her abilities. I feel that she did as a mother, knowing me, try to deter me and stop me.
I have no further questions.
Okay. The state may have some cross-exam, sir.
Mr. Agee, we've met several times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were convicted of first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're a convicted felon now.
Yes, sir.
I prosecuted you as well as Miss Jensen, correct?
Yes, sir.
That day of the homicide, when you came to Pensacola to kill Brooklyn, you didn't know where she was until your mother told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. You can step down, sir. Mr. Ackerman, your next witness?
Pensacola, Thelma Rivers.
Okay, Thelma Rivers. Before you sit down, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you'll have a seat, Ms. Rivers, just make sure you speak up into the microphone so we can hear you. And if you will state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Thelma Arizona Rivers, Rivers.
Good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
How old are you, ma'am? What's your date of birth?
October 14th, 1946. I'll be 79 this October.
And where do you live?
Fairfield, Alabama.
How long you lived there, ma'am?
My whole life.
And the dwelling you live in now is where you lived for how long?
I've been there about 38 years.
I guess generally, what is your relationship to Sheila's children? And let's start with first child.
Wallace.
Yeah.
I'm his grandmother.
Okay. See him every day, casually?
Oh, just casually, Wallace. He lives in Mobile.
Okay. And he's 35 years old?
Be 35 in August.
Okay. And then your next child?
Jack Daniel.
Yes. And relationship to him?
He's my grandson.
Okay. Where does he live?
He lives behind me in a trailer.
Okay. Same property?
Same property.
Okay. And basically, just a brief history. Did you raise him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sheila raise him?
She was in his life, his whole life, you know.
Okay. And when was he born? How old is he?
Jack was November the 22nd, 1992. So he'll be 33, right?
Okay.
33 is birthday.
And
next
next will be Keith, but
Keith.
let's get back to him in a minute. We've got another child.
Keith Eric Agee and Kaya Cheyenne Agee, a girl.
Okay. And how old is she?
She's 16.
Okay. That's Sheila's youngest.
That's her youngest.
And she lived with you.
She lived with me up until this happened, and her daddy come got her. He brought the law and come got her away from me. But she stayed with me 15 years.
Relationship with her and her mother?
It was good.
Okay. Relationship Jack and his mother?
Oh, great.
Relationship Keith and his mother?
Off and on. They loved each other, but they had their ups and downs now.
Okay. And as far as Keith, living arrangement, Did he live with you?
Yes, sir, most of the time.
Okay. And where else would he be, especially in his later years?
In his earlier years,
Well, especially his earlier years, he lived with you.
yeah, until he got about 12 or 14, he moved in with his dad and stayed there about 2 years. But Sheila and his dad were separated, and he stayed there about 2 years. And then when he come back to live with me, he was a little bit out of control. And I would have to call Jake. Jake was in the service. That's his other brother. I'd have to call him sometimes and let him chastise him, you know.
Well, would you chastise him yourself?
Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah.
What would happen? How would that
Well,
go?
he might would leave and stay gone 3 or 4 days. And then he'd come back and tell me he was sorry. And everything be all right till something happened again.
He'd tell you he's sorry a lot of time?
A lot of time.
What kind of general personality did he have?
Keith was a well-spoken, well-mannered kid, you know, but he was quick-tempered. And he'd get angry real easy. And when he got angry, he was hard to handle. That was him and his mom's a lot of problems. It was his anger. And he was just hard to handle when he'd get angry.
Would he threaten people?
Well, he would in a matter of ways, you know. He wasn't violent, but he's the type, if he got angry, I guess he could be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know, he just had.
Did you ever hear him threaten to kill people?
Yeah, he'd say that all the time. And you didn't never know when he was serious or not. Him and his little friends would talk about just put his lights out or something other, you know, I'm sorry. And I would hear him talking, but I hardly paid him any attention half the time. They were just young boys to me, you know.
He threatened to kick people's doors down, windows in, or whatever.
Well, he did all that. Not only threatened, he done that.
Sure, just make sure you speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
What was Sheila's relationship to Brooklyn?
Oh, like mother and daughter. Sheila took care of Brooklyn after she got pregnant. And then Sheila took care of Brooklyn and the baby after the baby come home. Because little Keith never did live with Brooklyn now. It wasn't like he stayed with her. He didn't. I kept the baby every weekend. Sheila would go get the baby and bring her to me. And I kept her every weekend until this happened. I had her the weekend before this happened that Friday. She had just went home at last Sunday. She ain't been back since.
Mm-hmm.
Well, her mother come, Brooklyn's mother come a time or two after money, and after I gave her $1,200, and after I didn't give her no more money, she didn't come back. She promised to let me see the baby, but she didn't.
Sustain.
Slow
I'm
down.
sorry,
Ms.
ma'am.
Rivers,
Okay.
just take a deep breath. So wait until he finishes asking a question before you answer, so you're not talking over each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sheila would pick up the baby every weekend. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Be with the baby every weekend.
Yes, sir.
With you at the house.
At my house, yes, sir.
And at her house sometimes also?
Yes, sir. Her house too.
Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, the schedule was just about every weekend, Sheila and you had Casey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sheila's relationship with everybody else in that family was what?
I thought it was real good, you know.
That's-
Her, you know,
Yeah.
good.
Okay. You remember any of the things that Sheila did for Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
Yes, sir. She gave Brooklyn money each week. And when she didn't, if she didn't have it, I would give it to her to give to her. So I know she gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
She sent Brooklyn to school. And when Brooklyn got 18, she gave Brooklyn a job. She went and picked Brooklyn up every week and carried her to work, brought her home every weekend.
Let me stop you for a second. My understanding is that Brooklyn basically, her last job was working under Sheila.
Yes,
with
sir.
this company that does, okay. Before that, Did Brooklyn have jobs?
She had a little job out there in Citronelle because Sheila would pick her up at night and have to carry her sometimes and pick her up from a job. She didn't have no car.
Okay. And that was your daughter Sheila who was doing all that?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever hear Sheila say one negative, nasty word about Brooklyn?
No, sir.
I'm not.
Okay. Let me just have council approach her. And just instruct the jury to disregard her response to that last question. You may continue, Mr. Ackerman.
Did you ever see while you were involved? How often, again, and I know the jury's heard this, how often were you and Sheila and Brooklyn together?
I wasn't really never with them. Sheila and Brooklyn was together all the time, but I wasn't with them.
Okay. So mostly it's you and Sheila and Casey.
Right. On the weekend, Brooklyn didn't come up, just a baby.
Okay. And how did you find out about Brooklyn's death?
Sheila called and told me.
Sustained, you may.
You told me you had
further questions.
The state may have some questions.
My bad, y'all. I didn't hear anything. I was like, what's going on? Why am I not hearing anything? Okay. I'm checking periodically to see the feed. The sheriff is in there talking to somebody. I don't know who he's talking to, but the clerks aren't there. The judge isn't there. So
Hey, good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
I think we talked over Zoom the last time you and I talked. Do you remember that?
On the phone?
On the phone, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions. In that, you told me you hadn't seen Brooklyn in maybe 3 years, except for the weekend before she was killed. Is that right?
Well, it would have been 2 weekends before she was killed. Then.
Okay, but 3 years before that?
Probably.
And you knew Keith had a gun, did you not?
Objection, Your Honor, the unscope.
Sustained.
You raised Keith from the time he was a baby, correct?
On and off.
Yes, ma'am. And you raised all her children?
On and off.
In fact, Jack still lives on your property, correct?
Yeah, she do too, though.
Just answer his question, ma'am.
Let me ask you this. Have you been watching court TV yesterday?
I don't know how to get that.
You haven't been watching the trial? Did Brooklyn ever stay at your house besides 2 weeks before?
If she did, I don't remember.
And you said Keith had a temper. Is that what you said? Quick temper?
Quick temper, yeah.
And he would anger easy. Was that well known through the family? Oh, I'm sorry. Quick to anger?
Yeah, he was quick to anger. Mhm.
And you said he threatened people, but he wasn't violent.
He really wouldn't walk up to nobody and just threaten them. You know what I'm saying? He would just talk all the time. If you've got teenagers, you probably know what I'm talking about, how they just go on and on all the time. But you're a lot younger than me, so it don't probably approach you like it do me. Me, 79 years old, 16s, 17s, and 18s, I ain't got that much in common with it, you know.
Defense counsel asked about breaking windows and kicking doors in, and you said he did all that?
Miss Sims, Brooklyn's mother, he broke her window, her TV or something. He couldn't even go to Brooklyn's house. Had a restraining order to keep him from going there. He had a restraining order to keep him from going to his dad's and his stepmama's because he said he was going to kill them, so they said. And they put a restraining order in Mobile. You can check the records now for this if you want to. Citronelle Records, Mobile Courthouse. It's on record there. And he threatened them and his stepmama, which she put a restraining order on him. But I never thought he would really kill nobody. Now, I didn't think that.
Now, what about the shooting when he was 14? I'm sorry. The shooting when he was 14?
When he was a juvenile?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a juvenile. That's hidden records, ain't it?
Ma'am?
I said, ain't that a record and him a juvenile that's supposed to be brought out here?
Well, I'm just asking.
I don't see the relevance.
You don't see the relevance? He shot and killed someone.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the relevance.
About he had a firearm and there was a shooting, right?
Yes.
When he was a juvenile.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect, Mr. Ackerman?
Thelma needs to go have several seeds. Spill it, Nanny. Yeah.
You started
Nanny,
to
stay
say that he was threatening, he bellicose, whatever the words are, threatened people, but that he
Oh,
wouldn't follow through.
God.
Right.
And that you never dreamed in a million years.
Right, right.
I never thought he would hurt a fly in my mind. No.
Did she say in my mind?
All right, ma'am, you can step down.
In my mind.
No, ma'am, you're fine.
Okay. That was the little friend. Here comes the little friend. She was in this is one of the young ladies who was in Home Depot when it
You
happened.
swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth.
Girl, we're gonna have to shut this. It's been over an hour.
Ms. Thomas, if
You
you'll
think
just
they're
have a
gonna come
seat,
back
make sure you
tonight?
pull yourself up to the microphone, and if you would state your full name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
My name is Tiana Thomas, Tiyanna, last name Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, what is your date of birth?
09/11/02.
Okay, Virgo.
And where do you live, city and state?
Chickasaw, Alabama.
I'm going to direct your attention to Friday, August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at work on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
What company did you work for at that time?
WIS.
What was the name of the store that you were at on August 11th?
Home Depot.
In what city?
Pensacola, Florida.
Toward the end of your shift, which area of the store were you working?
The lighting aisle.
Were there any other of your coworkers on the lighting aisle with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who?
Not exactly everybody, but I remember a few people.
Okay, who do you remember?
Cortland, Ashanti, me, Brooklyn.
While you were on the lighting aisle, did you see something or hear something that caught your attention?
When I looked up, I did see him standing by her. He tapped her and was talking to her. I didn't hear anything though.
So let's talk about him and her. So
Right.
who's he?
Keith.
Okay. And what do you see Keith do?
Tap her on the shoulder.
Who's her?
Brooklyn, sorry.
That's okay. At the time you saw who you've said is Keith tap Brooklyn on the shoulder, where were you physically located?
The same aisle as her, maybe like 4 or 5 bays down.
And when he tapped her, Brooklyn, on the shoulder, did you hear him say anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear her say anything?
No, ma'am.
After you saw him tap her on her shoulder, what did you see or hear next?
I actually looked back down because I just thought he was a customer, so I just looked down.
Okay. And then what's the next thing you saw or heard?
Then I heard gunshots.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I'm not exactly sure how many.
Okay. When you heard the gunshots, did you look up to see where Brooklyn and Keith were?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they facing each other or were they away from each other?
At first, they were facing each other until he shot. That's when she fell to the floor.
And what did you do at that point?
Start running the opposite direction.
Were there other people in the store running?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where Keith went after the shots?
No, ma'am. I went the opposite direction.
Ms. Thomas, do you know this defendant seated over here, Sheila Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was a supervisor.
And was she working on the day that Brooklyn got shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see her periodically throughout the day? I'm not talking about Sheila.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you say she was acting?
A little strange, just a little bit.
And what do you mean by that, as opposed to how she would normally be?
Well, she usually was kind of uppity. She would usually direct us around, tell us where to go. But that day, she really wasn't trying to.
Do you remember if you guys were almost done with your shift that day?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
If they were almost done with their shift that day?
Yes.
How often did you see Brooklyn on August 11th prior to the shooting?
A good amount of times, actually.
Okay. And how was she acting on that day?
Like Brooklyn. She was always happy, always smiling.
Did she ever seem scared to you?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem concerned?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem nervous?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of car Sheila Agee drove back then?
It was a big black truck, not exactly sure of the make and model.
Okay. And do you know if Miss Agee would transport some of the employees to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many?
Her truck usually fits about 3 in the back, 2 in the middle row, and then her and another person in the front.
If you will, to the left of you, you should have a picture there. If you'll just flip it over and take a look at that, that's State's Exhibit number 47.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who's in that exhibit?
Brooklyn.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
Good morning.
And how long had you been working with that firm?
Can you repeat yourself, please?
How long had you been working?
Maybe about 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Like that.
You know Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Socially or just at work?
Just at work.
Okay. You know she was had a child? She had a
Yes,
father
I
to a
did.
child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen the father outside of work?
No, sir, not before that.
Ever seen him? You never saw him at work either?
No,
Okay.
sir.
And I guess you'd known Sheila for that same amount of time, 2, 3 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your relationship with Sheila?
She was just my supervisor.
Okay. And do you know her relationship with Brooklyn?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. Okay. And I think you were testifying earlier, it seemed to you, let me see if I can phrase it, that maybe Sheila was a little preoccupied. Would that be a proper word?
Yes, sir. That's kind of, that fits.
You ever talk to her about, why she seemed preoccupied? You have any idea?
No, sir.
All righty. Thank you, young lady.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. Is she free to go? She is. All right. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. You can step down. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. If you will have a seat, Ms. Bishop. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, and if you will state your name, spell your last name for our court reporter.
Brittany Bishop, Bishop.
And Ms. Bishop, where are you employed?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene technician.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office now?
Approximately 7 years.
And can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does?
I respond to various crime scenes where I document, process, and collect items of evidence, and then I preserve them.
And in your time at the sheriff's office, how many homicide scenes would you say you've worked?
Y'all, okay, whoever
I've been the primary
voted,
crime scene technician.
let
and
me
I
just
have
say this,
assisted
whoever
in
voted
over 20
1 hour for the verdict, which was 50 something percent, baby, we were wrong. It ain't 50%. It ain't, it is not giving 1 hour. They've been deliberate. They got the case an hour and a half ago. So hour and a half done. Thanks for running this back. I missed this earlier. Let me stop it. Y'all, do we have we have to run it back. We ran it. Hold on. I know I did a copy and paste. Let me see if the copy and paste is still loaded. Copy paste is not still loaded. Oh, well. Oh, you know what? It might be on Facebook. Let me go to the Facebook chat. Facebook chat might have it. Might be easier to find on Facebook. Hold on. Let's see. All right. I'm going to let y'all. Let me find out. Yeah. Let me find out. Let me say it just like that. Let me find out what's going on. Y'all, this is getting redamdiculous. Okay. I've never had a live stream this long, girl. This has been from sun up to sundown. I've breakfast, lunch, and cooking dinner. Okay. We are, girl, wrong. We just knew they were if they don't come back with a guilty, something is wrong. Okay. Let's see what Facebook says. Oh, I feel like temperature like 100 degrees. Da-da, why did I get life? Let's see what's going on here. Girl, my other live was so long. Has it uploaded this live video? That's not it. Access to come on, live. Where's the last live? Is it the one yesterday? The one from today even uploaded yet. That live was so long. Facebook is probably like still trying to load it. Facebook doesn't load stuff as fast as you guys might think. That live is still probably rendering. So it's not on here yet. Yesterday's live is on here, the live right now, but the one that shut down is not showing just yet. It has to like render, it has to kind of like upload. Let me see if I can. My bad.
Assistant stepped out, got her a number of tissues, paper towels.
Crime scene technician does?
I respond to various crime scenes where I document, process, and collect items of evidence, and then I preserve them.
And in your time at the sheriff's office, how many homicide scenes would you say you've worked?
I have been the primary crime scene technician, and I have assisted in over 25 homicide scenes.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you respond to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
yes,
What time did you get there?
at approximately 1400 hours or 2 p.m.
Was Miss Sims still on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And where was she?
she was on aisle 52.
And did you go there?
I did.
And did you photograph the scene and the items you located?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 2 through 29. Just take a minute, look through those. Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. About the case, okay? Thank you.
Do I need to step up?
Okay, as I was discussing with counsel at the bench, Ms. Agee, was obvious to the court, and I think the state, and certainly a number of the jurors, that you were overcome with emotion. It became a focal point of a number of the jurors, and I know Mr. Ackerman, your assistant, stepped out, got her a number of tissues, paper towels. You indicated at the bench it was likely because she saw some of the crime scene photos, but we need to keep in mind that it's not appropriate for either Ms. Agee or anybody else out in the gallery to be in a situation where they cannot compose themselves in a way that it's going to affect the jury's attention away from the evidence that's being presented. So Ms. Agee, if that happens again, I need you to let your attorney know so we can take a break and have the jurors step out. Do you need a few minutes, ma'am?
I'll talk that.
Okay, we just want you to have a few minutes to take some deep breaths, okay? And we'll just take a couple minutes, and then if you're ready, we'll bring the jurors back in. Okay?
Thank you.
The other thing I will mention, since we're here, I've watched the juror that was referenced earlier. He's taking notes. He appears to be attentive. I think when he looks down to make his notes, it kind of has the appearance that his eyes are closed. So that may have been, what was observed earlier, but he doesn't appear to me to be of any concern. Anything from state or defense on that juror?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
One more minute, I'm gonna want to be right back.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Raise your right. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? You will have a seat, ma'am. If you will say your full name, if you'll spell your first and last name for our call recorder.
Cortland Penn, Courtlyn, Penn, Penn.
Ms. Penn, what is your date of birth?
February 5th, 2002.
What city do
If they weren't coming back, Law and Crime probably would have packed up and went home by now. You know what I mean? For them to still be live, that means they've got someone in the courtroom. Why was Sheila so emotional? I don't know. I have no idea. Why was she so emotional? Because she probably knows that she messed up. That was stupid. And that she thought she was going to get away with it, or that they weren't going to come for her. Based on her, maybe she thought deleting. I mean, look, there's a lot of people that don't know A to Z. They know like A to D. They know A to G. They might know A to P. They might know C to maybe C to Z. They don't think it all the way out. They lack critical thinking skills, and they have limited information. You know what I mean? And I don't know if her elevator's going all the way up to the top. I'm not saying it's her elevator's not functioning at all, but it might not hit the top. Thank you, Freedom is coming. I appreciate that so much. Y'all, we are getting silly at this moment, okay? Thank you, Freedom is coming. You guys asked for it earlier, and it's been a whole entire day, my God. Okay?
Look at somebody and tell them I believe I will.
I mean, my God, we've been here all day long. If you've been here all day long, chat. We know who's been here all day long.
Hallelujah.
Wow, this has been a long day. Okay.
God's been good. God's been too good to me. God's been too good to me. Believe I shout.
This is like a
Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I
breakfast.
shout.
He
He healed me. He healed me. He broke me. He told me. He kept me. Never left me. Believe I will.
Are we getting a verdict tonight, guys?
Believe I will. I shout now.
If YouTube shuts us down, come on. Oh, this gives me an involuntary shoulder. Okay. This has been a long day. I'm like, what did y'all get for dinner? Who's eating dinner? Anybody on the East Coast eating dinner? Okay. I had to pull from the freezer what thy freezer had. I had a selection of white fish, and that's what I put on a tray, put it right in the oven. Thank you. With some olive oil and some, what was it? I don't even know what seasoning it is, but it's specifically a fish seasoning and some Badia Complete, some lemon. Uh, put that in there for about 25 minutes. And then I got it out and put some lemon on it. That was done. And I just did some quick steamed broccoli and called it a night. And my husband's eating now. Farrah had like a little tiny plate because she's resting. So she just had a little something. And she just ate, and I saw her just leave. My husband's over there eating. So yeah, I had to feed the fam. I got a family to feed. I got a family to feed. I had to feed everybody. But I did that while still live handling business. But yeah, I need a bottle of water. That's what I need. I'm gonna go get one in a minute. But thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you so much. I wonder, are we getting a verdict? Everybody, all of the member gifting, Miss Piggy, thank you so much. I feel like it was it Amazing Grace forgive me if I'm not remembering the name. And then there was so thank you for gifting too. I appreciate that. We were in the middle of some serious testimony at that moment. I didn't want to break in with that. Go Row Row, thank you so much as well. Freedom is coming. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you who have been gifting all day long. You guys are amazing. I wonder, are we getting a verdict soon, guys? A verdict. Is the verdict coming tonight? Maybe that's what we need to vote. Y'all, 92% guilty. Thank you for 12 months of membership. I made turkey wings, rice, and green beans. I love turkey wings. I love turkey wings. So good. That might be something to make tomorrow. Cabbage and turkey burgers. That sounds good. How did you make your cabbage? Did you saute the cabbage or did you bake like cabbage slices? I've seen people doing that recently where they cut like a cabbage slice and put olive oil and seasoning and just put it in the broiler. How did you do that or did you saute it? LC and CTV polls are 70% believe the jury will vote guilty. Law and Crime and Court TV. Okay. 70%. So there's 30% people out there that think she's going to get a not guilty. I don't think so, unless I feel like Pensacola. I wonder what the demographic of Pensacola is. I feel like Pensacola is a pretty kind of almost like a Charlotte type city. Pensacola. She was trying to go with that I was raised in the woods defense. I don't think that's going to fly. Pensacola seems to be like a beachy town. Let's see how progressive, what's going on, what's the economy like? Not far from Mobile. It shows Destin. Why is Pensacola famous? Rich history, beautiful beaches, strong military ties, particularly connection with the naval base. Do naval people do they get, I guess if you're, I'm sure they get jury duty, right? City is diverse culturally, reflected in cuisine, agriculture, annual events. What's the economy like? There's a naval base here. The world famous Blue Angels. Pensacola Beach is known for its sugar white sand, emerald green waters, attracting beach lovers and water sports enthusiasts. 10 reasons why Pensacola is the best way to beach. Okay. I want to know what the economy is doing. Let's see. I want to know economy and education. Let's see. It looks okay. It looks pretty. Pensacola is a thriving community with a small city feel. Pensacola is the site of the first European settlement in the United States, maintains global connections. Pensacola economy has grown steadily over the decades, fueled by creative thinkers and entrepreneurs. I was born, it looks kind of a little artsy. Oh, they have is that a Christopher Columbus statue? They have a ballpark. Yeah, I don't think I was raised in the woods defense is going to work here. It looks like they're happening, a little bit of coin coming through, thriving tourist economy. They have some industry going on. They've got the naval base. No. That type of excuse, I don't think is going to fly. 30% split, not guilty, and hung. Really? Yeah, it looks pretty. It looks very pretty. Hold on. Can y'all see? Right there on the water. It looks pretty. I would love to live in a place where I could go to the beach every day, even just to go look at the ocean, put my feet in the water, or just go to the beach. Like, oh, I'm going to the beach for a couple hours. I would love to live in a place like that. Oh, guys, I don't know if we're getting a verdict tonight. 17 months. Can you believe it? You guys are investing. I appreciate y'all so much. What's for dinner? I made fish and steamed broccoli. I kept it super simple. Nobody really wants rice. I try to make rice a couple times a month. I used to make rice almost every day. Then it went to like once or twice a week. Now it's almost never. Just because rice really triggers my type 2, even though I was eating potato chips earlier, so I got to pick my poison, and I can't flood all day with just bad stuff. So, who's texting? I don't know if we're getting a verdict, guys. They are just. It's like, hello, law and crime. Any word? I'm just waiting for them to see them open that door. You eat rice every day. I can't. I wish. I used to. I got off of it. It was kind of, I don't want to say it was an addiction, but I mean, my parents are Caribbean and that's what we ate every day. Rice with something, plantains, every single day. So good. So good. I could eat rice and beans every single day, but I don't. That was a long time to stop that. Took a long time. To where I don't think about it. You know what I mean? Or like a meal used to not feel complete, but yeah. Where is the jury? Where is the jury? It's not that I can't believe that they're 30 that they're split. Let me see what they're saying on law and crime. I feel like since they're staying, they're probably gonna. I mean, I feel like if they were really far from a verdict, then maybe they wouldn't even be waiting at this point. Let me see what okay. Okay, so not guilty, 18% hung jury. There's always some trolls. Okay, let's also remember the troll factor. Then you've got the bleeding heart. The justice system is screwed up. You've got the blabbermouths and the busybodies. So let's just say 18% blabbermouth, 11% busybody. Okay. Granny the Great, thank you, boo. You know what I'm saying? It's the blabbermouths and the busybodies, and AKA basically trolls, are probably voting because they just don't, they feel like, well, I would have done the same thing. I mean, what's wrong with that? I was just trying to give my son some advice. I didn't do anything. Girl, let that be your daughter and see how you feel. Okay. Um, so, hmm. Uh, somebody said bologna skins. The scream that I scrumped. You guys are so funny. I don't even see me putting up this video tonight. We're gonna do it tomorrow morning, like at 9 o'clock. Hopefully, they've got the verdict back. Because when I'm done with this, y'all, I got to go. Thank you, Granny the Great. Again, you guys are awesome. Thank you for the milestones. I've been here since the morning coffee. Thank you, boo. All right. Lawn crime. You see this? All right, let's see what they say on. I don't want to lose my spot here. Hold on. Let me go to Court TV. I feel like they would have told them to go ahead and pack it in. We don't think they're coming back tonight. I don't feel like they would keep them this long. And they're probably. All right, let me vote. Guilty, not guilty, hung jury. 70. It's like the same vote on all the channels. Guilty, not guilty, hung jury. Again, Court TV. Court TV. It's been almost 2 hours now. We're right at the 2-hour mark. Yep, 1 hour and 50 minutes waiting. Thank you, Katina. Y'all are just really showing me some love. Thank you. Thank you guys. You're gonna make me cry. Thank you guys.
Anybody got a praise left? Go ahead, this is your time. Hallelujah.
Yo, we are on serious verdict watch, okay? We put in 2 days.
Too good to be. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout.
Uh-oh, here comes the sheriff.
He healed me. He brought me. He brought me. He got me. Never left me. Believe I will. Believe I will. Believe I will. I shout now.
We see Ackerman.
Shout. 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 Shout.
Wow. Watch YouTube cut us off right at the time. Oh my God. Every time, doesn't it? It's just like energy. You're so silly, Bible lady. Okay. He should come up and say, they're coming soon, guys. Oh, God. Come on. Let's go. What's going on here? Do you think they're getting Grubhub? They said the restaurant closed at 7 o'clock. So they were going to go ahead and get the orders in just so they wouldn't be waiting to the last minute in case the people were staying late. What else can we watch? Let's see. That Jarrell Davis guy is a total weirdo. I don't know if Mocha Wine is still around. Mocha Wine, I saw the email you sent me. Thank you. Let me see. Do you guys want to see the story about the Florida nurse impersonator? Let's see. Twisted Ties, the Agee family affair, true crime story. Oh, what was this? I don't know if we can even watch this. This might be something copyrighted, and I don't want to play around with that today. Yeah, that might actually be like a story. Forget that. Okay, we're not playing with them. Let's see what's going on here. Portia. Okay, this is a story you guys probably we didn't get a chance to talk about this yet in total. We talked about this like a couple of months ago, but this guy finally got his charges. Um okay, let's take a look at this real quick. There's two stories back to back. I just don't want to miss anything. Hold on. This guy is a bigamist. He just got convicted. His name is Henry Betsy. We talked about this like 6 months ago when it first happened, but he married 3 women in Florida. It was like Orange County. It might have been Lake. I'm not sure. It was a bunch. It was like 3 different counties, and all the women are pissed. Not to mention, he had the nerve to bring his new woman to the trial. Okay. So he's a bigamist with 3 women, right? How about he brings the girlfriend, the woman number 4, and she's like, "Oh, he's wonderful." Okay, let's take a listen.
Florida women in 3 different counties at the same time. Facing charges for marrying 3 Florida women in 3 different counties at the same time. Tonight, those women are speaking out, saying the system that handles marriage licenses kept them in the dark.
There are no safeguards, and that I feel like that's part of where the system failed.
He took each one of us to a county over to get married in.
If the counties did talk, that would have saved me a lot of heartache, a lot of money, a lot of stress.
I-Team investigator Adam Walser breaks down how this could happen at a time when online records can be viewed with a few clicks of a mouse.
A wedding usually signifies a lifetime commitment between 2 people embarking on life's journey. But these 3 Florida women learned they were on the same journey with Henry Betsy Jr. at the same time. This is Henry's mugshot, which is the most recent and clear picture we have of him. Michelle married Henry in Hernando County in November 2020.
Henry Betsy got them with those hazel eyes. He's got those hazel eye situation, and that messed them up. Does he even have blue eyes? Oh, he's got hazel eyes, y'all. They got messed up over them hazel eyes. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I could see, because he don't have any money. He didn't have any money.
It's the most recent and clear picture we have of him. Michelle married Henry in Hernando County in November 2022.
I met him on Match.com. We met in early November.
How soon did you marry Henry?
It was very short. It was very soon. It was within about 3 weeks span.
Henry was still married to Brandy, who married him in Manatee County that February. Brandy asked us not to show her face to protect her job.
She
I
said,
met
"Please,
him
I'm
on a dating
embarrassed.
app.
Don't
First
show
time
me."
I ever got on a dating app. He said all the right things.
He came
When
through with
Brandy
that
married Henry, he
woo-woo.
was still married to Tanya, who obtained a marriage license in Gadsden County in November 2020. Tanya asked us to blur her face because she's a domestic violence survivor.
Meeting him on a dating site and the way he portrayed himself, he sold the perfect person when in reality he was none of those things.
I, Mr. Betsy, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to affirm any testimony you are giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir.
Michelle gave us cell phone videos of court hearings. Henry Betsy Jr. was arrested for felony bigamy last year after Tanya figured out she wasn't his only wife.
I just started county by county putting his name in, and that's when I came up with the marriage to Michelle and the marriage to Brandy.
She found me and she messaged me, and I had no idea that she was actually still married to him.
I'm just looking because it's so bizarre. We never get discharged.
The wives say marrying Henry was easy.
You go to the records division, you apply for a marriage license, they take your information, they take a copy of your photo ID, and we got married right there at the courthouse. No questions asked. There was nothing that was flagged in the system for him having already 2 prior open marriage license.
I did the paperwork and got married all within 15 minutes.
In Pinellas County,
Damn.
2,000 people get married at courthouses each year. There is a 72-hour waiting period for Florida residents, but that can be waived by a judge, and there is no required wait for people from other states. Pinellas County Clerk Kim Burke says Florida makes it easy to get married because the state is a big wedding destination.
Does it surprise you that someone was able to be married to 3 different people in 3 different Florida counties at the same time?
Well, it does surprise me, but unfortunately, there's not really safeguards to find that out.
Burke says marriage applications are based on the honor system.
They swear that the information on the application is correct. And one of the things they have to show is that if they were married previously, how did the marriage end? Either was death, divorce, or
She had
annulment.
a
But
gang.
licenses and marriage certificates aren't compared to documents in other counties when they're sent to the state.
Because if there were safeguards in place and there was cross-referencing on different counties here in the state of Florida, none of this would have ever happened.
His wives,
That's not true. He could have been married in Oklahoma. Okay. I mean, at least in Florida, yes, there could be some safeguards, but it's almost like it's a problem too big to solve at this point because someone could be married in a whole nother state. It doesn't just matter if they're married in Florida. You know what I mean?
who met Henry on Match, Tinder, and Stir, recently found his profile on another dating site while he was still legally married to them.
Looking for a beautiful woman that understands the ups and downs of life, is trustworthy, and no games.
His wives say they later came to believe their marriages had more to do with money than love.
The day we got married, he was like, well, we need to make your bank account a joint bank account.
We were either divorced or about to be divorced, maybe coming into something.
Child support, alimony, anything that comes with, the extra perks of marrying a newly single divorced woman.
So he hit the jackpot here.
He did, 100%.
Henry's financial situation appears to have taken a turn for the worst.
You have any source of income presently?
Not at the moment, sir.
Not at the
You have
moment,
any money
sir.
in the bank?
No, sir.
Michelle and Tanya say they escaped their marriage and obtained domestic violence orders after Henry became abusive. Brandy says she kicked Henry out of her house after just 5 days of marriage. Henry
Wow,
finally
5
filed for
days?
divorce from Tanya following his arrest and is now seeking annulment for his marriages to Michelle and Brandy.
Do you think there's any need to do anything else to prevent this type of thing?
I just think it's too hard. I mean, as much as we have records and so forth, people are very transient. You can get divorced in another state.
Henry's wives are hoping he'll be
You can
convicted
get married
and
anywhere
spend
or
time
divorced
behind
anywhere.
bars.
Well, I
It's
wouldn't
a
say you
potential
can get
that he may
divorced
just walk away
anywhere,
with
but you
probation,
get
and that's
divorced
what's really
where
hurtful.
you have residence. Put it that
There's
way.
no accountability. There's nothing that is going to stop him from doing this again.
Henry Betsy Jr. has pleaded not guilty to the felony bigamy charge and has another court hearing later this month. We reached out to him, but he declined through his attorney to comment. I'm my team investigator Adam Wolser with photojournalist Randy Wright taking action for you.
Okay. Very good. Is this the next one? Okay. I'm keeping my eye on the courtroom, guys.
But first, our I-Team has an update on a
first,
story we broke earlier this year. Good evening and welcome to ABC Action News at 6. I'm Wendy Ryan.
I'm Paul Agrone. A Florida man was thrown
the
in
one that
jail
was-
after his wife discovered that he was married to 2 other women at the same time. He was back in court yesterday for his sentencing hearing after pleading guilty to bigamy, which is a felony.
And new tonight, I-Team investigator Adam Walser is following through with the latest developments in this strange case, and it was shared all across social media.
All across social
Henry
media. of
Betsy
course.
Jr. pleaded guilty to a single felony count of bigamy back in May. But after he entered that plea deal, he was arrested in another state, leading the judge to revoke his bond. When we last saw Henry Betsy Jr. in court, he was dressed in a sports shirt and blazer with his new girlfriend beside him.
Yeah, Henry, we want to get your side of all this. What can you tell us?
Well, unfortunately, I'm unable to talk at this moment.
For his sentencing hearing Thursday, he was wearing handcuffs and an orange Hernando County jail uniform. His bond revoked by the judge because he was arrested for assault and battery of a family or household member. The alleged assault took place in Virginia, where he and his girlfriend had traveled to attend a wedding.
Inappropriate.
Thursday's hearing was all about the felony bigamy charge we first told you about in May. 3 Florida women from 3 different Florida counties all met Henry Betsy Jr. on dating websites and married him at county courthouses during a 2-year period. Only one of his wives was willing to appear on camera.
I met him on Match.com.
He said all the right things.
He sold the perfect person when in reality he was none of those things.
Betsy didn't get divorces or annulments before marrying again. Last year, Tanya Betsy learned Henry was married to Michelle and Brandy Betsy.
I just started county by county putting his name in, and that's when I came up with the marriage to Michelle and the marriage to Brandy.
She found me and she messaged me, and I had no idea that she was actually still married to him.
The wives all blame the state of Florida for not cross-referencing marriage licenses between counties.
Because if there were safeguards in place and there was cross-referencing on different counties here in the state of Florida, none of this would have ever happened.
If the counties did talk, that would have saved me a lot of heartache, a lot of money, a lot of stress.
I just came up with a solution. All they have to do is, because now your real ID goes through Homeland Security, right? If you get your identification or your driver's license and you mark that you're married, they should cross-reference you to the spouse, or just your status is married. And if you go to get a marriage license and you're already listed as married, then it would be a red flag. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand how they can't just put, not just, I know IT is complicated and they'd have to program that in, and that's data that they would have to collect at the next time. But everybody renews their license at some point. So at some point in the next 3 to 5 years, just make that update. If somebody is legally married, maybe add that and then add the spouse, or I don't know if that's a way. That's one system that ties personal demographics to local municipalities, because driver's licenses are connected to Homeland Security and that real ID system. That's the only way. Other than that, trying to get probate records crossed over across counties and states is ridiculous. There's just no way. And I mean, I guess if they made bigamy a federal offense, that would, maybe that would be more of a deterrent if it were a federal crime to be a bigamist. I don't know, but there is a centralized database. There is Homeland Security and the real ID system, where all your driver's licenses are connected to Homeland Security. Is it not passports too? I think it's really just your driver's license and state ID. I mean, they could do something. That's the one system that's tied federally and statewide. So, anywho.
Thursday's sentencing, Michelle Betsy addressed the judge.
And I am unfortunately still the wife of the defendant. I am not here today just as a woman who was betrayed by someone I once trusted, but also speaking on behalf of the other women involved. What he did was not a mistake. It was a deliberate choice, and choices have consequences.
Henry also spoke.
First and foremost, I want to apologize to the ladies for, and I want to apologize to the court
He's gotta be
administration and
kidding.
also to my family and friends that have to be involved in this, because ultimately this is something that, I did not wish on anyone.
Because Henry had no prior criminal convictions and his case in Virginia has not been resolved, the judge said he was limited under the law in what sentence he could impose.
Adjudicated guilty of the bigamy offense, which is going to make him a convicted felon. I'm going to sentence him to 2 years of probation with 8 days credit for time served. He'll undergo a mental health evaluation. He'll complete a certified batterers intervention program.
Deputies collected Henry's fingerprints and a DNA sample as part of the protocol following his felony conviction. Betsy's former wives and their family and friends said they had hoped he would see jail time, but were glad to put a difficult chapter behind them.
And while it was not jail sentence, the fact that he is now a convicted felon, that speaks mountains. And I feel like that is vindication on our part.
Is that the first time you've heard him say, "I'm sorry"?
Absolutely. And I'm sure that it was only said because it was recommended by his attorney to say. Do I think that he has any remorse? Absolutely not.
Michelle says she's now talking to state legislators, hoping they'll introduce a law calling for some type of statewide marriage license database.
We can take this to the next level, that we all here in the state of Florida can learn from this, and that we can put up safeguards so that this doesn't happen to other women.
In addition to that probation, the judge ordered Betsy to stay off of social media and dating websites, and he also ordered him not to have any contact with his 3 former wives. I'm I-Team investigator
Well, what
Adam
if he
Walser
wants
with
a
photojournalist
divorce?
Matt McGlashan taking action for you.
What if he wants a divorce?
Adam, thank you. And here's a look at
Okay. Let's see. What's going on here? Nothing. Y'all, I'm so mad at this. Don't they need to run Sheila back to the jail soon so she can go check in, get her shower, and put on her pajamas? Let me ask you guys a question. I wonder if you're in county jail, do you just keep your same county jail uniform on all the time, or do you have like 2 sets? I'm not trying to be funny, but do you get pajamas? Like, what do you wear to bed? Do you get pajama set and then like your day set? Do you get a day set and an evening set, or is it just a couple of sets? Okay, I'm gonna get off of here. We've been on here for 11 hours, y'all. We're not getting a verdict yet. It's almost bedtime. Uh-oh. 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 No, walking out with food. Okay, let's see. Okay. Y'all. Are they handing out food now? It's 7:00 Pensy time. Picola. Did someone say shouts out to their family in Picola? Y'all, if they don't have enough Clorox and Lysol wipes, I don't know who does. Okay. Y'all are so funny. A clean set, a set for the so you think they get 2 uniforms and 2 pairs of underwear upon intake? They said we got to get our food. It was me. I have cousins there. Okay. It was. You have cousins there. Okay. Oh, okay. You have cousins in Picola. That's what they call it, Picola. It looks so nice in Pensacola. I like it. It's pretty. It looks like a pretty little city. Are they getting ready to have euros or what? I need to go get a bottle of water. I would get a call now. We're gonna make it grilled cheese. I would get a call now. Okay, Ebony's got a call. Hey, Ebony. Hey, boo. Are we picking back up again? I know people are like, can I get my Nesto video, please? I don't know what y'all doing over here, but can you please drop the Nesto reaction? Yes. Let me see. Did PCFP drop something else? We've been live all day. I feel like if I drop it now, nobody's going to get the notification. Let me see. Mm. Okay. I think that she this I didn't think he was gonna come. I didn't think he was gonna murder her. Is not a good defense. I think it's a horrible defense. Singer, I'll be sure blessed to. Okay. Did he already eat? Okay, so one thing we know for sure, the jury is eating or have eaten, right? Come on, Sheriff, finish up. Is there time to cut off? Is there time to? I don't know. I feel like they don't want them to come back tomorrow. I think they're trying to hold on to them and let them finish up. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but it's giving. Can y'all make a decision tonight? This is a 2-day trial. So do we have to go? Okay. He just bought the food to the clerk. He just put stuff on the clerk's desk. What did he put on the clerk's desk, y'all? Hold on a second. Was that food? What was that? Hold up. He put some stuff on the clerk's. What is that? Is that paperwork? Is that evidence? Because, they sent evidence back to the jury. Let's see. Hey, Joe, do you mind putting that on my desk, please, in a secure place? What is that? That looks like paperwork. That doesn't look like styrofoam containers. Maybe the jury has a verdict and he's coming back. Hey, you can take this back. Put that on the clerk's desk. Look at that. See that? Oh, was that pictures and stuff? Hold on, you guys. Eagle eyes. I need your eagle eyes. It's bringing stuff back in, putting it on the clerk's desk, right? Files, right? No, it wasn't more food. The food was in the styrofoam containers. Okay, let's see. Where'd y'all go? Tell Sheila to go to the bathroom, go pee. Go, ma'am, do you need to use the restroom? Uh-oh. We're going to be bringing back okay, look, a different deputy. They gave them a nice Pensacola dinner, probably some fried fish or some fish and chips, a little oysters. What's popular in Pensacola? Some hush puppies, some flounder, some shrimp. I like the oyster shrimp basket, please. Not Popeye's boxes. Stop it, Shannon. You think they're still eating? They're finishing up their fries. Okay. It's giving promising. All right, let me go get a bottle of water, y'all. Y'all keep watching the deputies. Let me know. Are you still going to cover Ronald Dumas? Girl, can we get to Ronald Dumas? Yes, we're going to try for tomorrow. I wanted to talk about that. What was that, Monday? And then we got interrupted by Jarvis Butts, and then we got interrupted by Sheila Agee. Yeah, the Dumas situation is a Fran Drew big time. I feel really bad for that man. Word on the street is that he was soliciting some prostitutes or something, and they rolled him for his money, which would be horrible. Nobody needs to be dealing with any of these trafficking people at all. It's very dangerous. The women that engage in it are dealing with people who will kill you. So hopefully that's not what happened to him, but that's what the word is basically, is that Dumas, someone must have texted him and said, "Hey, I see you on live. You're on court TV." Um yeah, the courts are just, there's nonstop supply of people out here just doing the wrong things. Um yeah, there's your food right there. I got your food. I put it over to the side. Come on. The judge said 20 minutes. I'm just kidding. I don't know what the judge said. Look, they're bringing back stuff. Oh, is that the same? My bad. Is that the same stuff? Get your food. Hold on. Joe, your plate's in the courtroom. Yeah, yours is the one you said without mayo. I wonder what oops. Why do I keep hitting the back button? My bad. Uh-oh. Oh. 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 Look, you guys, court reporter. Court reporter's in. Okay, let me go get my water. I'll be back. Let me go get some water. Okay, courtroom. Come through courtroom. Come through courtroom. Yo, I'm ready to go to bed. I'm gonna be in bed at 8:35. Okay. YouTube is getting ready to cut us off. How long can you go live? How long can you put up a live? Hold on. YouTube max. Girl, I can't even type anymore. Length. Whew. Stream. Girl, YouTube will automatically archive streams that are under 12 hours long. Streams exceeding this length will not be captured for later viewing. It is recommended. Girl, if they don't hurry the hell up. Oh, we got it. They'll be done in a minute. Did the roommate? I don't know anything about it yet. Shawana, I don't know. I'll keep my eyes out, but I have no idea. Just to be honest. Are they asking for a PSI on her? A pre-sentencing investigation? Can they please hurry up and let these people go home? Schedule it, because I mean, after 12 hours, y'all, this live is going to be gone. Thank you, boo. I'm not surprised. Mocha, about, that business. I'm not surprised. Look at people coming back. I think there's some motion in the courtroom, y'all. And whew, Bougie Gang says over 90%. Let's see if anything has changed. 92% guilty. Okay. I will keep my eye out on Afeni. We never even talked about her name changes and stuff like that. It's just I don't do this all day stuff. I mean, y'all have had me all day. Y'all, I'm not even gonna talk about it. Did I get up for my absolutely. I cooked dinner, made lunch, all of the things. But it's ooh, did some paperwork. Thank you, Black Beauty. You guys are so sweet. We're not doing another trial for just like a little hot minute. Is that the judge? Okay, judge. Yes, judge is back, y'all. There's a verdict. They're better. Or you think she's coming back to tell us it's hung? It better not be hung. It better not. Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you guys. You guys are so awesome. Hey, boo. My husband took Farrah to the store this afternoon. So yeah. Bougie fam was supporting me being on this long ass live. I spent more time with you, Fran, than my last date. What? I appreciate my time. Oh, thank you, Baba lady. Yeah, we have so much to get to, but we're gonna definitely get to Ronald Dumas. I've got such a long list that it's just gonna have to be, providing some awareness until we can get back into deep diving. Attitude and Tylenol. Thank you, boo. You guys are y'all are so awesome. Thank you. Thank you, boo. Thank you. I don't hear the sound. Are they gonna the sound is they've cut the sound, but they're gonna let the sound on in just a minute. You see the court reporter has her umbrella and everything. She has her little vest on, her little blazer. Whew. Oh, you know what? They're probably waiting for the prisoner. They're probably waiting for Ackerman. Oh, thank you, Bon Bon Bon. Thank you for the euro. Thank you for the euro. Hey, boo. You want to say hi? Can you believe this live? I'm getting ready to be at the cap. I've never been on a live this long before. 12 hours. Can you believe it? Say hi to everybody.
Hi.
Okay. All right, give me a kiss. I'm sorry. My baby. Mwah. Mwah. Okay. Yeah, I might have to do a well, I'm not gonna say no internet tomorrow, but maybe early. And I'm gonna have to cut out early so I can take Farrah to lunch. Oh, Vicky, yes. All right, I will drop the Dion video late. As soon as this is over, I will drop the Dion video. I hope that they come back soon because this is getting ridiculous. If the judge is sitting at her seat, come on, Ackerman, get your ass. Okay, this is something that I wonder sometimes. Like, I know that they would say that the um they don't know the verdict until they read it in the courtroom, but you know how sometimes they just have like extra security there. Um yes, the gossip. Yes. Yes, Kathy. I was supposed to say gossip rumor innuendo. Hi, Kathy. Y'all, Kathy, we have almost capped out. This is like a I've never been live this long. But we had court today, and then court evolved into we've been waiting for the verdict to come back. But I'm right here with Law and Crime. But I started like an hour early because I didn't realize that Pensacola was an hour behind. So I'm almost capping out. Like I got to end this live soon or else I think it's gonna do something. I'm not sure, but I don't know. But yeah, we're waiting for the verdict and the judge and everybody is coming back in. We just saw the prosecutors. I don't know if the defense attorneys I saw the prosecutor, right? Did we see I don't see Ackerman yet. I wonder if they're waiting on the defense attorneys and them to bring up the prisoner. But the judge is already sitting at her desk, so I think they're just waiting. Um yeah, you think it's like if they don't start in 10 minutes, then maybe I will start a new one because I'm almost at the cap. Oh, Farah. Make Beauty Forever said hi, baby. She said hi. Do you have the verdict music? I've got hold on a second. Let's see what we got. I don't have verdict music, but I do kind of have. Let me see what I have. Where is it? Okay, forgive me flipping assets right now because I don't know what they're on. Because sometimes okay, you see what I'm saying? I just had to flip to another asset file. Hold on. Let's see. Where's is this okay, that's phone. Oh. That's not really that's kind of I have a newsy file. Hold on. News, kind of more news-ish. Let's see. Are they getting ready to bring her in? See how he's standing very like back on the job? Uh let's see. I try to reset everything back so it doesn't when I click on something it's not weird. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I feel like she's coming in. See his positioning? I don't know where my music is. Oh, here it is. This might be a little kind of. Is that building anticipation? Verdict is in. Yeah, we reported that like 20 minutes ago over here, Florida T-Bird. Is it giving dramatic? You know what this music reminds me of? Any of you guys are OG Survivor watchers? You guys remember Survivor, like season 1, 2, and 3, when Jeff Probst would be like on the Kathy. I feel like Kathy might be an OG OG gossip. OG Survivor, and Jeff would be like on the little raft crossing the seas to go see the new people who just decided to live in the jungle for 30 days with nothing. That's what this music reminds me of. Okay, we got a verdict. It's coming. Everybody coming back in. Welcome. Judge, do you mind if I talk to you for a second? Judge, can we do a little sidebar, please? I think she'd like to take a deal. Is the deal still on the table from this morning? I don't know if they gave her a deal or not, you guys. I'm going to be honest. I'm just joking. Was she offered a deal? We don't know. They didn't announce it, so maybe not. Maybe not. If they'd offered her a deal, they would have said it in open court. So maybe they did not offer anything. They were probably just like, look, there's no deals. The deal is we're prosecuting. That's the deal. Did someone just Shaylin? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shaylin. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Let me see. Thank you. This is Busy Gang all together. Thank you guys so much. And thank you. Okay, everybody's here. All right. Can we turn the sound back on? She keeps looking at the camera. We're here. We're here. Okay. I guess I'm going to close out the poll. We've had the poll open for 4 hours, so I'm going to end the poll. Right now it's 91%. We had 329 votes, I think. 329 votes, you guys, and 91% of you guys are going for guilty. 9% say not guilty. Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if it's not guilty. I think based on, I feel like based on the law, applying the law that they gave the jury and what she is accused of, she is a principal to a first-degree murder. Thank you so much, Lady Leo. Happy birthday, hon. Thank you. You brought me from Atlanta to Mobile in a 5-hour drive. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad that you traveled safely and you were entertained. Thank you. I'm glad you got from A to B. I hope you enjoyed your birthday too. They better turn that volume back up. Let's see. We've been here all damn day. This is not the time to be missing the The verdict. Court TV. Let me see. Court. They got me nervous because we can't hear anything yet. All right. Okay, everybody. Yeah, everybody's sound is still off. Okay. Okay. Yeah, PW, the verdict is in. We're almost done. As soon as the verdict is read, baby, I'm out. I don't know if she's getting sentenced right away, but if she's getting sentenced right away, I'm gonna have to shut this down. Oh, you like the music? Thank you, Becky. Okay, here we Crummy. I haven't heard Crummy in so long. That is definitely Girl, those two guys are members of the Awful Suit Club.
Since
That
ready to
is, those
proceed
are the
at this point?
awfulest, crummiest suits ever.
All right, my understanding is we have a verdict.
Yes.
Any reason we cannot take the verdict at this point? State? Defense? Okay, I know we've had a number of individuals in and out of the courtroom throughout the course of the trial. And I'd just like to caution everyone, if you do not believe you're not good, if you do not believe you can control yourself when the verdict is read by the clerk, I'll ask that you step out and just be mindful of the hard work of the jury the last 3 days. All right, if we can bring in the jury.
Yes, it's jury time, guys. Okay, guys, the jury is back.
You can be seated. State's present, defendant is present with counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict? Okay, and are you the foreperson? Yes. If you would hand the verdict form to our court deputy, I'm gonna review it, make sure it's been filled out completely. It needs to be in proper order, and I'll have Madam Clerk publish the verdict. Ms. Agee, please rise to accept the jury's verdict.
In the Circuit Court for Escambia County, Florida, State of Florida Plaintiff versus Sheila Agee Defendant, Clerk number 1723 CF 003379B, Division A. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1. Guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged. So say we all, this 6th day of August, 2025, Juror Carpenter, foreperson.
Would either party like the jury polled?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk's going to poll you. She's going to ask you a question. If you'll just respond to her question.
Juror Carpenter, is this your individual verdict as well as the verdict of the jury as a whole?
Yes.
Juror Quadrosi, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Edwards, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Potter, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Ram, is this your individual verdict? Yes. Juror Radat, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Prakarsky, is this your individual verdict?
Yes.
Juror Murray, is this your individual verdict?
Yeah.
Juror Dunlap, is this your individual verdict? Yes. Juror Olson, is this
I
your
don't think there was any
individual
plea. I don't think there was any
Juror
offer. They
Blake,
didn't
is
read
this
an
your individual
offer.
verdict? Yes. And Juror Alden Coe, is this your individual verdict?
Thank you.
They didn't mention any
Akron,
offer.
You, Ms. Agee, like to have a seat. I'm going to read the final instruction. This is the last instruction from our Supreme Court before we release you for the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have
He literally looks stunned. Look at Ackerman. How does he look stunned? You did a horrible job, sir, and your client was indefensible.
recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for your service on Monday, yesterday, and again today. You gave 3 days of your time to help us resolve this case, and we certainly appreciate the time and consideration you've given to this case and your willingness to serve. I am going to reintroduce the attorneys. We have Ms. Bridget Myers-Jensen. She's the Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit, and Mr. Alvin Trey Myers, and he's the Deputy Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit for the state of Florida, and Mr. David Ackerman, who's in private practice here in Pensacola. And I always like to reintroduce them in case you wish to reach out to them. They won't reach out to you, but if you'd like to, I know when I was trying cases, I did on a few occasions have jurors contact me, and it was helpful to understand, what the discussions were in the jury room. But again, that's up to you. You're not required to do that in any way, and you can find their contact information online. And again, this will count as your jury service for the year. And we again appreciate your hard work and time and consideration this week. So on behalf of myself, the Assistant State Attorney, Defense Attorney, Defendant, we thank you. You are now free to go, and our court deputy will get you checked out. Have a nice rest of your week. Thank you.
Some places they like immediately put handcuffs on you because now you're a convicted felon. He's really seems stunned. Is she gonna sentence? I don't know if she sentences right away or they do the PSI.
Your Honor, based on the jury's verdict, we should proceed with sentencing today.
Oh.
Ms. Brooklyn's mother is here and she would like to speak
Okay.
before the court in her sentencing. You want to come forward this?
I don't know. She got. I'm gonna start another. I'm gonna send y'all over to another live because I'm afraid this is gonna cut off. Baby, this was long.
Ma'am, if you will raise your right hand for me.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so you'll just state your name for me, ma'am.
Cornelia Sims.
You have something to read for the judge?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead.
Webster's dictionary defines a mother as a woman who has given birth to a child, provided an egg for a child, or who has legally adopted a child. My definition of a mother is a selfless, loving human who often sacrifices many of her own wants and needs for those needs of her children. A mother makes sure that her children are equipped with knowledge, skills, and the abilities to make it as a competent human being. It has been 1 year, 11 months, and 25 days since my daughter, Brooklyn Taylor Dior Sims, was tragically taken from me. I miss my daughter. Casey lost her mama. Casey lost her dad. Casey lost her other grandmother. When I say my granddaughter does not understand, and I don't know if she ever will, what happened on August the 11th, 2023. When I say this,
Do you guys want to hold on for a second? Because I feel like it's going to cut off because I looked it up and it's 12 hours is like Facebook is 8 hours. This is 12, and I don't know how long she's going to go. She might go 5 minutes. I have no idea, but I feel like I need to cut this because by the time she finishes and the judge gives the you know what I'm saying? I'm going to stop right here. Okay, just give me a second, you guys. Let me hit the button because I've already kind of started to set it up. And then as soon as it's over though, I got to let y'all go because girl, this has been all day long. Okay. As soon as I set it up, I can roll you guys over into it. Okay. Let's see. Let me roll you guys over. I hope I don't lose anybody, but if we lose you, my bad. Okay, here we go. I'm putting it as a redirect. Okay, that's done. Facebook, hold on. You guys, a new one will start up in a minute, okay, Facebook? All right, you guys. You guys are going to roll over to the new one. And I'm going to get that one started right away, okay?